Good morning. Good morning, fellow internet governance practitioners and enthusiasts. Glad to see you here in the morning, especially. This is the first session of the day. We also have people from outside of this room and all around the world joining us online. So across this hour, we are to examine governance responses and challenges from different sectors as well as stakeholder perspectives towards the germination of sexual defects across the internet. Dramatic rise. This is what an Oxford Internet Institute study called out on the number of AI tools specifically designed to create deepfake images of identifiable people. This very timely study, formally just published this Monday, unveiled there were nearly 35,000 AI models available for public download on one platform service for generative AI, many of which are even marketed or with the intention to generate NCIIs, non-consensual intimate imageries. The Digital Service of Concern has responded to the Oxford study and is taking action in an exposed manner. And some governments are also taking actions. Take where I'm based as an example, the UK's 2025 Data Use and Access Act has just become effective last Thursday with the provision criminalizing the creation and requesting the creation of purported intimate images. However, the additional safeguards only applies to adults, as such behaviors, as explained by the government, targeting minors have already been covered by the law. But is that enough? Especially safeguards in the age of generative AI for teenagers, the so-called in-between phase from the innocence of childhood to adulthood. This workshop will directly and exactly be focusing on this, with 3 questions. Number 1, what legal and educational measures are most effective in addressing the creation and spread of sexual defects among school-going teens? Number 2, how can different stakeholders collaborate to ensure that school curricula incorporate digital literacy and awareness about the dangers of sexual defects? And number 3, what proactive policies can countries implement to anticipate technological changes and prevent sexual defects harms against teenagers globally? My name is Kenneth Leung, Net Mission Board Advisor. Joining me today on stage, we have from my left, Ms. Ochi Wong, Net Mission Ambassador, bringing in the youth perspective. Mr. Ao Yi Tang, also a Net Mission Ambassador from the technical community. Ms. Janice Richardson of Inside SA, offering views from the education field, and Ms. Juliana Cunha from SaferNet Brazil, giving insights from an NGO standpoint. And we also have you all. After initial remarks by our speakers, we invite you to chime in with either questions, comments, perspectives, or experience on the topic. You will have 2 minutes to share your thoughts either in front of this mic or online by using the raise hand function. So if you have more thoughts and resources that you would like to share after this session, we'd love to have them. And please share it on this website, csit.tk. So, which will be closed after 1 week of this workshop for us to synthesize the discussion right now and on the comments platform to consolidate into a report next month. So it's csit.tk. This platform will be up right now, and then I will show it up one more time later. So hold your thought for now in the first 20 minutes, and let's hear from Chi Wong and Yi Teng on youth and technical perspective in combating sexual defects and safeguarding teens globally. Chi Wong holds a bachelor degree in Latin American Studies and Political Science and a master degree in political science in international relations. And Yi Teng is a technical person for the workshop. Yi Teng majors in computer science and is a Microsoft certified AI engineer. Over to you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Today, I will talk about how deepfakes affect students' lives and mental health. So first, let me explain what a deepfake is. So deepfakes are highly realistic video, audio, or image forgeries or replaces generated using AI. The technologies that created deepfakes include generated visual networks and machine learning. So with deepfake tools, people can copy someone's face and voice or without permissions. In August last year, a big problem was found in Korea schools. Hundreds of secret chat rooms on Telegram were sharing deepfake sexual videos. These videos are used the real face of students and were shared in elementary, high, and middle school students. So this news shocked a whole country. With the technology and social media platforms, anyone can now make a watch a sexual video easily. It's not just adults. Many young people are involved. So in 2021, there were only 156 policy reports about deepfake news, sex crimes in Korea. But in 2024, the number increased to 1,202 cases. That's about 7 times more just 3 years. The most serious problem in this, most of the people who made these deepfakes are teenagers. So when students hear the news, will they be scared and think that they should never do it again? Not sure. Many students now use deepfake tools. These tools are easy to find online. Even young students can make deepfakes. But here's the problems. Actually, many students don't care because they think it's just funny and left and share the videos. They don't think about the pain this causes. So we can think many students feel shocked, scared, and frustrated when they see deepfakes, but victims feel anxious and safe. They also suffer from social stigma. Because of fear, students may lose trust in their students. Deepfake can hurt someone's reputation and make some that feel helpless. So there are 4 main reasons why deepfake problems are growing in the screen. There are many reasons why sexual deepfake crimes continue to happen in Korea, even after the law was changed. First, it is still unclear whether the new law are strong enough to stop these crimes. Some people say that more action is needed, especially to make internet companies act faster. Even when videos are illegal, they can spread for a long time if the remover takes too long. And then, so experts say that internet service provider must be more responsible. They should must to block, monitor, and prevent the fake contents before it spread. Also, the law should not only punish the people who make the fakes. It should also punish to who ask others to create them. Because technology changes so fast, we need laws that are clear, strong, and stable even for new types of digital crimes. Second, this issue is not only about sex crimes. It is part of the bigger problem, misinformation and fake contents. For example, fake videos or politicians and celebrities can halt democracy by spreading lies. That's why we need a unified national response with the government, school, and company working together. Finally, one of the most important causes of lack of the education. Many young people don't really understand how serious these crimes are. Some even think it's funny or harmless. That's why school needed to teach students what the fake are, how dangerous they are, and what will happen in some breaks to law. Also, people and better digital literacy, the ability to understand what is real or fake online. We must help young people and adults be smarter and more careful online. So what can we do? So where deepfakes can happen, start on investigations. They try to find who made me share the video. A school separated victim and offender. They also give counseling and supporting to the victims. There are some legal protection, but they are not enough right now. We need more stronger laws to punish the fake crimes in all economies. So we also need to educate students or raise awareness. It is important to support the victims and protect their safety. Okay, thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Eteng. So to put things into context, here are some numbers I want to share. In South Korea, over 500 schools were affected by deepfake videos and photos, many taken secretly at school or from social media like X and Instagram. A December survey of 2,145 middle and high schoolers showed that 54% said offenders just did it for fun. Other reasons included curiosity or thinking that the consequences were minor, highlighting a lack of awareness about the seriousness. In response, the Ministry of Education published 5 guidebooks this April. They are tailored to different age groups. There's a cartoonic version for elementary students and separate editions for middle high schoolers, teachers, and caregivers. The guidebooks cover 3 key situations. What if I'm the victim? What if someone around me is? And what if something I did caused harm? For the technical folks here, I'll highlight 3 innovations. First, the Korean deepfake dataset, released in 2021, contains 2.73 terabytes of photos and videos. It was created to address the lack of Korean representation in existing datasets. With this, Seoul National University students achieve 96% accuracy in detecting altered videos. Economies without such datasets might consider developing one tailored to their local needs. Second, the Seoul Metropolitan Government developed a detection tool, enhanced in May 2025, targeting illicit content involving minors. It identifies items such as school books, uniforms, and dolls, and even youth slang, flagging underage content even when faces aren't visible. It also scans search terms and drafts multilingual reports depending on the site's host country. Lastly, I would share about a phenomenon called platform hopping. Many deepfake crimes in South Korea began on Telegram, but as the company now actively cooperates with South Korean authorities, on a forum, DC Insight, it was noted that perpetrators have shifted to other platforms, making detection harder due to lower data logging. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jiwon and Ethan, for your sharing the Korean case, but also what is the Korean government after the case happens. And I just want to also plug here the Asia Pacific Policy Observatory that I advise on, as this particular case was also heavily debated and spotlighted in one of our latest analyses on how the recent advancement of AI capabilities are transforming online safety and security, which include challenges in the search of AI-generated child sexual abuse material and AI-powered gender-based violence. So I invite you to take a look when it's out this week during IGF, and I'll be sure to send a link up at that commenting platform, csit.tk. So, and now we'd love to hear from Janice for thoughts in education and the private sector's perspective. Janice Richardson has been an educator for 50 plus years in half a dozen different countries, including Australia, Europe, and Africa. She sits on the Safety Advisory Board of Meta and Snapchat, and is a partner in the European Commission and Council of Europe projects focusing on the impacts of AI, misinformation, algorithms, etc. on democracy at all levels of education. Janice, please.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you very much to all of those people that I reached out in the UK, Poland, France, the Netherlands, who gave me information about what are the solutions. But let's begin with what are the challenges. Schools still have a tendency to post the face, the image of their pupils in sports, in all sorts of activities. And this is the first problem. There are so many images out there. Maybe they were consensual in the beginning, but they can very easily be used when creating deep fakes. Secondly, it's the availability of tools such as Nudify, Undress, Dressed. I don't know, there are so many out there, and I find it absolutely amazing that they can still exist on the market. Then, of course, we have the enforcement challenges. We've done quite a bit of work in Morocco, training the judiciary area so that they really understand how you collect electronic proof, how you use electronic proof. But not all laws are adapted to this type of proof. And therefore, we do need some legal amendments in many countries. The media the way they report these things. We've also started training the media to make them understand that being spectacular may be a good way to get a lot of people to come to your website, but it's certainly not helping the victims, and it's actually calling for a lot of copycat behavior. Then I would cite the lack of cross-platform collaboration. I know there are projects such as Lantern where companies, social media in particular, come together to share knowledge. But the problem with this is that it's across platforms. It happens as many different layers. And until industry joins up, I think it's going to be very difficult to find a solution. Industry needs to be a partner with education. It shouldn't just be there supplying tools or pushing their tools, I could say, onto the education sector and then throwing out bits of education to help young people. It should be there when we're developing curricula, finding ways together that we can use real-life cases, real-life resources in a way that will be much more impactful for learning. There are, of course, many issues when we look at education systems, because few teachers have the training that's necessary to be able to tackle this issue. We've started an innovative project in Morocco where we've trained 2 teachers from every one of the 86 regions of Morocco. They have trained in Cascade. Our aim is to have 2 teachers who fully understand the issue, who receive regular updates in every school, so that if there are 2 teachers in every school, 2 resource persons, there should be a very fast way to escalate the issues. There are lots of very interesting programs out there. I can cite what's going on in France, for example, where law students at the Sorbonne University have come together and created a poster competition because they feel if they create the framework for a poster competition, providing little snippets of the law so the public becomes more familiar with the law, then everyone can create posters which will be meaningful and informative and reach the young people who are very much concerned by this issue. I really like something that happens in the Netherlands too. They have lots of television programs, debates, but every school there has the freedom to choose the way that they're going around this issue. But when a young person goes from elementary school to middle school, they go through a 6-week course on health, on technology, on all of the issues that can really help them tackle these issues, these problems, because you know the big shift when they go from elementary school through to secondary school. We have a very innovative project running in Scandinavia, thanks to the support of Huawei. I train a magician, and I work with the magician to find tricks that are going to reinforce the messages that I will put into a presentation. Then it's the magician that delivers in 1-hour sessions in schools. They deliver what I've prepared and what helps them tackle very, very interesting projects in a fun way, so that kids are on board, are interested, but they don't feel threatened in any way. There's one big problem I've noticed in all of the countries that I work in, and it's reporting. The humiliation if you have to report that an image of you has been shared, especially in countries like Morocco or Tunisia. So we need to take another approach to reporting. We need to educate children from the cradle to understand, 1, the importance of human dignity, 2, that when something is not going right, there are ways to say it that are not hurtful, that are not telling tales. There are the right ways to do it. I should then mention the helplines. This has been a super initiative across Europe. I actually got figures from the Netherlands, which shows me that in about 6,500 cases over the past year, we could say that about 5% are about AI-generated sexual fake profiles. But it's early days. It's going to get worse. Therapy, support for the victims. These are all extremely important areas. But when I talk to young people, they say, actually, it's not the nude profiles that are bothersome. If someone puts a bikini, but then a very sexual stance, is it a fake profile? Is it a sexual profile? This is where it really raises issues. If there's a little bit of clothing, then they think they're out of the category of a sexual fake profile. Young people also turn to me and say, you should be educating the adults about this, because very often it's them, the ones that are suffering, the ones that are doing this, and the ones that don't have the education to tackle it. So I'd say that's a broad sweep of where I think we should go, of the education projects we should set up. But as many of you know, I believe it's all about digital citizenship, understanding that you are a citizen, you have an obligation for all of those around you, regardless of what it is. You also have an obligation to share your knowledge, because if we're here today, we have knowledge about this subject. So we need to share it so that it really becomes a grassroots movement to educate everyone on how to tackle this plague. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Janice. It's indeed a broad sweep of issues that you've mentioned, and lots of good solutions. And you also mentioned about cases from Scandinavian, Morocco, the Netherlands, Tunisia. That also means this issue, sexual defects, are really transcending the border, and it's a global issue. So this is why we are here. And I would like to now turn the floor to Ms. Juliana Cunha for Latin American perspective and some of the work that you do. Juliana Cunha holds a bachelor degree in psychology and a master degree in culture and society. At SaferNet Brazil, Juliana coordinates the national helpline for online safety, interacting with and counseling children, teenagers, and adults about sexting, cyberbullying, sexual extortion, and other risks online. In this regard, she also collaborated with media outlets and advertising bodies to create national and international award-winning campaigns. So after Juliana's presentation and sharing her perspective, I will invite everyone who want to share to come up to the floor in front of the mic on this side, or for Zoom participants, please do type in your question and we'll consolidate and address those questions. So the floor is yours. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd like just to brief introduction about SaferNet work. SaferNet is a 20 years long non-profit organization dedicated to establish a multi-stakeholder approach to protect human rights in digital environments. We work as a Safer Internet Center, which coordinates actions in 3 pillars of online safety. The Brazilian National Cyber Tip Line, a hotline to which users can report anonymously crimes against human rights. The National Web-Based Helpline, which offers one-to-one online conversation about different risks and provide support to children, young people, families, and educators about online safety. And the third pillar is the country's awareness and education hub, which is responsible for the educational activities involving workshops with students, educators, families, developing materials and carry out campaigns on digital citizenship. About the context, the Brazilian context, in 2023, SaferNet reported a historic spike in reports related to child sexual abuse material online in Brazil. And a key factor was the rising of the use of AI tools, such as notifying apps, as mentioned, and bots by young people to generate and share fake nudes of classmates. This problem already affected large schools in Brazil, especially private schools, with several cases being reported by media outlets. The new trend challenges us to find an appropriate response, especially due to the fact that victims and perpetrators are minors, and the boundary between sexual experimentation and sexual abuse is becoming a little bit blurred. And this phenomenon, I think, is reshaping the way young people perceive sexuality, relationship, and consent. I would like to highlight increase in reports in Brazil, especially involving Telegram. As I mentioned before, this is the huge challenge for us in Brazil right now, because we have in 2023-24, 90% of the reporters related to messaging apps in Brazil involving Telegram reports. WhatsApp and Signal together accounted the remaining 90% during the same periods. When you notice, when notify, the company limits this response for deleting evidence with little cooperation with law enforcement agency. It's worth noting that at least 38 countries have legislation requiring requiring digital platforms like Telegram to report to authorities when they are aware of hosting child sexual abuse material. In the United States, for example, the National Center Missing of Exploited Children, NACMEC, received 20 million industries submitted reports in 2023, none of them from Telegram. Last year, NACMEC saw an increase, 1,325 increase in reports involving generative AI, going from the 4,700 in 2023 in 7,000 reports in 2024. It's an increase, large increase number. This alarming trend is also noted in Brazil. The persistence of systemic risk is inadequate response, moderation of illegal content, and Telegram's non-compliance with Brazilian child protection laws led SaferNet to file a formal complaint against the company with the Federal Prosecutor Office in October last year, and this is the report based on this complaint. In October, I think it's interesting to show the proportion of the problem in Brazil. So this is the QR code to access the report. So to deep dive this trend, we run an ongoing project from Safe Online Tax Coalition, which will investigate how teens in Brazil are affected by the use of generative AI to create and spread deepfake sexual images, also known as deep nudes, We are listening 4 key groups in these incidents: survivors whose images were manipulated and shared, adolescents who created and shared deep nudes, bystanders who witnessed the situation, and educators and caregivers. We will conduct a one-on-one interview with survivors and perpetrators, co-creation workshops with bystanders, and one session with educators. All activities are trauma-informed, confidential, and led by experienced professionals from Helpline team. Our expected outcomes include qualitative insights into how teens perceive and engage with AI-generated sexual images, practical recommendations to inform child-centered safety policies in Brazil, tangible resources for platforms to improve their trust and safety responses, a national awareness campaign to help teens identify, report, and resist this form of abuse, and a step-by-step methodological manual to replicate this work in other countries and contexts. One of the main challenges, I'm concluding right now. One of the main challenges we face is going beyond legal and punitive measures. While accountability is essential, this phenomenon is deeply embedded in a culture that reproduces gender-based social norms, as mentioned previous. The misuse of GenAI to create sexualized images of peers is not a tech issue or a legal gap. It's a reflection of a broader systemic gender inequalities. That's why prevention must also be cultural. We need long-term interventions focused on education, awareness, digital literacy in schools, as Janice mentioned, where social norms are being formed. This project aims not only to expose the harm caused by AI-generated sexual image content, but also to empower teens, educators, and communities for critically engage with these issues. Our core belief is the best way to protect children is by listening to them. This project challenged the usual top-down approach. Instead of responding with moral panic or punitive measures, we are asking, how do teens actually experience this? What do they think would help? And to conclude my thoughts, to effectively address this issue, we need a coordinated multi-stakeholder approach, response, bringing together tech companies, public institutions, and society and academia. We have seen some initial steps. For example, Meta took action against a company circumventing advertising rules to promote nudifying apps in these platforms. This is the first step, but that must be followed by other measures. We need the entire industry across sectors to take stronger action, especially against products that are deliberately designed to violate rights, exploit vulnerabilities, and bypass existing safety standards. This requires clear accountability for enablers of harm, stronger safeguards built into platforms by design, and bold child-centered innovation that respect human rights. And just to conclude, I bring an example of educational resource. It's in Brazilian Portuguese, unfortunately, to address the issue of gender online violence, co-created with adolescents in Brazil in partnership with UNICEF Brazil. It combines legal guidance, real-life cases, and interactive activities. Is a tool to foster dialogue in classroom and with youth groups. And the type of research helps to equip youth with the tools to understand their rights, recognize harm, and build a culture of respect online. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Juliana. And thank you for bringing us the Brazilian case and highlighting how encrypted platforms and services were misused not only to disseminate CSAM, but also creating a CSAM economy on the platform, which is very worrying. And I also like how Juliana and Janice has been stressing the importance of cross-platform and cross-sectoral collaboration in combating sexual defects. So now I will open up the floor to everyone, and we'd love to hear your statement, your questions, and your comments, both here and online. So, and you will have 2 minutes to have your statements, and please state your name and affiliation when you do so, please. Please head to the mic in front of you. Thank you.
Okay, I just understood this. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Hello, great to meet you all, and thank you for the great panel. My name is Mariana. I am Colombian. I work at the DataSphere Initiative. Very happy to hear the Brazilian case. I work and I'm leading one of our big projects that's actually very close to my heart, which is called the Youth for a Data Future project. We've been engaging young people in different parts of the world, pretty much in the conversation around data governance. And right now we're wrapping up that project and we're starting to shape an initiative focused on influencers. So one of my big questions, and I think it's for all of you actually, is if you've touched on this topic and how have you started thinking about the role that not only influencers themselves as adults that are influencing the online space, but young people themselves. And in Brazil, there's a very interesting case around kidfluencers. So 4 or 5-year-olds that are famous because of their parents' influence, and they're put online and they're sharing content and creating content themselves, or parents creating content with them. So one of my questions is how do you see this interplay, and what's the role of the influencer industry in shaping safety online, and have you thought about any kind of actions that could help us build a safer and more inclusive internet? And there I just close my question, and this is more of an invitation to anybody who's interested in the topic. I would be very much very excited to talk about this later after the workshop's over, because very excited about the work that you're all doing. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm seeing thank you so much. I'm seeing there's a long queue, and we do want to get through every statement. So I would suggest to have maybe 3 statements or intervention at a time, and then panel will address it collectively if that's all right. But thank you very much for your first question. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Francis. I'm part of YouthDig, and I just have 2 questions. The first, I think, Janice, you highlighted this. Why not just have a real crackdown on these kind of applications? Because I think a big reason why young children are using these apps is because it's just very easy, right? So it's easy to access them, you just download them, and app stores providing these kind of applications, whether it's advertised as being nudifying or not explicitly, necessarily means that young children think it's the same as downloading Instagram or a snake game or things like this. So the message you're sending to young people, if it's allowed on the App Store, is that this is appropriate and it's equivalent to other fun apps, right? So why can't we just outright ban it? I think this is something that charities in the UK are really trying to push now. And what difficulty do you have with trying to draw the line about what apps you do ban, depending on what kind of tools they allow young people or people in general to have? And then the second thing I just wanted to raise was, I think I very much agree about education and societal and attitudinal change. This is a problem about gender-based violence, and it's just another form of it, right? And I think in young children, we're talking about deepfakes today, but I also think educating young children, perhaps especially young women, that when you share even real content with people who you think are trusted individuals as a young person, which it's easy to feel this way if you're having a relationship online or quasi online, then it's very important that these young people know that the content that gets shared online is always online. So even when you have WhatsApp as end-to-end encrypted and you can send these one-time images, that they're never one-time images, and this technology is very different to in-person relationships. So I would also say that. Yep.
Thank you.
Good morning. Robert Hoving from the Safer Internet Center in the Netherlands of Limits and also of InHope. As Janice already shared our numbers, thank you very much. I won't go into my statement, but I was wondering two things. I went, just sitting here, I went to Google, I went to Bing, and I went to DuckDuckGo. And when you put in best notify apps, you just get them. So that's how easy it is. A global legislation answer might be difficult. We've seen it with Mr. Deepfakes. In the Netherlands, deepfakes are both criminalized and also according to privacy law. But then you can use a VPN and you act like you come from another country, so that's difficult. But I think you might do something with the search engines. Curious about your vision on that. Second part is, as it's so difficult to have a legal global answer, I do think, but I'm a kind of glass half full kind of guy, it is possible to have a more global awareness answer. I'm very curious how you look at these two questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Since we have 3 speakers for intervention ready, I guess that we can address it very succinctly and then move on. But yeah, I would love your responses to those 3 interventions.
I'll address the question regarding why can't we ban apps that create deepfakes and the similar question about search results. So actually, in many countries, the laws that are against deepfakes, it's very muddy, because it's a picture that is modified. Although it's a picture of a face, the body is a different. It's not. So there's a lot of the times it's very hard to prosecute the perpetrators, as well as there's many societal issues as well. So in South Korea, there was an anecdote from a teacher whereby in Incheon there was a photo, the sexual deepfake of a photo uploaded to the X, formerly called Twitter. The perpetrator, she found out, was her student, but she had to find the student herself because the police did nothing. Then there is also many. It's the law. In short, the law needs to improve to be actually to be effectively punishing those perpetrators. Yeah.
I'd like to quickly respond to a couple of points. Influencers, kids are actually sick of them. So I think that maybe this is a trend which is not growing, which perhaps will start dwindling out. But once again, it's up to education to show that there are real places and real people who understand their subject, and let's go to those people and not to someone trying to sell me a product. So education. Secondly, yeah, I asked the same question. But in fact, we come here, we talk, and then we don't do anything about it. And if people like us came together, formed a group, started putting pressure on the search engines to delete access to these type of apps, then I think we may get somewhere. It's very easy for industry. They have the money. They're getting our data. They're seeing where people are going. But why don't people join together? Why don't people make an international action against this? So that's my call. Let's keep working on it. And yeah, once online, always online. There's nothing more that we can say except teach our children from age 1, 2, 3. Internet's great to explore, but they have to know that what's mine is mine and my privacy is the most precious possession I have.
About the influencers in Brazil, it's they play a key role in the culture, especially because we have big influencers right now. We are discussing related to gambling, for example, and some influencers went to a public hearing to explain the business model related to publicize gambling apps. Sorry. But of course, in SaferNet, we have, on the other hand, an experience involving influencers in campaigns. It's very, very interesting to, because it's an effective way to communicate with young people. So you have the two sides of the coin. The influencers that gain millions and publicizing, for example, bad products. On the other hand, we have influencers that is a role model for many young people. And I think you have to take advantage to how to avoid this, and the regulators has the challenge to regulate influencers in Brazil, but on the other hand, it's important to involve them. And about the other question, I think technically, is it possible? But of course, there is challenges. For example, how these companies bypassing the example of the Meta. Even when you ban this kind of advertise, companies try to bypass the rules. So I think the challenge is how to technically implement it and anticipate ways that these players can try to bypass. And of course, the awareness. I really think that if it's rooted in the culture, it's really hard. Of course, we can do better in terms of awareness as a global trend. It's a new trend. Many people in Brazil don't aware about it, but I think that the culture play an important role. So the awareness maybe can address this culture, because in Brazil especially, we have the spike of humans violence, so it's very hard to change this reality.
Right, thank you so much for the responses. I would suggest, because we are sort of closing in for the session, but we still want to get through. So if everyone can have maybe just 1 minute for your intervention, and our panelists do a very quick response, that would be gorgeous. So again, please, you have the floor for 1 minute. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you very much. My name is Maciej Groń. I'm from the Polish Research Institute NASK and also the hotline dyżurnet.pl. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for this organizing the session. It's very important. The deepfake phenomena is not something new, but the scale and the accessibility is completely new, and makes the big difference. Especially, these new apps for undressing people, they are really democratizing, this technical science, which was, very difficult to make, these things 20 years ago, and even 2 years ago, free. Now it's accessible on a phone, and now I'm the lawyer, so I can say it about our regulation system. It was. Now it's very difficult, because we have the completely new situation. The adults are transformed into the child are transformed into the adults, and there are the new situation which are not easy to tackle, especially in the formal process in the court. So this is the big challenge. Also the big challenge is that the victim and perpetrator, they are also can be the children. And for example, in our law system, there's something like a public some pedophile register, and it would be and it's not true that the children that are not pedophiles. So we have to change the law. We are preparing, and we are in the process of preparing the new part of the criminal code, and change some new regulations. And Thank you very much. I think
Thank you. Thank you so
Amanda,
much. Yeah.
bye-bye.
Can we have first this gentleman for 1 minute?
Yes, surely. We'll be brief. Hi, my name's Andrew Campling. I'm a trustee with the Internet Watch Foundation. 3 very quick points. I put in the chat a link where people can report illegal images, including AI-generated, which you can report anonymously, and then they're added to our block list if they're deemed to be illegal, and that will prevent, through many services, them being shared further. Which is at least progress. And that includes, by the way, on the public spaces on Telegram, which has recently joined the IWF after its CEO was placed under house arrest in France. Question for the panel. I think the biggest issue we have is with end-to-end encrypted messaging services. You can technically prevent the sharing of CSAM on those services, but it needs technical action by the service operators. It doesn't break encryption, but I think that's where we should focus our attention, because we know that's where CSAM, including deepfake generated images, is very widely shared. There's lots of research that shows that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I guess we can run through all the questions and then panelists can respond with the final remarks. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, hello. My name is Thorsten Krause. I'm affiliated with the Digital Opportunities Foundation based in Germany. I would like to touch on 2 points. It was mentioned that pictures and photos of pupils, members of sports communities and so on are part of the challenge. And I get this point, I understand it, but I'm wondering what will be the solution, because I'm will not imagine an internet and digital environment without photos, experiences of children and young persons online, because they also have the right to see their experience reflected in the internet and to find a connection to themselves. So what will be the solution on that? Secondly, it's connected to what Andrew Campling asked. In the European Union, we are discussing since 3 years if it should be allowed or if it should be okay to compromise privacy and detect CSAM, known and unknown, and also grooming in encrypted environments. And I would like to know, maybe especially from the youth ambassadors, what's your perspective on that? Thanks.
Sorry. Hi, my name is Claire, and I'm a student from Hong Kong. I was wondering, excluding through education and policy and implementation, what are some preventative measures for students in combating deepfakes? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sana and I'm from NetMission. So my question is, given the rapid advancement of AI tools that can generate hyper-realistic fake contents easily, so what kind of the detection system or proactive mechanism are currently being developed, especially when we are talking about the NGOs and also when we are discussing the Koreans rapidly increasing those video viraling and images viraling. So at that point, I just have a question like, should we prioritize to identify and stop the spread of sexual deepfakes targeting minors before they go viral? Thank you.
Hey, I'm Yuri Bokovoy from the Finnish Green Party. My first question is specifically to Janice. It's about how to improve awareness of these issues, especially in education. When the government, rotary legislators in education departments are, at least in our country, quite often made up of quite conservative voices which dismiss these issues as harmless. And the second question is more general about we've seen a lot of these regulations that are supposed to protect children be misused by more authoritarian governments to silence free speech and expression elsewhere. Most recently, today and yesterday in Hungary. What can we do to safeguard against misuse of these regulations that are supposed to protect children?
Thank you so much. And we actually have one last comment on Zoom. I'll just read it out. It's a statement and she wants to chime in on the Korea case and if there's any innovation measures mentioned in the slide that are truly effective. So I guess in the next 30 seconds, everyone can make their remarks and conclude the session.
Yes, I have no time, but I'd like to thank you, and I'm happy to talk to everyone when to continue the conversation about the panel. Thank you very much.
If we're so clever with technology, why can't we make something that when once we've put an image online, it becomes indelible, it becomes unchangeable? I'd like more efforts from the tech industry, improving awareness. There's a great initiative in Latin America where they actually educate the ministers of education, so that we get not only a bottom-up from awareness raisers, but a top-down from the people who are meant to be there, who are elected to look after us.
For me, the problem I really feel is the accessibility of these tools. For example, you have like even if we outright have safeguards, for example, ChatGPT in like against this sexually explicit content, people who really are into it would find ways to download offline models such as Stable Diffusion. So the real thing is to how do we educate enough and make the accessibility of creating such content not as accessible.
Okay, in closing, deepfake sex crimes are not a global problem. Before starting the study internet governance, I thought that actor had a big role, but now I'm thinking that everyone has a huge role. At studying political science, I think the political and institutions aspect need to be supplemented. But I think that opinions of various actors are all importance for protect something, and deepfake crimes may start online, but they destroy real lives. So let's face the problems together, not just with punishment, but with prevention, awareness, and empathy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I guess we will be concluding this session, but we'd love to have more of your thoughts. So if you can, please comment on this platform. And once again, I guess concluding takeaway is we must act together and in order to combat sexual deepfakes and to be a good digital citizens. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome to our open forum. We want to discuss with you how to advance cyber resilience of critical infrastructure. In an ever more connected world, not only people are more connected, but also the critical infrastructure we rely on. The resilience of critical infrastructure that are increasingly targets of malicious actors is key. A robust cyber resilience measures is therefore vital. In an environment where incidents could have overspilling effect on international peace and security, there are risk of escalation. We need to look at overcoming the silos between the diplomatic and the technical communities, strengthening national and cross-border CERT-to-CERT cooperation, and fostering multi-stakeholder engagement. The idea of this discussion came from the observation that different communities have an important role to play, but that they need to be offered more opportunities to share expertise and knowledge, to get better informed and to get a greater understanding of what each community is doing and how we can support one another in our work to build a resilient cyberspace. We will explore all of this with our distinguished panel today. My name is Marie Mo, and I will be your moderator today. I'm happy to introduce you to our cross-community panel. On my right is Floretta Faber. She's Deputy Director General, Envoy for Cyber Diplomacy, Director of International Project Coordinator and Strategic Development of Cybersecurity at the National Cybersecurity Authority of Albania. On my left is Lars Erik Smeffel, Security and Processor Control Architect, R&D IT and ICS at Statkraft. Online, I also have three panelists, Mr. Pavel Mraz, who works as a cybersecurity researcher at UNIDIR, Caroline Troin, Cybersecurity Division at the ITU, and Timea Suto, our global Director Policy Lead at International Chamber of Commerce. To facilitate my work and our reporting, I will also ask Akhil Thomas, Strategy and Operation Manager at the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise, to summarize the discussion in a few words at the end of the session. We also will look at your active participation, so please prepare some questions for the Q&A session. Because it's a very rich issue, I'm going to stop talking now and I'm going to ask the question to my panelists. And I will start with really looking at the threat landscape and the national experience on how to really build an efficient critical infrastructure protection. And for this, I will start with asking Pavel Mraz online the first question. What does today global cyber threat landscape look like for critical infrastructure? And where are the biggest vulnerabilities emerging?
Marie, thank you for the floor, and good morning to Oslo to everyone, and also good day to those connecting online. To your question, the UN Institute of Disarmament Research will have a research report coming out summarizing the main threats of 2024 in cyberspace. And let me give you a few highlights, specifically focusing on critical infrastructure. When it comes down to critical infrastructure, the cyber threat landscape in 2024 has grown increasingly complex. It became clear that critical infrastructure remains both an attractive target for financially motivated actors and also a strategic target for some state-affiliated actors. In 2024, alarmingly, nearly 40% of all documented cyber operations by states have focused on critical infrastructure, including targeting sectors such as energy, healthcare, finance, water, and telecommunications. And of course, these sectors are foundational to both national security and the daily functioning of our societies. Healthcare and water systems were especially hard hit, targeted by ransomware actors who exploited outdated IT and the critical societal need to maintain these types of services 24/7. Meanwhile, ransomware and cybercrime as a service models have industrialized access to advanced cyber attack tools and lowered barriers to entry for even less skilled criminal actors to attack critical infrastructure. As a result, we have seen last year a surge in ransomware attacks by 275%, and global financial losses from cybercrime disruptions exceeded 10 trillion US dollars last year. To put it in other words, if cybercrime was a country measured by a GDP, it would be the third world largest economy. We, of course, also see attacks on digital supply chains. These are becoming more prominent. And leveraging the principle target one, compromise many, malicious cyber actors now increasingly use supply chain attacks to target downstream customers, including critical infrastructure operators. Importantly, internet infrastructure, which includes satellites, undersea cables, and data centers, are also increasingly vulnerable and targeted by cyber attacks. And these type of threats raise concerns about widespread interruption of critical digital services, particularly in times of heightened geopolitical tensions. Even the UN system itself and humanitarian operations are not exempt from cyber attacks. According to the UN latest reporting, over 50% of cyber threats targeting the UN in 2024 came from advanced persistent threat actors, which includes states. And these attacks have disrupted critical aid operations and endangered vulnerable populations. Taken together, these trends show that cyber attacks are becoming a question of when for many organizations, not a question of if. And no sector or state can contain cyber risks alone. And as infrastructure becomes more digital, interconnected, securing these types of infrastructure will require both a multi-level, multi-stakeholder cooperation, but also resilience planning and preparing for when cyber attacks hit. Positively, the UN member states have acknowledged these risks, with states calling for greater protection of critical infrastructure, particularly those that deliver essential services across borders. And also, states have called for reinforcing international taboo against targeting these types of systems. But of course, a number of states also indicated that there is a gap between the commitments made at the UN level and the actual capacities required for practical protection of our vital critical systems. And bridging this gap will require strong cross-sectoral and cross-border cooperation, and also practical tools, including adopting national frameworks, using cyber drills, and stepping up capacity building to translate shared global principles into real-world protection on the ground. I'm happy to talk about these in more details later on, but I will leave it at that for now, and over back to you, Marie.
Thank you very much, Pavel, and thank you for this very clear scene setter. I think now that we have looked at the threats and the scary things, I think we will also look at the resilience and how to strengthen really our cyberspace. But Timea first.
They can't hear you. Or they can. Okay,
From
continue.
yeah.
Okay, now.
Maybe on your side, Timea, from a private sector lens, who are the main threat actors targeting critical infrastructure, and how is the industry adapting? But also, what is needed to strengthen the resilience of the private sector? So, Timea, over to you.
Thanks very much, Marie. And I'd just like to preface that everything I say here today, it's written in much more detail in a report that ICC has published at the IGF last year on the protection of critical infrastructure and their supply chains, and that's available in English, Spanish, and Chinese, as well as Arabic. So if you want to hear more about what I try to cram into my short interventions, please take a look at the report, and I'll put the link in the chat later on. To answer your question, Marie, from private sector perspective, the threat landscape facing critical infrastructure has never been more serious or diverse. We are seeing a broad range of actors, each with their distinct motivations and capabilities that target essential services that underpin our economies and societies. On one end of the spectrum, we have the state nexus threat actors, often referred to as advanced persistent threats or APTs. These actors are often supported by governments, military, or intelligence institutions, and they are typically well-funded, highly skilled, and capable of executing long-term complex operations. And their objectives vary from disrupting services and accessing sensitive information to advancing geopolitical interests or undermining public trust in institutions. And they can target both public and private sector entities. At the same time, the private sector must contend with increasingly organized cyber criminal ecosystems. These criminal groups are often globally distributed and structured in ways that make them resilient to takedowns and prosecution. While also ransomware as a service has made it possible for even relatively unsophisticated attackers to cause major disruptions. Thirdly, there are insider threats that are also a significant concern. These are individuals, whether malicious or simply negligent, that could be employees or third-party contractors to critical infrastructure services who often have privileged access and fewer security checks. And even a small mistake on their part or intentional sabotage can have big cascading real-world consequences. What makes all of these threats more dangerous is the interconnected nature of our infrastructure systems, right? A compromise in one sector, say electricity, can ripple into others like healthcare, telecommunications, or transportation. And these aren't just IT risks. These are national and global security concerns. Cyber attacks on critical infrastructure can lead to service outages, physical destruction, or even endanger lives. And it's not just about keeping these systems online, it's about making sure that these attacks don't compromise the confidentiality and integrity of data that can lead to long-lasting consequences like identity theft or misinformation, which can cause havoc long after the incident has been dealt with, right? So how is the private sector responding to this? It is actually stepping up, making significant investments in cybersecurity resilience. We are seeing growing adoption of zero trust architectures, continuous patching and vulnerability management, strong data backups, supply chain risk assessments. Companies are building robust incident response plans and embedding cybersecurity by design into their systems. So there's a lot that the private sector does, but it is critical to be clear-eyed about the limits of what the private sector can actually do by its own. Even the best funded private entities cannot deter state-sponsored actors or take down global criminal networks on their own. Cybersecurity, especially in the context of critical infrastructure, is a shared responsibility between government and industry. So to strengthen the resilience, I think there are 4 things that are critical. First, governments must play a more active role in disrupting threat actors, enforcing laws, and creating accountability in cyberspace. This includes strengthening national capabilities, supporting law enforcement collaboration across borders, and fully implementing the existing international norms and frameworks of responsible state behavior in cyberspace. Secondly, we need more stronger and operational public-private partnerships, not just during the crises themselves, but in the ongoing governance and design of security measures. This includes real-time threat intelligence sharing, joint exercises, collaborative development of standards and guidelines, and many more. Third, we need to invest in capacity building and resilience, especially in sectors or regions where cybersecurity maturity is still developing. And last but not least, we need to strike the right balance between regulatory obligations and the sustainability of security controls. Regulation should be clear, risk-based, and consistent across borders. At the same time, voluntary standards and flexible frameworks can allow companies to adapt quickly to emerging threats and invest in the most effective protections. So to conclude, protecting critical infrastructure requires continuous investment, cooperation, and innovation. The private sector is deeply committed to strengthening its defenses and ensuring business continuity, but without decisive government action and deep ongoing collaboration, we will not be able to keep pace with the evolving threat environment that Pavel has been talking about earlier. Thanks, Marie.
Thank you, Timea. I think you point out the importance of what we have to do together and that no one can achieve anything on their own. And that really the stakeholder needs to work together. So now I'm going to go to Floretta. Unfortunately, Albania has suffered recent cyber attacks. So can you maybe share some lessons, because that's how also it works, is sharing best practices, lesson learned, and how to be more resilient. Can you also give us some idea on how, in that time, the diplomatic and the technical community collaborated during the response? So Floretta, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. This is a great opportunity to be here in this very honored panel and speak about the case of Albania. Yes, it is true. In mid-2022, we had a big cyber attack on the e-gov services. And Albania is a government which has today over 1,200 services, e-services to the Albanian citizens. Over 95% of all our services to citizens are online, so hitting that system was really something which was aiming to disrupt our work to the citizens, to disrupt their trust to the government. And it was a long and very important process for us, because we were fighting corruption, we were bringing more efficiency to citizens, and we were really focused on doing our best. But then this was kind of a wake-up call for us, because as we focused so much on having a technological advancement, on responding to cybersecurity, in 2022, when we did have a law on cybersecurity, according to the NIS1 directive by then, we did have an authority on cybersecurity, and we thought we had it covered. We understood that talking about cybersecurity, it's not talking about technology. It's talking about a mindset, it's talking involving more people, from the top management to the simple employee inside every organization, that cybersecurity is something everyone needs to focus on. The investment need to be in technology, but capacity building is also important for training people, and also people who are not technical have the right mindset and awareness that even one mistake in one person inside a big organization can allow that a simple attack become a big incident on cybersecurity. So these were the main lessons on 2022. We made big changes in the country, really big reforms legally, on making a new law on cybersecurity on 2024, according to the NIS2 directive. As we are talking for the critical and important infrastructures, this week actually we're expecting the government to approve the new list of critical and important infrastructure, which we built according to the new procedures, a new methodology according to the NIS2 directive. And a big change, it has been not only working with all the critical infrastructures and their technical employees, but also going beyond that and looking at the procedures, looking at how people are trained, looking at every employee inside organizations, public or private sector, to really have a focus on why they need to be focused, and understanding that on cybersecurity and the cyber attacks, it's not simply a password which needs to be more secure. So it's people who need to look at every email, at every message they get, at if it's, to make sure that the links that they're opening, they are safe, and they can continue their business or private life really in a secured manner. They have been big changes inside the authority. We had about 20 people, now we're going to 85 people inside the authority. The list of critical infrastructures is increased by 50% with the new methodology. We work really on daily and basis with all the critical and important infrastructures. With the big state-sponsored cyber attack of 22 was not one and alone. It has continuously, we've been continuously under those attacks. The last one practically happened last week, which was really a severe attack on the Tirana municipality. And our technical teams are like the big changes that in 2022, it was difficult to have a good group of experts to work on the case. But in cases like today, in over 1.5 years now, we have only the team that goes from the Authority on Cybersecurity, working closely with the cybersecurity teams inside the organizations, in trying, first of all, what's important to bring back the services, and also go back and do the reverse engineering, find out what happened, where the attack came from. And this is where the important part is. What do we do with the attribution? When we find out at the end where the attack came from, which is not, at least in the last cases, it has happened. We have had about over 80 attempt last year, and 32 attacks became incidents, and we dealt with all the cases successfully. But what we fear, as in every country, I believe, is if the attacks are severe, if the attacks go more than in one infrastructures, how our capacities are to respond to those, and then how we work with the diplomatic community actually to deal with the cases. Now, I've been part of many UN and a number of UN open-ended working group, which give us a good understanding how countries in the world actually act or react in case of big cyber attacks and in case of incidents. And we are all, as much as we can, share in big rooms and learning from each other. But we also work in smaller regions. For example, Albania and the Western Balkan countries have tried many ways to really communicate, and especially with the technical teams. There is a point where they can really all the certs and they communicate with each other. Every week we share the indicators of compromise. There is a system where every country can do that. Maybe some countries need to be more active, but at least from the Albanian side, in the last over a year now, every Friday we send all the information that we can make public and share with the other certs. And those are practices which we need to enforce also with the diplomatic community. Different regions in the world have different experiences, like in Asia or Baltic countries, so we all come with our own difficulties sometimes in talking to each other when it comes to political level or diplomatic level. And then is, of course, very important, the technical side. So first we need to make everyone aware that all those groups need to communicate with each other in all the kind of preparation time that we do in order to be able to protect ourselves, but also know how to communicate when there is a cyber incident. First, because we want to share what happened, be able to share what happened, be able to protect other critical infrastructures on the same field or on the same category. As we know, the cyber attacks can go cross-border sometimes very easily. So it can happen to us, but it can happen to, unfortunately, to every other country. We need to be prepared and have very, very clear how we communicate in cases of cyber attacks. So through UN or through OSCE or different regions of the world on different type of of groups, we have agreed on confidential building measures where protecting critical and important infrastructures is really one of the key pillars on which we always look at. So maybe I'll stop here, and if you have more questions, I'll come back.
Thank you very much, Floretta. I think you already point out to certain of the points we will come back to at a later stage on the cooperation and the framework and the way ahead. But before we jump into this, I still have two speakers for the first part. So you mentioned the need for political commitment, for clarity. You mentioned the growing number of critical infrastructure and actually the need to invest in tech and capacity building. So talking about capacity building, I will now give the floor to Caroline. Because the ITU does a lot of capacity building with national certs. So maybe you can explain to us how that works and how does the role of the cross-sectoral cooperation works, the importance of having some simulation exercise, for example, and also maybe you can tell us a bit about the kind of requests that the ITU receive and how actually you address those requests to efficiently protect critical infrastructure. Caroline, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mary. I'd like to start actually on a positive note because we've heard a lot about the increasing challenges that countries are facing. But according to the ITU's Global Cybersecurity Index, countries now actually have more cybersecurity measures in place than ever before. So that means that there are more laws, more technical capabilities, more strategies, more trainings, more cooperation. Great. The challenge, and echoing what others have said, is that now countries really need to think about how do I enhance my maturity, sharpen my responsiveness, adapt to the new challenges that, for example, AI brings, and even maybe prepare for things like what would a quantum future look like. As Marie mentioned, we work on, in part on national certs. And we really see them as foundational to cyber resilience because they serve as that first line of defense against ICT threats targeting critical infrastructure in particular. Now, as countries evolve, they may develop like a cybersecurity agency, but the core of responsibilities for incident response is still with that CERT. Going to the point made earlier, cyber capacity building should not just be technical then. While CERTs are key and are that front line, they need to have a legal mandate, they need to have clear operational structures, they need to have sustainable funding. All of these form part of what makes a successful CERT. And they also need to have that continuous training and the ability to adapt to what comes next. And that's where things like cyber drills, which are the cyber exercises IT does, can be a really vital tool because they aim to simulate real world attacks, test national response mechanisms, and then foster cross-sectoral coordinations. Ideally, also, they help bridge the gap between that technical audience and non-technical communities, which is a big challenge in protecting critical infrastructure. I want to bring in an example here. I was recently in a country where we ran some exercises specifically focused around critical information infrastructure, so a subset there. Through this, we had some trainings, what they should be aware of in terms of their national regulations that were relatively new, understanding what the roles of the different actors were and the different dependencies that existed. And it was interesting to see the shift in mentality that started to happen with many of the participants who, firstly, while it was a relatively small country, most of the stakeholders there had not interacted before and had not interacted around these topics particularly. The mentality shift then started to build trust because they saw how they had connections to each other, how they could help each other, and how they could move from a ticking the box exercise that the regulator might have been putting in place to thinking proactively about what can they build as methods and pathways for sharing information, like Fretta was saying, how do you actually share that information in a timely way? What structures do we need in place? What are the vulnerabilities that we haven't, that may be uncomfortable to talk about? Only when you have trust can you actually begin to talk about those limitations. And of course, these kind of exercises can bring a bit of a renewed energy as everybody then is on the same page. They see an alignment to move forward. Now, this is just one of the types of interventions that we do. We receive a lot of requests from member states, especially now we have a list. I think it's the latest count is 46 countries that have requested some sort of support from ITU in terms of cybersecurity. We work with them in terms of establishing or enhancing a national CERT, developing or updating national cybersecurity strategies. We do quite a few different tailored trainings around topics from everything to try to bolster the number of women in cybersecurity, to topics around child online protection, critical infrastructure, of course. We also try to do a lot of train the trainer programs because our ultimate goal is to build local capacity. We're not that big of a UN agency and our team is small within that. And I think one of the things that we very much recognize, and one reason I like working with a lot of the people in this room, is there's a mutual recognition of you have to work together, but you also have to make sure that the country itself that you're helping is empowered to start on their own journey. They need to be owning the process going forward. It won't be ITU doing the cybersecurity of a country. It will be the country doing it. And we need to then look at things, what we do, how can we actually then make sure that we're developing practices for the country that can build that trust between stakeholders, as trust is particularly vulnerable when there are political or economic challenges. And with this, I do want to take a side note to just say this is not a developed country issue. Many of the issues that developing countries are facing are ones that developed countries are facing. Are you being agile? Do you have the right people in the right places? Are the stakeholders actually coordinating? And for least developed countries, then they have the extra added issue, and small island developing states, I'd like to add to this, in that they lack the human capacity, let alone the technical tools. So as countries are facing these competing priorities, exercises can be a useful way to help identify where the areas for prioritization lie, where they can work more effectively together and where they should go next. Thanks.
Caroline. You mentioned bridging the gap between the tech audience and the non-technical audience. So I'm going to move to my technical person on the panel. So Lars, you are actually kind of trying to bridge this gap also between the tech inside the company and the non-technical people, the operational. So which is really crucial. But from your perspective in the energy sector, what does resilience look like in practice and how is it evolving? And based on your experience, what concrete action and processes help strengthening cyber resilience?
Thank you for having me on this panel, Marie. It's very appreciate that a lot. What strikes me in these discussions we are sitting here is that availability, that is our definitely part of our front of our heads, because we are running a critical infrastructure like hydropower plants, solar, wind, batteries, grid stabilizers, that everything that keeps electricity grids in different countries around the globe up and running. And for us, the resilience part is kind of like we need to introduce the ability to anticipate, prepare for, respond to, recover from, and learn from disruptions that happens. And to make these happens, we need to have the people in the sharp end. They need to get a better understanding together with the operations and also the managers and the policymakers, at least, to actually how can we make these operationalized. The processes are very good, the policies are good, but we need to adapt and keep in mind that security and cybersecurity, we are actually adapting into cyber physical systems. And these cyber physical systems, they need to be taken good care of. And it's not like we can put any type of security measures into any type of system, because that system will affect another type of system that can get consequences and impacts you maybe don't want to have. So you need to build a better understanding of what you actually try to achieve. So for us, it's like the resiliency part is, for our site, is a lot of physical, what kind of spare parts do we have stored in case of emergency. Wind and weather, we are highly educated and trained to handle. We work to handle a lot of the cybersecurity part, attacks and understanding. From our part, we have actually done drills the last couple of years directly to our power stations and the people outside there. And they love that we actually came down to them, talk to them, make us understand how they, day by day, work and life is, and also how that will affect them and their family if a cyber attack happens. And one thing is the cyber attack in itself, but if that is combined with other type of physical attacks at the same time, how do we handle that? And how do we, together with the national security authorities, the regulators for our sector, how do we work together to actually achieve our end goal, to actually keep the availability of these, the critical infrastructure that we actually are working on. So for our part, it's also, at the same time, we also need to adapt to the climate changes that we already have felt, and work close together with these, the other authorities, both in the Norwegian countries and the Nordics, because the electricity grids, both in the Nordics and Europe, we are highly connected, and we need to build that understanding. Also from experience, back in 2015, 2016, the Nordic TSOs, transmission system operators, that are responsible for the highways in the electricity grids in each and every country, actually did drills together to actually see what affected us, together with the national security authorities, the national regulators, and also with the different CERT teams in these countries. And what we actually achieved from that type of exercise was actually the better understanding what is needed of knowledge and not only for the cyber security and IT, but you also need a good understanding from each and every type of, from electricity, from telecoms, from water and water sewage, and other critical infrastructure that are in this mixture to actually do the right decisions at the right time. So from my perspective, it's definitely the go together, collaborate, and then make the people in the sharp end able to do their work and get a better understanding. So I think that's good for now.
Thank you very much, Lars. So the time is flying fast because we have a lot to say. And I would like to jump, actually, based on your point on the importance of talking, working together, cross-sectoral, cross-regional, between the authorities at national level, at regional level, you mentioned as well, Floretta. I would like to look at cooperation frameworks and path ahead. So for this, I will give you a bit of a shorter time so we can also have a bit of time for questions. But I will start with you, Timea, online. So you mentioned the challenges of the private sector to protect critical infrastructure. What support you would need from policymaker? And also, why do you think the business should care about discussions that are happening at the international level in international forums such as the UN? And please keep it short so we can have time for questions from the audience. Thanks.
Thanks, Marie. I'll try to be brief. Really, for business protecting critical infrastructure today, it's increasingly difficult, and not because of a lack of willingness, but because of the complexity and fragmentation that surrounds this. So we have challenges like many of the essential services we rely on today not being originally conceived as critical, so not designed to operate with the resilience and security that we now require. At the same time, these infrastructures are highly interdependent, not just with each other's, but with suppliers, contractors, and digital service providers who might not themselves be classified as critical. Then we have a huge issue with fragmentation, not a shared global understanding of what constitutes critical infrastructure, with definitions and legal frameworks differing widely between countries, and in some cases missing altogether. And then there's the question of maturity of critical infrastructure operators that vary enormously from those companies that can't have the resources to invest in advanced security measures to those, especially SMEs, who lack the tools, funding, and expertise, but they are just as critical in the supply chains. So how do we ensure security for essential services without overburdening the companies that we actually rely on to operate and innovate them? I won't talk about what the private sector could do. Please read the report that I posted in the chat. We say a lot about that. But I focus on the policymakers, as that's what you asked about, Marie. And there, I have a very short answer. It's not more regulation, but smarter policy. Focus less on control and more on creating the right incentives for cybersecurity investment. There's also a need to rebalance responsibility between the private and public sectors. Governments must recognize that security for socially critical infrastructure is not solely a private burden, particularly when that infrastructure is necessary for public well-being, national security, and economic stability. Instead of defaulting to new regulatory obligations, we need public investment, fiscal support, and policy environments that enable businesses to design and deploy secure systems from the ground up. This includes adopting international standards, aligning risk management frameworks, and clarifying roles and responsibilities across the value chain, but doing so in a way that reduces fragmentation and focuses effort on what actually improves security outcomes. And that's where international forums like the United Nations come in. Norm setting, capacity building, cross-border cooperation are only possible through platforms like the UN. Business has a vital interest in these discussions because the outcomes directly affect our ability to operate securely, to trade across borders, and serve the public. But international collaboration will only work if it's grounded in shared understanding, common standards, and real-world experience. For that reason, businesses must have a seat at the table in these UN discussions. This is the only way that we can make sure that the people who build, operate, and secure critical infrastructure actually contribute to shaping the frameworks that will define its protection. So if there's one line that I'd like you to leave you with today, is this: if we want effective cybersecurity outcomes, we need inclusive policymaking processes. I hope I was brief enough, Marie.
Thank you. I think you point out to all the complexity and challenges. I guess there are also some challenges within the technical community. So Lars, maybe you can tell us a bit more about how the technical community cooperate together. You touched upon a bit on this already, and how the cross-sectoral level as well, and also international level. But also, from your perspective, should the technical community engage more with the diplomats? I think you started pointing it out, but if you can dig it a bit further, that would be great. And also, how can the industry better engage, or has an incentive to engage actually in those multilateral processes where governments are sitting and discussing the protection of critical infrastructure?
Yeah, from my perspective and our perspective, it's definitely important to collaborate more with the diplomats and diplomacy to get a better common understanding of what's actually needed and what it actually what type of resources are needed and how much time things and what's actually take to do. And because so to have a type of some arenas that we can actually meet, talk, not that formal in a way, I will say, because that makes it more easier and comfortable to speak out in a better way. Today I brought out my white shirt. That's I try to adapt to Floretta. I think. That is a start. Maybe sometimes I will shortly invite Floretta and others to be part on a trip for our sakes. There are some of our, maybe some plans or some that are available, and talk to our specialists and technicians, because that will definitely help you and others to understand. At the same time, the other way around. What is your work going on? What can we help you with on your way? Because, as was mentioned here before, the arenas that we can actually meet and get a better actual understanding of what critical infrastructure are is very, very important. Because sometimes there are so on a high level discussions, so the people down on on the ground, they do not feel any does that hit me actually, or does it? So the right arenas, cross sectional with the diplomats, but also internally in the countries, cross sectoral wise, and also over borders. Because in the electricity community we have the NCOE in Europe, the interest group for TSOs, but we also have CIGRE, that is a global interest organization, that also have cybersecurity on topic. But these different arenas, maybe we sometimes from the cybersecurity technical perspective can go to these arenas and talk more, and the same from the diplomacy and IT community also, to get a better understanding of electricity, water, and other types. Yep.
Thank you very much, Lars. And thankfully, I have a white and blue shirt, so I'm like sitting in between the two of you. And also, I'm wearing sneakers. You can't see, but I'm not that formal. But so I think one of the important thing is exactly this, like that one understand the other. But it's not only for one side to come to the diplomatic arena. It's also for the diplomats to concretely understand what your needs are and how you operate on a daily basis, and actually to create this environment of trust and to be down to earth. Pavel, I'm going to jump to you to maybe look at how the UN framework can actually be more practical and to protect critical infrastructure. How can we actually follow what just Lars said and be more practical and down to earth and to better understand each other to make sure that we create this trusted environment? Pavel, over to you.
Thank you so much, Marie. The UN Framework for Responsible State Behavior in Cyberspace, it has been mentioned by Floretta, it has been mentioned by Carolyn. It does provide a strong foundation for protecting critical infrastructure. At the core of this framework are agreed voluntary cyber norms, something that all states have committed to do. Notably, Norm F, which affirms that states should not conduct or support any ICT activity that intentionally damages critical infrastructure of others. And Norm G, which encourages states to take appropriate measures to protect their own infrastructure. And there is another norm, Norm H, which goes one step further, and it calls on all states to assist each other in mitigating malicious cyber activity targeting critical infrastructure and other essential services. But of course, the devil is in the details of implementation. We must ensure that this global framework is not a nice commitment that remains on paper, that it's practically implemented. And some things that are currently being done at the UN and global level is countries are designating points of contacts globally for crisis communication in recognition that you cannot exchange business cards in a hurricane when a real cyber crisis hits and you need assistance from abroad, whether it's assistance from the private sector or another member state. If the malicious activity is emanating from outside of your own territory, you need to have all these channels, the trust, and the network already in place to know where to reach out. Of course, there is another challenge here, and that is when we do capacity building in developing countries, we often see this mindset of cybersecurity being an IT department problem or national cybersecurity agency problem. And here is where the tabletop exercises simulating real crisis really come into focus, because bringing in all the decision makers and demonstrating that when critical services are down, whether it's energy, water, or healthcare, it is far broader as a problem than a problem for a national cybersecurity agency. So that really helps bring people together, as Carolyn said, and we have seen this on the ground. So in order for the UN framework to have a real world impact and not remain just on paper, it must be operationalized nationally through legislation, institutional coordination, but also sustained investment in cybersecurity that needs to be supported not only by the technical community, but also by the political decision makers in a country. It must be inclusive, involving also technical experts, civil society, and the private sector. In other words, all the stakeholders that have a role to play in protecting critical infrastructure. And of course, it should be backed by practical capacity building. I will leave it at that in the interest of time, and over back to you.
Thank you. So I think, Floretta, I'll give you the floor, and I would like to keep a few minutes for questions if there are any, and also for Akil at the end to wrap up all those information that we gathered. But you're the perfect link to between the diplomat and the technical. You're a diplomat, you're sitting in the technical organization, you've been part of the UN discussion, you're also part of the Women in Cyber Fellowship. Maybe you can give us a bit of very quickly, your view on how to bridge those different communities and how to ensure that each communities understand and engage with one another.
As it was said here, it is absolutely crucial that those communities talk to each other. As I mentioned, Albania has taken a number of reforms on trying to bring the best what you can do in a country in the cyber ecosystem in order to reach the best results. Unfortunately, only the countries that have had big attacks kind of have learned the lesson. But as we always try to say, in cybersecurity, it's like in a football match. You can be the best team in the world. You always try and make the training in order when there is a game, you don't have a goal. But sometimes, even if you are the best and you have the best players, you still have the goal from the other side. So it's the same on cybersecurity. You prepare, you believe you have the best team in protecting you, but sometimes, there are circumstances when the attacks can hit you. So this is the moment where we all train, when we all talk in a peacetime, when there is not a hurricane, in order to be responsive. That's why those community needs to talk to each other, because the crisis can be internal to that organization, which can be big. It can spill out in the society, but it can also become an international issue. And especially when it becomes an international issue, is the diplomatic community who do the talks. Now, the UN is one of the best examples, and OSCE and other organizations that can bring together always diplomat and technical communities. And that's actually one way to talk to each other. There are fellowships that, like the Women in Cyber Fellowship, which I have been part, but there was a UN Singapore Fellowship and other numerous fellowship supported from UN, where you see those communities be together for 1 week, for 2 weeks, on the same room. That obviously, you kind of start to build that trust on talking to each other. The point of contact directory, the UN-based, it's another step how countries talk to each other. But on the daily basis, as you said, it's really important that we all speak with a critical and important infrastructure. We maybe have the luxury of being a small country. We're going to have only over 200 critical and important infrastructures. In some countries, there are a few thousand. But we all have to find a way, either through clusters or through sectors, that they talk to each other, they talk with the National Authority on Cybersecurity, and they understand why it's important that not only local, but also international connections are very important. We have put together a new strategy on cybersecurity, which is also one of the sub-laws which need to be passed in a matter of a week or two. And in Albania, there are two main points where we focus: supporting the critical and important infrastructure, and also awareness and support for children being safe online, but awareness to every level of society. Underrepresented groups, SMEs, all groups who otherwise do not hear about cybersecurity. But one of the 5 pillars of the strategy, it is the international cooperation. In some countries, international cooperation is important because we do not have the means and the opportunities and the money to really invest on cybersecurity. And the international support is very important in this case. But we also need the international support because we need to be connected. It is a world where we need to speak freely to each other. And when it comes to cybersecurity, there is no border. The attack can have an effect in one country, go to other countries. It can be a European or, a US organization or a company who have branches around a number of countries, and one hit can hit, several countries all in once. So that's why it's important. Another thing we have tried is exactly this: bring an experienced diplomat inside a technical organization. It was for me to understand first, what would I do in an organization like this if I come with at least 2 years of experience working on cyber diplomacy. But now I understand that maybe this is, Singapore has it as example. They have a team which works, which have one leadership, but 2 groups, one with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or Communication, as they call it, and one with a technical group, understanding that there should be a very strong link between the organizations. We kind of started doing this, and it works perfectly because the translation is very important with the internationals, with the diplomatic community, but also everything that technical groups have done, you translate it in the way you present it to your bosses, to the government, to the prime minister, to people who want to know what happened. Because if you go too technical, it's normally, it's a different language, but the point is people need to understand in their own language what is going on and how they should be prepared. So this link is very important, and I believe every country, one way or another, is trying to take steps in this direction.
Thank you, Floretta. So, Caroline, I give you the floor for 1 minute, and then I will keep 2 minutes for a question from the audience here, and then 2 minutes to Akil to wrap up. But Floretta, you mentioned international cooperation is key. So maybe, Caroline, very shortly, you can share some of maybe some cooperation models that have been proven to be very effective, that could be like basis for best practices and how to provide some ideas for future discussion in the UN.
Thanks. And yeah, for the sake of time, I won't share stories we did a tabletop exercise with UNIDIR and UNODA for the point of contacts directory that Pavel mentioned. I'll just summarize and say it often felt like the technical and diplomatic contacts were operating from completely different playbooks. So more coordination is definitely needed here. And I want to note that we should note that coordination needs to happen at the national, regional, and global levels, because a lot of coordination efforts are either concentrated on the diplomatic or the technical levels, and we need those cross-cutting aspects. So to just quickly mention a few models, of course, there's the ASEAN Certain Maturity Framework, NISA, OAS is a very successful model, OIC, they're all driving coordination, maturity, sharing best practices. There's, of course, also FIRST that has been instrumental to CERT. I do want to note that for critical infrastructure in particular, we do hear from operators in the private sector it's not always clear which of these different frameworks that they should be trying to engage with, as there are so many. And in some of them, the state takes the first step rather than the operator. So more clarity there is definitely something that is needed. And just to echo Tamea's recommendation that these models only work if then they're part of a bigger ecosystem that has the coordination. But I'll leave it for there, given that we're running short on time.
Thank you very much, Caroline. So I just want to check with the audience if there is a very burning question. If not, I do have one, but in the sake of time. Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Eirik. I work for the IT company owned by the Church of Norway. Just interested in sharing like more sensitive data across borders. Because when you're a technical person, you sometimes get technical information you don't necessarily want to go public. But you still want to share it with other technical people so that they can defend their systems better. How can we make arrangements for that?
Who wants to take it?
Yeah. This is part of building trust with the people you work with.
Yeah.
And in the Western Balkan, there is a region where the technical communities, different ways and different formats, try to be in contact with each other, either starting with WhatsApps, with groups of emails, with the platforms that we're using to share weekly the information. And we are also trying another way. It's a long-term investment, we believe.
Yeah.
We have started a cyber camp of young people in the region, and we are building an alumni group of people who go on cybersecurity. So for the first time, they met when they were 20, 21. And we believe that in each country, since they come together on the same cyber camps every year, and they still meet in alumni group with, who was the first year, the second year. For the first time, we did the alumni last year online. We're going to do this in person. And we try to build the trust really from the young age, because we believe those are things which take time. And sometimes they prevent you not talking to each other for different trust reasons that are not only cybersecurity. And in order to overcome those, we're trying all the best way possible, practically, how to really build the communities regionally all together.
Yeah. Very good.
Okay, great question. I think we could have talked about this for 20 minutes. I think Lars was willing to answer, but I will give like 30-second, nearly 1 minute, but I think we are cut short of time. But like very, very briefly, Akil, if you can wrap up the entire hour of discussion that we had. Thank you. And then you will have the last word. So.
Thank you, Marie. Well, as you said, I do have the last word, which is a slightly unfair advantage of going last, which means that I get to sound smart by summarizing all the great points that were shared here. So let me try to do justice to that in just 2 minutes. Well, firstly, thank you to our panelists and participants, both on-site and online. Key takeaways from today's session underscore that collaboration is non-negotiable, whether it's bridging diplomatic technical divides, strengthening cert-to-cert cooperation, or fostering public-private partnerships. Silos are a luxury we just cannot afford anymore. We heard from Floretta that resilience is both a mindset and a systemic effort, rooted in governance, funding, and international collaboration. Lars highlighted the energy sector's resilience on cross-border teamwork, where regular drills and shared awareness are vital. Timia reminded us that while the private sector is innovating with zero trust and threat intelligence, what's needed now to reduce fragmentation is smarter policy, not necessarily more regulation. Caroline emphasized the ITU's role in building CERT capacity through cyber drills, peer learning, and stressing that resilience requires legal mandates and cross-cutting coordination at all levels, national to global. And Pavel mapped the alarming scale of threats from ransomware to space infrastructure, and the urgent need to turn UN norms into action through practical tools like crisis exercises, POCs, and inclusive capacity building. 3 themes came through very clearly: preparation through exercises, clear protocols, and strong leadership; inclusivity, making sure that governments, industry, and civil society all have a seat at the table; and shared responsibility, recognizing that threats cascade across borders and no single actor can secure critical infrastructure alone. As we conclude, I encourage everyone to carry forward today's calls to action: concrete partnerships, actionable frameworks, and sustained dialogue. Thank you again for your insights, and wishing you all a meaningful and productive time at IGF. Over to you, Murray.
Thank you. I'm just like closing. So thank you very much. We are running out of time. It has been very, I would like to thank the panelists, and I'll give the floor back to the next panel.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. For those in your room, if you have not signed into the Zoom room, I recommend and ask that you do. We do have some online participants, and we hope that it helps with the facilitation and discussion between in-person and online participants as well. And if you're looking for the audio, it's on channel 1 of the headset. My name is Jim Prendergast. I'm with the Galway Strategy Group, and as I was preparing for this, I realized this is my 17th IGF, which is a little frightening but exciting because what we're going to talk about is one of those issues that wasn't around at the first one that I attended, but rapidly has appeared on the horizon as the IGFs have progressed. So the topic we're diving into today is not just timely, but it's absolutely critical. It's agentic AI and the need for responsible governance. We're witnessing a pivotal moment where AI is evolving beyond reactive tools to become proactive, autonomous agents capable of independent decision-making and action. This leap presents both incredible opportunities, but also some challenges that demand immediate and thoughtful attention, and that's what we want to do today. Our goal is to explore these new frontiers, understand the implications of this powerful technology, and sort of collaboratively work towards a future where agentic AI serves humanity responsibly and ethically. So let's get started. Where is my clicker? Maybe advance the slide if you can in the back. Could you grab that for me? There we go. Okay, back to the agenda if you would. Back one slide. All right, so just real briefly, I'll cover what we're going to do today. We've only have 60 minutes. So for what could possibly be a 3-hour discussion. So, and when I say discussion, I mean it. We want this to be as interactive as possible. We want to include everybody's comments, thoughts, questions, etc. So we're going to leave about half of our time for Q&A. What we're going to do is we're going to have some brief scene-setting remarks from our 4 fantastic panelists, touching on both understanding agentic AI and both the challenges and ethical considerations that come with the use of this technology. So let me introduce you to our panelists. On my left here in the room, we have Will Carter, who leads AI policy at Google, where he focuses on advancing AI innovation at Google and smart AI policy around the world. He made his way from his home in New Mexico in the United States. Joining us online is Luciana Benatti, who is the head of research in AI at, here goes my Spanish, Fundación Vía Libre. She innovates in participatory methods for AI evaluation in Latin America and is joining us from Argentina. Jayantha Fernando is a veteran technology and digital law expert and the head of technology, media, and telecom practice at Heritage Partners in Colombo, Sri Lanka. He's also a member of the Sri Lankan AI Task Force. He will be joining us in a few minutes, I believe, from Kuala Lumpur. Tracking him down is difficult, to say the least. He's always on the move. And then finally, to my right, we have Dominique Lazansky, who is an expert in standards development and negotiates for the UK government at the ITU. She's also a fellow at the University of Pittsburgh, working on tech policy, and is a consultant on a wide variety of tech projects globally, including in Ukraine. She splits her time between London and Lillehammer, just north of us here in Oslo. So to get us started, I'm going to ask Will and Dominique to sort of give us a brief intro into agentic AI, including the role that standards could play in responsible deployment. So, Will, you want to get us going?
Thanks, Jim. And thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Jim gave me the unenviable job of trying to define agentic AI and set the stage for this conversation, which is probably one of the most fraught topics in AI policy at the moment. There is no consensus definition of what agentic AI is, and we're only beginning to see the capabilities of this technology emerge. And I think that a lot will transform over the next couple of years as more of these agentic AI solutions are rolled out around the world. And at the same time, we can identify certain attributes of agentic AI systems that are more unique, certain defining characteristics that differentiate agentic AI from previous generations of AI assistants. And really, I would point to 2. The first is the ability to do more complex reasoning within the model, and the ability to perform more complex tasks on behalf of the user. And really, those 2 key characteristics, the ability to reason about more complex topics and then take action, are what differentiate emerging agentic AI solutions from previous generations of AI capabilities. So what is this about? Why are we even doing this? Why are we pursuing these technologies? I think that, for us at Google, agents are the next step on our mission from our foundation to really organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful to people. You can think of agents as the next step along a journey that started with what we called PageRank, the original Google search. Over time, we introduced machine learning into search in order to better understand context and provide more relevant answers to user queries. We introduced models like BERT and MUM, early large language models that allowed us to process more complex queries and route users more efficiently to relevant results. And now we've introduced features like AI overviews, AI mode, the Gemini apps, which leverage really cutting-edge large language models in order to answer users' questions and direct them to actionable results. And agents are that next step, that are going to get our users to more relevant responses, more relevant results in fewer queries, and allow them to take action more efficiently. So it's really about, that next step in simplifying the user journey and really delivering better results for our users. And what does that look like ultimately? This is aspirational. It'll take years for this technology to get to this point, but we'd like to see a world in which AI agents can pick up a lot of the day-to-day mental load of our day-to-day tasks. So I'm a parent. I imagine most of the parents in the room would love if they had a virtual assistant that could manage pickups from after-school activities, meal plan for your family based on their eating preferences and needs, help to manage the family budget and, with your permission, pay your bills, and identify an SUV that can accommodate 3 car seats, but also fit into cramped urban parking spaces, and find it at a local dealership in your preferred color. All of these little things are things that I think that agentic AI will hopefully be able to take off our plates, allowing us to focus on more interesting and complex tasks and the things that are most important to us. So that's the positive vision, and really that's where we see this technology going. And I'll pass it over to Dominique to talk a little bit more about the implications.
Thank you. And actually, Will, you bring up the point that I think agentic AI started in the 90s with search and the human agents, right?
Yep, absolutely.
It's something that I was thinking about recently, so thanks for bringing that up. So I'm going to talk a little bit about standards, AI standards, because we've heard a lot about AI here, AI in governance, AI in regulation, AI, as an issue for WSIS. And I just want to talk about the sort of bedrock for all this work that Will's doing at Google, or indeed that we're experiencing when we actually are using it. And as Will said, because he keeps stealing my thunder, setting definitions and terms is really, really key. And there's been a lot of proposals in this area. And again, when I think of standards, I'm talking about technical standards. We also, for agents as well, we have more standards that we're going to have to look at in the future regarding personal information, privacy, frameworks around deployment. And as you probably know, a lot of the European Commission and a lot of other organizations globally are starting to think about that, as well as not-for-profits and other think tanks as well, and academic institutions like my own. But so definition is one that I'm really, we're all kind of struggling with, because, when we say AI agents, it could mean different things to different people depending on regulation or depending on where they're sitting, quite frankly. So from a technical point of view, JTC 21 within ISO has set up a group for defining standards, and they've started to produce documents, and they're also talking a lot about agents as well within that. So the thing is, as AI progresses and as it becomes standardized, there's a few other things that'll need to happen with respect to agents as well. One is defining the processes, test methodology, which will be particularly important for engagement, metrics, reference points, and risk analysis. But I think the most important thing as we go forward with this from a standards point of view and from a discussion point of view for all the different companies and the different organizations coming up with agents is going to be how there's going to be compatibility and interoperability. Without that, the different ideas and the different potential market solutions to things, whether it's on a travel site or whether it's food shopping or perhaps even medication, won't be able to take place. And standards provide stability as well, provide a baseline and provide a foundation for everything going on as this continues to grow. And I just wanted to highlight from a UK perspective where I'm from and where I work, there's a great organization called the AI Standards Hub that just put on a AI Standards Summit. And there's videos from that summit as well that are really good to dip into and gives you an idea of what the technical standards are, what people are talking about with GDPR and et cetera, and all of that. So from that point of view, I think there needs to be some stability and some sort of common framework or multiple common frameworks from which we can jump off of. And I think that's what's happening from that point of view. So I'm going to stop there. We can talk more about it.
Sure. Yeah, no, great. Thanks, Dominic. And, sort of we're setting the stage here. We can certainly come back to some of the topics that were raised. Luciana, I'm going to turn to you next since we're still waiting on Fernando to join us. Why don't you go ahead and, talk about some of the research you've done and some of the challenges you've discovered along the way.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation, Jim. I'm happy to be here. I hope next time I can join you guys there in person. I haven't been to the IGF in person myself. And I think the slides need to go on. Yeah, that's right. So those are my slides. In fact, I wanted to share something, and it's my first reference there, that is very related to one question that was just posted in the chat by Tinuat from Nigeria on human workforce. So I wanted to share this recent study by the Social and Language Technology Lab at Stanford. I wish we had a similar study for Latin America and also for Africa, Tinuat. It surveyed 1,500 US workers from 100 occupations, asking if they want automation with AI agents. The results show that workers do want automation, but in a large proportion, not the kind of automation that AI agents currently offer. In this survey, almost half of the tasks offered by the AI agents that were described there, that are offered now by the AI agents, were seen by workers as non-desired for automation, including, for instance, agenda setting. While other tasks, for example, scheduling meeting times through a natural language conversation, have a high potential for automation, according to the AI researchers that were also involved in the survey to see whether the tasks were actually feasible. But these tasks receive little investment. So who is responsible for this misalignment between human needs and AI agents' current capabilities? Well, not only companies deploying agents, as many of them rely on a few large language models that work well for some tasks and not for others behind AI agents. It's also important to notice that this misalignment carries an environmental burden. Every hour and every task performed by a misaligned agent, and I'm not talking about training that agent, contributes to unnecessary energy consumption and carbon footprint that is not making most humans' lives better, according to this survey. So there is another aspect. Once we decide on a task, if that task is aligned with the needs of the humans, how do we choose one AI agent over another, right? So there are also ethical considerations there. And in order to choose between one AI agent over another for a particular task, usually we use metrics. So for measuring for instance, the energy consumption, and also metrics for deciding which agents make less errors. Some of the most used metrics in AI are not transparent. For example, F1 and accuracy, they treat all kinds of errors in the same way. Let me give you a concrete example. Suppose a government is using an AI agent to decide which families receive an energy subsidy. A false positive here means giving a subsidy to someone, to a family, that may not need it. So it's an inefficiency. But a false negative, denying a subsidy to a family that depends on it, can mean kids going without power to study or to store food, for instance. So F1 and accuracy, that these metrics that are very common in machine learning, do not distinguish between these two types of error. In her paper that we see here, Luciana Ferrar argues that these metrics obscure these risks. She argues that to select good models, researchers can just hand off this risk consideration of different kinds of errors to policy implementers. These decisions, these metrics have to be built into model selection from the start, better metrics that consider different kinds of errors. This means involving domain experts in early stages of AI design to decide what kind of errors have different kinds of risks and costs, and not in the late stages as is done in human oversight. So I will leave the last reference there for later on to get the discussion going.
Okay, thank you very much. We are still waiting on Fernando to join us, so I guess as we previewed for you, we want to make this interactive. So what I'm going to do is I'm sort of going to get the discussion going. I've got a couple of questions for our panelists, but so everybody knows rules of engagement here in the room. There are microphones on either side. For our remote participants, if you have a question, please type it into the chat. I know that's not ideal, but from a technological standpoint, that is the most efficient way to make it happen, and I will read your question into the chat. So let me, we touched on, let me just bring up some thoughts here. So obviously safeguards is something I think everybody in this room is concerned about. You hear the potential horror stories of AI agents running amok. What are some of the safeguards that we do need to protect, privacy, safety, and autonomy in a world full of AI agents? So I'm sure you've given this a lot of thought.
Quite a lot of thought. This has been core to our mission at Google from the beginning, from our earliest days, and I think agents in some ways take some of these risks and some of these questions to a new level, particularly the degree of autonomy with which they can operate. But really the trade-off between autonomy and human oversight, I think, is crucial to this. And it really is at the center of our approach, which focuses on putting the user in control. You think about what are some of the unique challenges that arise with agents, because in many ways, I want to emphasize, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. AI agents are AI systems that reflect a lot of the long-standing challenges and concerns associated with AI in general. But they do have certain unique attributes that raise new challenges. One is the fact that AI agents are often made exponentially more effective by greater access to sensitive data. You think, for example, of an agent that, to Luciana's example earlier, wants to schedule meetings in your calendar. It needs access to your calendar, perhaps to your email, in order to understand your schedule and what can be moved around, where there is availability for a meeting to be scheduled. So making sure that the user is able to express granular preferences and control what data is accessible to their agents in order to perform the tasks that they want that agent to perform. Also making sure that they're able to control what data is retained by the agent. They're able to delete old sessions. These are all core capabilities that we build into our agents and that we think are going to be crucial going forward. Another form of user control is making sure that we're passing back from the agent to the user to make important decisions, particularly ones that have significant impacts or that are difficult to reverse. To give you a concrete example, let's say that you ask your agent to plan your dream vacation. The agent can autonomously go look at possible vacations on the web, identify ones that map to your particular travel preferences. Maybe you're a beach person, maybe you're a mountain person, and plan a great vacation. But we want that agent to pass back to the user to confirm before it goes ahead and makes any bookings, spends any money, makes commitments on behalf of you and your family. So that user control, I think, is really central. Another big concern with agents is that they're susceptible to what's called prompt injection. So the idea that third parties might try to manipulate the agent and get the agent to take actions that are not in the interests of the user. Here, part of it is making sure that we have robust security built into our systems, and that that the models themselves are trained to identify third-party attacks and also to prioritize the user's needs and instructions over those submitted by a third party. The second piece is making sure that you have appropriate policies in place and that you have appropriate tools to enforce those policies, so that if the agent does behave in ways that are unexpected or unintended, that you're able to intervene and prevent the agent from taking actions that could be harmful to the user. And then the other piece is making sure that there's transparency that enables accountability to the user. You want to make sure that the user is able to understand what actions the agent is taking on their behalf, and is able to intervene as needed to make sure that they remain aligned with that user's interest. The last thing I'll say is a big part of this, as Dominique alluded to earlier, is going to be about how we build the protocols and standards for the agentic web. And I think it's really important to remember that agents interact with data and systems in a very different way than humans. But right now, we're building agents that are using user interfaces and online capabilities that were designed to interact with people. I think that's going to change as more and more agents are taking more actions on behalf of users on the web. And there's a very real possibility that we'll end up with what is in many ways a new layer of the internet. We're already starting to see this develop. Google developed the agent-to-agent protocol to help agents to interact with each other in a vendor-agnostic and application-agnostic way. Anthropic developed the model context protocol to help agents understand and interact with data in safer and more intuitive ways. This is going to continue to be an area of active research, and I think it's going to be really important. And then finally, there's the actual governance and regulation layer, which is going to be critical. A lot of this is already stuff that we're putting in place. You look at landmark legislation like the EU AI Act, and as I said earlier, it addresses many of the common concerns about artificial intelligence that apply to agents as well. But we will need to continue to look at this space going forward and figure out where additional legislation that's specific to agents is needed, and make sure that we're putting good policies in place.
Thanks, Will. Luciana, you want to add to this?
Sure. So apart from privacy that we already mentioned, I also wanted to talk about biases. And here I wanted to share a real case that happened, that also I had the reference before in the slides on a paper that we wrote with my team. This is a real case that I want to share with you, but like this, there are many similar ones because we did a teacher training on AI agents for 500 teachers in secondary school in Argentina from all different subjects at high school. And so for this, we created a methodology that is called HESEIA, that is an evaluation methodology, a critical evaluation methodology for agents constructed with language models. And so at the particular public school in Argentina, high school teachers developed an agent for career guidance for students for choosing a degree to pursue at the university, using a well-known LLM API that we provided an interface for them to use it more easily. And they discovered that this agent tended to recommend degrees that usually have lower tuition fees. So this was something recurrent. So it was recommending careers with lower tuition fees to low-income students. However, in Argentina, for the moment, most universities do not charge tuition fees. And so this kind of, so it didn't make sense for the agent to recommend careers that do not charge, that do have a lower tuition fee. So this emergent bias can have long-lasting effects on the students' lives. And like this one, we found many other cases. This is one of the points I wanted to raise. And the other one is a question more to the audience, right? To ask ourselves. So when we have AI agents to automate a task, who is going to gain the profits from that task being automated? So I think that's a very important discussion when we are talking about automation. Thank you.
Great, thanks. And thanks for posing a question to the audience. And I'm looking at the audience because the microphones do not have anybody standing at them. So now's your chance. Dominique, do you want to add something to this? And I'll just let everybody know that Jayanta is dialing in now. So
fantastic. That's great. Good. I just wanted to sort of touch upon things which both Will and Luciana mentioned. One is security, and one is actually just ensuring a secure environment, a secure development environment. From a technical point of view, a secure deployment environment. Iteration, testing, and all of that is something that's going to be really, really key because the attack surface is going to be quite large. And I think it'll be ever more important to make sure that there's shared practices even among different companies about how that they're doing that to the best that they could share that. I think the other thing that I just wanted to mention that's off the back of Will's point about creating another layer of the internet, so to speak. I think this AI and agents in particular are going to challenge all of us to think about education differently. So to think about how we are educating our kids, or how the schools or any kind of environment that we're in changes how they describe how to use the internet, or how to get online, or how to interact with different things. So there's definitely an education piece. That's a long-term thing, but it's something that's going to really be needed in light of all of this, in light of this huge step change as well in the economy.
Okay, great. Thanks, Dominique. So we do have Jayanta Fernando, who has joined us, I believe, from Kuala Lumpur. It's kind of tough coming in 20 minutes into a discussion, but let me catch you up real briefly. I think a lot of what we touched on is talking about sort of misalignment, some of the unpredictable behavior, some of the challenges that come with AI agents, as well as, some of the benefits that come. But Jayanta, you were a former government official in Sri Lanka. Now you're working with governments all over the world talking about these issues. You're on the AI task force there in Sri Lanka. So maybe from a, government perspective, if you can, how are they thinking about looking at AI agents, and what role do they want to play in the rollout of those?
Thank you, Jim. And can you guys hear me?
We can, yes.
Oh, thanks. I'm sorry to come in late, just in the middle of cybercrime and electronic evidence program ongoing here with the government authorities here in Malaysia. Just to home directly into your question, I just want to emphasize that at a very early stage of adoption of AI-based systems in private sector, as well as some parts of government in some of our countries. Mostly the strategy is centered around doing building blocks or basic AI governance kind of tools. So the way I see regulatory intervention in my country, in Sri Lanka, evolving is with the objective of developing a regulatory roadmap. The AI task force has set up a legal working group entrusted with that task, it's expected that we deliver the roadmap or a draft for public comment and stakeholder feedback in around mid-July. So we are at the very tail end of constructing something. But the objectives are to promote responsible innovation through flexible governance tools and address critical AI risks, including discrimination, transparency, privacy, safety, cybersecurity, as well as accountability. And then to look at existing legal frameworks to see how best AI-related challenges or facilitation is provided. If the existing legal frameworks are a barrier, there is an expected timeline that's currently being developed to modify, amend, or develop new legal frameworks. And in doing new potential legal frameworks, the AI legal working group of the task force has identified both the risk-based hard law approaches to soft law approaches. And the tendency in our part of the world is to look at soft law primarily as an approach being what is perhaps best for Sri Lanka, given the landscape evolution that is expected. You mentioned about AI agents, exact scope and perimeter and the boundary and the risk challenges associated with AI agents are being examined, right? And there is not much visibility on how the challenges may evolve before we even think of potential legal regulatory steps. In Sri Lanka, we don't want legal regulatory steps to be an impediment towards innovation. And finally, I would like to simply say that the roadmap is focused on fostering public trust in AI system and to align with international development of standards. And in that context, a lot of expectation is in relation to global harmonization. We know that Japan has adopted a very proactive, forward-thinking legal regulatory regime that seems to be more aligned to our thinking. However, the policymakers back home are even considering looking at NIST and other standard-setting bodies for guidance in this area. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So one of the things I picked up from what he was saying was, the consultations that governments are undertaking. Will, I'm sure you participated in plenty of those, both in the U.S. and around the world, and I'm sure Luciana as well and Dominique. I mean, what are some of the common themes that you're seeing as you're talking to governments about, what questions do they have, what resources do they need, and what role can both the private sector, civil society, and the technical community play to educate policymakers about the best way to approach this? Dominic, you want to maybe jump?
Go ahead. Will, sorry.
Sure. What are governments asking about agents? I mean, frankly, the biggest question that I get about agents from government officials right now is, what are agents? And I think that, as I mentioned earlier, that is, the hot topic of the day. I also get a lot of questions about, what really is different about agents and what do we need to think about differently, which I addressed earlier. But I do think that another kind of family of questions that we're getting from governments is, what are the implications of this agentic evolution of AI systems for the broader ecosystem? You think about, for example, the implications for the broad world of cybersecurity outside of AI cybersecurity or agentic cybersecurity itself. One of the defining paradigms of modern cybersecurity practices is bots are bad. That's generally the assumption, and we prevent a lot of malicious activity online by blocking identifiable bot activity. As agents, which act like bots online, and look like bots to a lot of cybersecurity systems, how do we actually enable them to do their jobs while also making sure that bad bots continue to be prevented from causing harm? This is going to be a much broader question. There's a lot of really interesting academic research actually going on right now to understand how we differentiate between bad bot behavior online and good agent behavior online. How do we actually identify the two? But then there's also a lot of work being done on how we authenticate agents, how they identify themselves to third parties, developing those standards that Dominique talked about earlier. The other piece that I'll flag that we are hearing a lot from governments is they want to understand what is the vision for agents, what is the positive goal, what is it that we're trying to accomplish by rolling out this technology, and how does it actually work under the hood. And I am really encouraged to hear this. I think it's a lesson learned from the last few years of AI policy making that really having a robust understanding of the technology and how it works and what the problem is we're trying to solve for users is important to making good policy. So to me, it's really encouraging to see governments increasingly starting from that place and building that into their thinking about regulation.
Great, thanks. I see Luciana's got her hand raised.
Yes, I just wanted to add that since I'm also a computer science teacher, professor at the university, one question I get a lot is how is this going to impact software engineering, right? Because AI agents are being used more and more by software developers to automate a large part of the software development chain. So I think this is a very important discussion also to have because it has the potential to impact in a strong way the workforce of software engineering, also for those countries that have a lot of workers in this domain. So I think that's another topic that I wanted to raise.
And I thank you for raising that as the parent of a rising third-year computer science major, because it's definitely front and center in our house. And these are the discussions you need to have with a 20-year-old these days. It's really important to focus on. So, Dominique?
One of the things that I want to point out also is that so the regulatory frameworks are still emerging, but they're also very different, right? So in the UK, there's a push and the AI strategy there more generally is to focus on adoption and use and innovation, whereas the AI Act in Europe has really specific requirements in terms of risk analysis, practices that are prohibited, and in particular, one of the prohibitive practices that's named in the AI Act in the EU is behavior manipulation. So that's going to be something that's going to actually be quite challenging. And how to align that, for example, with what's going on in North and South America, what's going on in other countries, other regions. We've heard from what's going on in Asia Pacific more generally. So I think there's going to still have to be some alignment and agreement about how agents are going to act internationally. And again, best practices and frameworks are going to be key here, but just keep in mind that different countries and different regions are probably going to react differently to agents, also from a cultural point of view as well. So that's something I wanted to bring up.
Great. Nico, thank you for being the first to come up.
Thank you so much.
You would introduce yourself and fire away.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, well, so thank you to our fantastic panelists. My name is Nico Caballero. I'm the GAC chair at ICANN, Governmental Advisory Committee. And I have a question for the experts here regarding the influence or the effect that nowadays, sorry, I'm having trouble with my headphones. You can hear me,
we
right?
can hear you. Maybe take it off and it's a little easier.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's better. So my question is regarding, regarding machine learning. Let's say machine learning in general. We have supervised machine learning, unsupervised, and then reinforced. Supervised being, classification, for example. The way banks and credit cards and everything use classification systems. clustering for unsupervised learning, and then we have reinforced learning, LLMs, and ChatGPT and DeepSeek and Gemini and many others. So my specific question is how are agents, having, or what kind of influence do agents have as regarding supervised and unsupervised learning? For example, classification, just to give an example, or clustering as regarding unsupervised learning. Sorry if I think it's a very simple question. I'm not overly complicating things, but if you can give us, some what the latest, news you have in that regard, I would greatly appreciate it.
So it's an interesting question. I don't think that, as far as I'm aware, agents are not used in overseeing training, at least that I've seen up to this point. Generally, agents are trained, are derived from the largest and most complex models, because those models are able to conduct the multi-step reasoning and take more complex actions, as I mentioned earlier. So that means that they're often trained using unsupervised learning. That being said, there's a lot more that goes into training those models than just the really large pre-training runs that people think of. And often there is additional supervised training and fine-tuning that's done on those models. They're often retrained using user feedback or based on actual user journeys, sometimes with what people tend to think of as reinforcement learning, which is more real-time, but often in batches and using curated data sets. And so I think that you see a mix of all of these things. An additional piece is when we use agents, we're also using a variety of other systems, many of which are ML-based around those systems. For example, classifiers, in order to oversee and manage agent behavior and enforce our policies. And so all of these systems are working together. All these methods are working together to make sure that, as we've been talking about, agents remain aligned with the user's goals and kind of with broader societal values, and that they're doing what the user needs.
So that's really interesting, because you have to think of it as a real complex system, right? It's not, so as humans, we're used to thinking of things as very linear, very sort of one-to-one, but I think it's actually more complex than that. So it's really interesting to hear from you about that.
Luciana?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, well, all machine learning algorithms and agents and supervised learning, everything is developed also by people, right? And that these people are the programmers, the machine learning engineers, and so on. And these people are using AI agents, as I mentioned before, to help them program. So in a way, it's influencing also what they do. And something that is important in this, if these people that are doing this job are pressured in their work to maybe hand in their work before they have actually time to read it, that's also a risk, right? Because there could be code inside what they are building that is not that maybe they don't even understand, right? So we don't know what the implications of that are going to be when that software gets deployed.
Great, thank you. I notice we have a question to the left. You just introduce yourself and let us know.
Great, thank you. So my name is Richard Wingfield. I work for a sustainability consultancy called BSR in the Tech and Human Rights team. I wanted to ask a question which touches upon a couple of points that Dominique and Will made, which I think is around how agentic AI will change the way we use the internet and technology. And I thought the examples you gave at the start, Will, of the use cases, things like managing your budget, doing your shopping, buying a car, you sort of said we can do less of that and do more important things. And actually, I think you could reframe those as saying things like financial management, thinking about your children's health and well-being, being able to critically assess options and make a decision are all quite important things that we do as humans. And so I guess my question primarily for Will is, if we're thinking about the way that agentic AI may affect our ability as humans to analyze, make decisions, think, that kind of thing. And policy is not going to be able to catch up with that for a while. How are companies like Google thinking about that as part of their responsible AI development? And maybe to extend the question to Luciana and Dominique, what do you think should be the technical or policy interventions that might be needed to complement companies' own considerations on that aspect of responsible AI?
That is a great question. And first off, I'll say I completely agree that thinking about your family's finances, about your children's health is absolutely critical. I mean, like I said, I'm a parent. I think about this stuff all the time. I think the idea here is not that you don't think about those things, but that I can spend more time thinking about, for example, the kinds of foods that I want my child to be exposed to early in their life, understanding, the many competing opinions about exposure to allergens, for example, and all of those things. I can spend my time really understanding those issues and making informed decisions about what I want my child to eat, as opposed to spending my time writing out the actual grocery list itself. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't want to be making sure that the groceries that my hypothetical future agent is buying for the family and making sure that they actually reflect my values and my preferences. But it's just a lot of that kind of very menial, basic day-to-day load that is embedded in those activities is stuff that I think can be taken off of our plates. The human doesn't go away. The human needs to be at the center of these processes, but it allows us to be a little bit more strategic and hopefully take some of the pure kind of mental weight that we feel out of the day. I will say that for us at Google, making sure that the user has the opportunity to express their preferences, not just in the user journey, but in how they set up their agents and how they set up their accounts is really important. That's why in your Google account, you have the ability to determine what types of data are available to Google AI systems and to Google agents that you're interacting with, which ones that you want to choose to use, the types of use cases that you want to choose. So really empowering the user and putting them in the driver's seat is the most important piece of this for us.
Just also I'm just going to make a quick point, and that is, thanks, Richard. Always great questions, and we could probably talk about this for hours, to be honest. But
we have 10 minutes left.
Yeah, 10 minutes and 25 seconds. I think there is going to have to be a bigger piece in terms of education for policymakers as well and government. They don't even know how the internet runs. Now, I'm not saying that about Nico, because clearly, no, but on a more serious level, I think that there needs to be more engagement and interaction, because these systems, as well as really eloquently said, are so complex, right? And I think that's going to have to happen. There's just going to have to be more relationship building in that area with all stakeholders, not just, the private sector engineering, but civil society has a part to play with that too. And I think that's going to be key in order to develop the right kind of interventions and see what happens.
Okay. Luciana, did you want to come in?
I think it's Lab who has the hand up.
Okay.
Was before me. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It keeps coming and disappearing, so I'm not sure. There was a hand raised and now it's gone. But there is a sort of related. There is a question in here, and I'm going to paraphrase it. Essentially, when dealing with things like healthcare, really sensitive personal information needs to be super secure. How secure are these AI agents that are dealing in this particular space? And can they be trusted not to compromise your personal information in one way or another?
I mean, that's a great question. And that's something, it's not just about the technical aspect and about the risks and about the sort of all of the potential DDoS attacks and the attack surface and everything like that. It's also about ensuring, and the AI Act in Europe does this. They have a risk analysis and a framework and risk reporting that actually has to describe the risk that is available or potential risk that's available, but also any issues, any breaches, any attacks. And I'm afraid we'll probably see quite a few of them. But so far, I think with the baked-in security of internet protocols and other evolving security, security developments on different layers of the internet so far that that things are moving in the right direction. But I guarantee there is going to be some issues.
Luciana?
Well, I completely agree there that we will see some issues. So as an NLP researcher, we know that large language models, when they use private information for training, they can repeat that information at any point, even if there is no particular attack to extract that information. So there's no way to ensure from the technological point of view that that information is not disclosed to someone that it shouldn't be disclosed to, unless that information is not used for training. The problem is that since there's a lack of enough data for training systems, especially in domains that are sensitive like healthcare, is tempting, let's say, to use information that is not properly anonymized for training purpose. And the problem is that if the information is in natural language, it's in fact impossible to completely anonymize it because we can identify names, we can identify addresses, personal identification numbers, but there can be private information that is not expressed in any of these formats or that combined with other information makes a person identifiable. So this is, from a technical point of view, this is a problem that at the moment has no solution.
Jim, can I come in on that, Jim?
Sure, please.
Yeah. So Jim, I think on that particular area that other panelists touched on, I just want to give some perspective. While I tend to agree with both of them, my view is that generally most of the data protection laws tend to cover the use of personal data and processing them in an agentic AI agent environment may constitute or trigger perhaps the various regulatory regimes governing or regulating processing personal data. And in the context of maybe health related information, which would definitely come within the category of special categories of personal data. High degree of protection is required in most countries. Same is true when it comes to Sri Lanka. For example, we have a personal data protection law founded on the OECD privacy guidelines, as well as based on some of the principles contained in GDPR, but the enforcement regime is not based on GDPR. Enforcement framework is primarily based on some of the APAC privacy framework principles with options to do course corrections before moving towards a regulatory fining kind of regime. So I think both in terms of regulatory intervention, one has to be careful not to stifle innovation. While we need agent AI growth, that should not be hindered by regulatory frameworks such as privacy laws. Privacy laws should provide the platform for course correction to address the grievances of those individuals whose rights are affected, and more so in the area of personal data that might related to health related information. So the clear boundaries and striking the right balance is an approach that we are looking at, and that's where I believe kind of a light touch regulatory, a soft law approach with some kind of policy guidance in this realm may be more appropriate, but we still do not have a standardized international response in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. And this always happens. We have 3 minutes and 20 seconds left, and we have two people at the microphone. So what I'm going to ask you to do is both ask your question, We'll try and answer it, but they have told me they will cut us off at 12:30. So I'm not sure who was first, but go ahead and we'll try and answer them real quick in a lightning round and finish up as well.
Thanks. My name is Carl Fredrik Haugland. I'm here on behalf of myself as a member of the tech community. We'll touch on the topic of keeping the human in the loop on impactful decisions made by the agents. And with the introduction of agentic AI, the role and responsibilities of the user and service providers change. And as companies start offering agentic AI solutions, how do you think the dynamic between the user and the service provider will change? And how do we establish a conscious and informed approach to the responsibilities and accountability in this new dynamic?
Well, then we'll take a question to the left.
Thank you. Anne McCormick, EY, Global Head of Public Policy. I'm interested in this context of policy not just being regulation. One of the key things are market forces, but market forces by themselves are slow. We're seeing in the space of AI something which is demand by board members as well as actually developers, which is third-party verification, third-party assessments, third-party assurance, third-party audits to be made public and meaningful. I think this is something to look at as a tool, a voluntary tool, but a tool with specific parameters to be applied to agentic. It supports adoption, it supports trust, and it forces disclosure and learning throughout the ecosystem. We're about to publish something on this next week online, looking at what's happening across the world. Happy to share, look it up on EY's website. But these are existing tools that are flexible. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. So 15 seconds per panelist. Respond and wrap up and give us a final parting thought.
Great. So I'll go just to say that like the kite marking or assurance assessment has a long history in telecoms and physical devices. So there's a lot to, as you were saying, there's a lot to base like a sort of kite mark or an assurance mark on. So that's great, actually, that we have like a history of that. I don't know. I think I'm going to go off the grid.
Or pass.
Or pass.
Will?
I completely agree. There is a long history there, and I do think that building assurance and validation frameworks and having third parties helping us to build trust in these AI systems and agentic systems is going to be critically important. Coming up with good metrics and evals to support that is a continuing area of research, and I think we're really investing in that on the Google side, and are really excited to build partnerships to do more of that. To the other question, I would just say, as I mentioned before, being really thoughtful about passbacks and how we loop the user back in ways that are useful and beneficial to the user is really the critical piece. But also, as we learn over time from user feedback what they like and don't like, and what does enable them to trust the system, that's going to allow us to continue to improve.
Luciana, final comment.
Yes, so I completely agree with this last question. So third-party assessment is crucial. And I leave the audience with a question. So how can we credibly work towards a future where this third party is made up by the most affected, the workers, the teachers, the students? These are the most affected that we are seeing in Latin America. And when they are meaningful co-designers of the AI agents that affect them and that are involved also in analyzing the environmental impacts with metrics that they can understand and not just use them as raw data providers. So that's my question for you. And finally, if you are there in person, please reach out to Beatriz Busaniche that can tell you more about our work in Fundación Vía Libre. That is there in the room.
And Janta, I'm sorry, but our wonderful, polite Norwegian tech support team is giving me that look. So we're unfortunately going to have to wrap up. But Will and Dominique are still going to be here. Any questions? I'm sure they'd be happy to talk to you afterwards. Thanks for Luciana and Janta joining us remotely, and thanks for everybody for participating in person.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us for this open forum and global dialogue on WSIS Plus 20 and the Sustainable Development Goals, hosted by the European Commission. My name is Niels Berglund, and I'm a research associate at the EUI, where I'm also a project lead for the Global Initiative on the Future of the Internet. And as we've heard throughout these first days of the IGF, we're really at a critical milestone for the broader internet governance community, which is the 20-year review of the World Summit on the Information Society, WSIS Plus 20. And as any important milestone, it's also an opportunity to really assess the progress that we've made so far and, of course, look forward as a global community to where we go from here. So in this session, we're trying to reflect a bit on how digital technologies can support the Sustainable Development Goals and explore whether we're successfully integrating or translating the WSIS action lines into concrete policy or progress towards these goals. We'll also try to hopefully identify some practical strategies and partnerships that can accelerate this alignment as we approach WSIS Plus 20. But before we get to this, I want to just give you a little bit of context. So when the Sustainable Development Goals were adopted in 2015, the ITU created a tool in conjunction with the 10-year review of WSIS called the SDG WSIS Matrix. And this matrix really mapped out the action lines of the World Summit on the Information Society. So goals like access to information, capacity building, cybersecurity, e-environment, e-governance, and tried to show the linkages that each of these had with the 17th Sustainable Development Goals. And of course, same applies for the vice versa, showing where specific SDGs, like reduced inequalities, quality of education, or even clean water, all align with different WSIS action lines. And the implications of this alignment is really quite significant because effectively it indicates that digital technologies could directly accelerate every goal, from eradicating poverty and hunger to gender equality to building resilient infrastructure and climate action. So it really kind of frames digital transformation as a universal accelerator and also an enabler of development. And in the process makes quite a good argument for why and how these goals and their respective policy frameworks could and should be aligned. And in fact, in recent years, there's been a lot of research that supports this alignment. So from the UNDP and ITU themselves, they've estimated that digital technologies directly benefit 70% of SDG targets. And another global study that analyzed statistical associations between the ICT Development Index and the SDG Index has clearly found a very strong correlation between digitalization and overall SDG progress, and an even stronger correlation on economic development. And if you zoom in on specific indicators and goals, there's a lot of good examples of this. So for example, on SDG 1, no poverty, you see that broadband expansion directly correlates with lower poverty. Or for SDG 3 on good health and well-being, we see that indicators like universal health coverage is also strongly correlated with ICT development. Or with education, so SDG 4 on quality education, where we see that literacy and enrollment rates clearly show positive trends with higher ICT development index scores. But we also know that the alignment between these goals, policies, and outcomes is far from perfect, and this picture becomes a lot more nuanced when you look at certain other goals, like in the case of climate action or responsible consumption and production, for example. We've seen some persistent challenges like CO2 emissions and e-waste that also come along with digital transformation. And in other cases, indicators are more complex or harder to measure. So different levels and different approaches to digitalization also produce differing outcomes. And some digital policies, like internet shutdowns, for example, can also undermine that development. So clearly there are areas where we need to better understand how we can leverage digital technologies for specific SDG targets, but then there are also areas where we know that this alignment actually needs to be strengthened. And that brings us to these sort of overarching questions that I'd like to pose to our lovely panelists, but also to all of you in the room, which is first and foremost reflecting on past experiences like there was this SDG matrix. What have we learned about integrating digital technologies and SDGs, and where do we see opportunities for deeper alignment? Secondly, what specific actionable strategies can we collectively pursue to leverage digital technologies for advancing SDGs? And then thirdly, how can diverse stakeholders work together to towards meaningful progress on these SDGs? So we've got a full panel, a great set of 7 speakers with us. We have Ambassador Bitange Ndemo, the Kenyan ambassador to the Kingdom of Belgium and the European Union. Director Thibaut Kleiner, Director for Future Networks in DG Connect at the European Commission, Director Sook-Jung Dofel, who's the Director General at GIZ and a member of the IGF MAG, Mr. Curtis Lindqvist, the President and Chief Executive Officer at ICANN, Mr. Juan Carlos Lara, the Executive Director for Derechos Digitales, Dr. Joanna Coleja, the Assistant Professor of International Law and Executive Director of the LOTS Cyber Hub at the University of Lotz, and lastly, Opoyemi Ogundeji, the Program Manager for the Nigeria Youth SDGs Network. And I'll go in the order in which you're seated. So I'll start with you, Ambassador. You've personally spearheaded digital development projects over the course of many years. I wonder if you could share your reflections on some of these questions and share what you see as critical opportunities for deeper alignment between digitalizations and the SDGs.
Thank you so much. How many hours do I have?
I'll give you 5 minutes if you don't mind.
Yeah, thank you, and it's good actually to reflect on this. Previously, before I became ambassador, I used to be in the Ministry of Communication, and basically started from zero. We started with infrastructure, then started making internet available to universities, to citizens, then went into capacity building, digital literacy programs. But now, from where I sit, I think this should have been done using a systems approach, where when we went for the infrastructure, we should have thought about how would the farmers use it, how would. Of course, we did with the universities because it was much easier to deal with. Data has been very critical element. The time we opened up Kenya and created Kenya Open Data, a lot of innovations came out of it. But again, data protection laws have come. I am thinking that if we were to repeat it again, is to use this systems approach. Especially now, as AI is coming, that we could effectively, in Africa, deal with the issues of SDG 1 poverty by simply leveraging AI to teach farmers to know the predictability of rainfall, to give them data on the soils, give them information on what grows where and everything. But it is only techies who are talking about AI, and policymakers providing or talking about regulating AI and missing the opportunity. Looking back, a lot of productivity improvement has come along with the developments that we did, especially and using infrastructure. But it follows after. But it is not done concurrently as I would have liked. Going forward from now, I hope we could deal with this. We had a lot of problems when we were developing our contribution towards the SDGs in New York. Some of the policymakers thought that data can be provided by government. But now we have seen we can get data from various places. If we can begin to think system-wide and say we are going to do this going forward. Right now we are discussing about the risks of AI. The voices I think we should be hearing is, what are the benefits? What is it going to benefit the citizens? How can they use it to make certain things? Then others can be thinking about regulation. I'm saying this because one of the most disruptive thing that we did in Kenya was to allow mobile money. A lot of people refused, but we said, we don't have the regulations, but let's move forward and see what happens. It has become one of the most inclusive innovation ever because of the risks that we took. and brought it forward without regulatory regime. Have more? Go on. Let me stop. He's smiling.
No, that's perfect. I think we can come back to some of these points. But in the meantime, I'll move to Director Kleiner. So the EU has championed comprehensive digital strategies like the Global Gateway. When it comes to integrating digital policy and SDGs, what do you think has worked well, and what opportunities do you see to strengthen that alignment?
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity also to engage in this forum today. I think that for the EU, the SDGs are really a critical objective, and we see really the benefits from digital technologies for not only development, but for basically everything we do in economy and society these days. And we have this also inside the EU. We are developing our capabilities, but now our message is very much that we want this EU tech offer to be given internationally to our partners. And in that context, we've dedicated a lot of efforts also through our program, which is called the Global Gateway, to actually promote investments globally. We've already done something like 250 projects through the Global Gateway in this area, and there are very concrete benefits. A focus is, for instance, connectivity. Secure connectivity, we believe, is the bedrock of everything digital. And we have a lot of capabilities in the EU, so we want to do more there. But we've done a lot of projects, not only around 4G, 5G, also data centers is now a focus of attention. I mean, just a striking number was given is that the whole of Africa has as many data centers as Switzerland. Clearly, there is a lot of potential in Africa, and I think that in the EU, we actually have technology to build data centers, leading companies, and we want to do more in this area. In fact, we are contemplating the possibility of also having supercomputers invested in some African countries and also in Latin America, very concrete projects there. I would also say, to be short, that some elements we are bringing as part of this EU tech offer are also leaning towards the general framework, because one of the lessons we learned also looking at the SDGs is that you need to have a holistic approach. You need also to work on the regulatory framework. You need to make sure that the markets are competitive, because if you build a network but then there is a monopoly, it means that it's too expensive to just buy connectivity. And we have very concrete examples in some African countries where we help build the networks, but people are not using it because it's too expensive. And that's why you need also to have this approach where, regulation, investment, and investing in people is brought together. And that's very much our message from the EU. We work in partnership. What we do is that we try to build local capabilities. We want to invest into skills locally so that actually the countries that work with Europe, they can also acquire the technology we provide. It's very much open source, and that's very often also through open source software and solutions and through digital public infrastructures that we operate. This is for us the right formula, and we intend to do more in the coming period.
Thank you so much. I think this point about the holistic approach also nicely echoes the ambassador's comments, and I wonder if maybe later we can also reflect on how to integrate that directly into the WSIS Plus 20 process and what that means for the recommendations that we can come away from here. Mindful of gender balance also, I want to move to the other side of the table and move to Director Dofel from GIZ. GIZ has experience implementing digital development programs in a lot of diverse contexts. And from your perspective, maybe you can share a bit on the lessons and critical opportunities that you see on aligning digital transformation with sustainable development, also with the view to WSIS Plus 20.
Yes, thank you. I mean, when we talk about WSIS, I suggest we don't ask what have you said, but rather what have you shifted? Because the impact of WSIS is not measured in declarations, but it's measured in moments. Moments when, for instance, as Doreen Bogdan-Martin yesterday said in her opening speech, a farmer receives an early flood warning by SMS, or when a midwife in rural Ethiopia learns to diagnose complications via WhatsApp, or even when a youth organization in Nepal builds its own open source mental health app. And these moments exist, and we should acknowledge it. And we should also celebrate, for instance, tonight at music nights. And tomorrow in the morning, we get up and we continue working, because we also know that still 1 in 3 people globally remain offline. We also know that in sub-Saharan Africa, 34% of women don't use internet. And we see a clear decline in official development assistance that is at the moment of 3% that goes toward digitalization. So what does that tell us? That principles have not yet become practice at scale. At GIZ, we are not a tech company, we are not a regulator, we are Germany's own development agency. And from where we stand on the ground in 120 countries, 4 things we have learned from aligning WSIS to the SDGs. First, capacity and code. Infrastructure matters, but digital access without local capacity creates dependency and not empowerment. Second, from global talk to local impact, because global debates often miss local complexity. At WSIS, we discuss data governance, for instance, but the issue in some countries is how do we protect people's data when there is no data protection authority? We need better translation between global norms and on-the-ground realities. Third, measure what matters and design what delivers. We need a very strong linkage between the SDGs and the digital transformation, in particular with smart indicators and mutual accountability. And of course, we have to design solutions that also achieve or help us to achieve the SDGs. And fourth, last but not least, mobilize investment for digital public good. Because I mean, the STI for SDG roadmaps offer a very good entry, but still we need very specific financing mechanisms that combine development fund, private capital, and also local budget. And as for now, digital public goods are still underfunded and undervalued. So development cooperation plays a vital role in achieving the SDGs by strengthening local capacities or supporting the local ecosystems, and of course translating global frameworks into context-sensitive solutions. And if we are serious about turning this vision into practice, we also need strong and inclusive platforms for dialogue and coordination. And I know that there are different views on the digital governance questions, with ideas ranging across a spectrum from strengthening the IGF to creating a digital governance council, all the way to more formal institutional anchoring within the UN system. But please let me briefly recap what we recognize as fundamental and why the IGF remains so crucial to us. Global internet, global rooms. No one governs the internet alone. We also think that governance has to mirror the internet's architecture, so decentralized by design. We think that complex problems need collective power, collective diverse perspectives, and collective diverse perspectives create innovation, and innovative solutions accelerate the achievement of the SDGs. We also think that we should level the playing field. Empowerment grows from inclusion, and inclusion drives sustainability. Leaving no one behind also means leaving no one offline. So in short, as Curtis noted in his opening speech yesterday, the model works. We need to resource it. we need to trust it and use it. And I think that WSIS offered a promise to build a people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented information society. The SDGs gave us a deadline. And the people we serve, be it the farmer in Colombia, the midwife in rural Ethiopia, or the youth organization in Nepal, and many, many more, remind us that digital transformation is about life changed. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Dofel, for these very structured feedback comments. I really appreciate it. And you harken back to another comment that we heard from the WSIS co-facilitators this morning, which is that the WSIS process belongs to all of us with that call to action. I'll pass the floor now to maybe Mr. Lindqvist from ICANN. Could I ask you to reflect a bit on these questions from the technical community perspective and maybe what you see as the priorities to ensure that digital transformation can meaningfully advance the SDGs?
Thank you. So I think there's one first important thing to do is we often talk about what we haven't done, but we should also reflect on what we actually have done, right? As my fellow panelists alluded to. And I think that's also important to not just look at it. Obviously, we need to do look at what we can do better, but we also have a remarkable success story behind us. And as we go to we approach the WSIS Plus 20 review and the progress on the SDGs comes into focus on that as well as the action lines. I think that we have achieved a lot on this, and I think as I was quoted from yesterday, the model does work. I think it's important to recognize that, and that's what has actually delivered over the years. And the WSIS Plus 20 review and the SDG reflection is really this reflection on the model that we have had this global coordination, not centralization. The multi-stakeholder model has delivered on the SDGs, and we have fulfilled a lot of these. We have seen a phenomenal, remarkable growth in these years, and the internet has contributed to a quite remarkable economic growth. That doesn't mean that everyone has seen the growth, and we have more to do. We're not done yet, right? But I also think we shouldn't say that we haven't achieved anything. We have, yes, it gave us a deadline, and maybe we have still a bit to go, but we have delivered a phenomenal growth in this. And I think if you look at some of the respects from the technical community is also, what has delivered in this. Look at IXPs in Africa, which is the glue that makes the internet work. If you want, we have seen this. The first 10 years we saw this double, and the last 2 years, 2-3 years, we've seen an explosion of this in Africa, helping to bring down costs, increase resilience, increase the robustness of the network, and we've seen network being built out in a phenomenal speed in Africa, trying to reach the remaining non-users, if you want, and build it out. So I think, have we achieved 100% coverage? No, but we have delivered a lot. And I think the SDGs really helped focus on that. I think a lot of the goals has helped us measure and focus on that. But I also think that meaningful access is more than just about the connectivity. It's about trust, resilience, and multilingual reach. There are some of the other goals, actually, making it accessible. Having just a physical infrastructure isn't going to make it accessible. We already heard examples of what does it mean to deliver on this from I like the example with the WhatsApp and the midwife. There's all these things that we are delivering, the digital payments in Kenya. And to deliver on this, we also need to have a resilient working infrastructure. Again, we have seen the number of DNS root servers, which is a very technical component, gone from a handful in 20 years to 2,000 globally today, where most countries on the earth has many of these. They ensure this redundancy and resilience. We have seen a lot of work being done in the multilingual internet, so we have worked on what's called universal acceptance to make applications, websites, web addresses accessible in many scripts and languages, which I think is another very fundamental part we often forget about. That my native language is in English, right? My native script is kind of Latin, but not completely, and we forget about this, that we also need to make it accessible. The farmers we heard about getting the weather update in AI, they should also have accessibility to this. There's more to it than just the concept, right? And I think that's something we need to do a lot more work on, and that wasn't one of your examples, but I think that's one of the other SDGs is actually making it accessible. So I think there's a lot of work on this that has been done. There's a lot more work to be done. And the technical community has a very important role to play in this, to deliver on the promise of the technology and make sure that the standardization, the technical aspects of this delivers on the promise of the internet that we just heard about.
Thank you so much. Moving down the line, I want to pass it right away to Juan Carlos Lara from Derechos Digitales. You're a member of civil society that's actively contributing to the WSIS Plus 20 process. What do you see as the key priorities to strengthen this alignment between digital transformation and SDGs? And how do we also ensure that this is inclusive and rights respecting in a way that also promotes transparency and accountability?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation as well. I come from Derechos Digitales, a civil society organization working in Latin America in all things human rights and digital technologies, but also as part of several coalitions that have gone to work on the WSIS Plus 20 review process, which include the Global Digital Justice Forum, the Global Digital Rights Coalition for WSIS, and the Global South Alliance, amongst many other groups. I think most important in all of this is considering the perspective that we have as global South organizations and Latin American organizations, in which we understand that the SDGs are not something that can be held by technologies, but commonly are. But the questions that we have to ask ourselves, the task that we have to go into is how to make that so-called digital transformation align with those SDGs in ways that are inclusive, accountable, in ways that are enforceable, effective in essence. And many of the things that we are concerned with today have been part of the discussion on WSIS during this IGF, especially picking up on the language that we have seen throughout this process from the several consultations and also from the elements paper that we've seen on WSIS and many of the discussions that we're having these days and this week. But I want to highlight 5 key aspects that we see as highly relevant for this question on in how we make sure that these approaches for WSIS can also be inclusive, transparent, accountable, and promote those values. And many of these can be seen in the action that has been requested by civil society globally from the WSIS process. One has to do with the embedding of rights and obligations at the center of SDG-related strategies. Much of the current WSIS discussion and the language in the elements paper tends to reaffirm soft principles and not necessarily clear obligations or clear reference to human rights instruments in ways that are sometimes baffling in how they might be interpreted towards the future when we require that basis, that common knowledge and that common basis of international human rights law as the basis for any kind of developmental process. As we see it, digital cooperation must uphold instruments like those in international human rights law, explicitly aligned with those frameworks, including the UNGPs, but also picking up on economic, social, cultural, environmental rights, and including clear obligations for state action, corporate due diligence as well, access to remedy, and transparency standards. Second, it's important to integrate digital policies in the national SDG implementation frameworks. This happens here and there. It's not something that happens at every level. One of the issues that we have found in many countries, including in Latin America, is the fact that if there is not enough reorientation in these processes towards co-creation and we see more top-down diagnostics, those processes can become something that is not inclusive as they should. Third, it's relevant to recognize that inclusive governance requires some degree of joint capacity to make decisions, to redistribute power. And much of the WSIS discussion has been on the weak language that recognizes multi-stakeholder approaches for decision-making and the value of the IGF. And it's highly important that for any kind of future process, not just on agreeing on language, but implementing and taking things forward at the national level and as well as the global level, we need to have stronger participation. That requires permanent representation in national digital councils and independent oversight bodies, real capacity to influence the shaping of policy and approve frameworks for implementation and funding and more. And this is something that, at least in Latin America, has been highlighted in general with public policy making processes, and we need to pick that up for this process that's embedded here with relation to WSIS. Fourth, it's key to have mandates on transparency and accountability mechanisms as a baseline, which is not something that's common to every country, but digital development plans must include public indicators, accessible audits, participatory review, which can apply both to states and corporations, and avoid vague corporate accountability language, but instead move towards a culture of global accountability. And fifth, this is something that's been part of very specific demands from the global South community, is address the fiscal justice dimension of these issues. Much of this work requires funding, sustainable digital cooperation requires public investment, and ad hoc funding may not do that or provide that in a sustainable way. So to link the financing for development process to acknowledge the need for cross-border fiscal measures is also relevant here, including equitable taxation of digital services and other ways to generate resources for digital infrastructure to provide for that sustainability in the services that we value in this space. So as we have said in many cases, digital justice requires fiscal justice, especially from cross-national services and transnational corporations, especially for regions where underinvestment tracks historical inequities as well. So these are opportunities that we see as more than theoretical. We have an opportunity to try and influence some international language and commitments, but we also wish to see those commitments then also happen at the national level. And therefore, one of the most important opportunities that we have is not just influence at the global level, but also engage in discussions that allow us to bring these discussions back home and influence at the local level too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juan Carlos. I think in your overview, your intervention also points to some ideas for addressing the gap between global norms and implementation that Director Dofel mentioned, and also some issues that she raised, which kind of segues nicely to Dr. Joanna Coleja. You've published research on the future of the internet and sustainable development. You've also worked a lot on international law. I wonder if you could reflect on this research in the context of this alignment that we're discussing, and discuss a bit maybe what we've learned about aligning secure and rights-based internet governance with these SDG processes, particularly looking to WSIS Plus 20, if you have time for all that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Niels. I think it's a 90 minutes lecture we're looking at here. But I'll try to squeeze it into 5 minutes. Please let me start by thanking Niels and his team for this opportunity. Indeed, I've had the pleasure of working with Niels and the EUI team on substantiating how we can use international law to support sustainable development, particularly in the digital era. As Niels kindly mentioned, there is a report that specifies this, but for the purpose of time, please allow me to make 3 points. We have mentioned the work done in the EU, naturally, with European Commission hosting this session. We have talked about international developments. My job has been to try and identify multiple documents that support the thesis that international law requires sustainable development. One of the areas that Niels and his team have been working on is the Declaration on the Future of the Internet. I don't think we've mentioned this here yet, but that is indeed a very specific plan on how to weave sustainable development goals into national policies and beyond. We have looked at work done in the UN. Again, in this session, we have not yet mentioned the Global Digital Compact. I know that during our week of meetings here, the Global Digital Compact will once again be on the agenda, but it has been a vital discussion to better understand why the multi-stakeholder model for internet governance is so important for sustainable development. ICANN pioneers the multi-stakeholder model. It champions both the outcomes, the policy development processes, and the metrics behind them, but we definitely need more. Hence, the Global Digital Compact would be one of the examples. Niels requested specific examples. How do we do this? Where do we facilitate the input? And in the paper, you will find a longer narrative around how the Global Digital Compact has been one of the tools to help us convince the unconvinced, if there are any, that sustainable development is indeed required. Then I'm going to move to more specific examples. One of the regions we've looked at in the report are the small island states. The colleagues, the co-panelists have mentioned developments in Africa, and that is a vital region. There is a lot of support also within European policies with the Global Gateway facilitating development in that vital region. And it seems as if equal input into the Pacific region and small island states would be needed. I know ICANN is doing a lot of work in terms of technical support and capacity building. That is the example we have used for the purpose of the reports. And then last but not least, I was pleased to hear the notion of connectivity. And it is fundamental to ensure that connectivity increases, but it is also recommended for that connectivity to be informed and once again sustainable. We would be looking at new internet infrastructures. One of the areas we've explored would be satellite broadband. There is a project that has been kindly supported by the Internet Society Foundation, and there's a lot of work that the Internet Society has done on those new internet infrastructures. Just like AI, they are coming into new regions, and haste sometimes precludes an informed policy making. So the recommendations you will find in the report would include the need for informed decision making, both with regards to policy, but also with regards to civil society consultations. Both researchers and NGOs, as my co-panelists have indicated, do have input to provide to make sure that whatever policy decisions are being made, they are rooted in international law, they reflect the multi-stakeholder model for policy development and decision making, and they do ensure sustainable development. One last component I'd like to mention within the 30 seconds remaining, I would focus on metrics, and you will find this in the report as well. If we want to make sure that we're achieving the goals, I believe this was mentioned by the director Dofel also as well, mentioning that we need to be able to measure the progress we're making. And again, my experience with ICANN is that the metrics are always high on the agenda, and that is something that is a lesson we can carry forward. I'm going to stop here. Once again, thank you for inviting me to join the panel.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Of course, you can find this report on our website, but you're also welcome to come speak to me after the event, and I'll make sure that you have a copy. Last but certainly not least, Opeyemi Ogundeji. I know that your organization is working on a voluntary national review of the Sustainable Development Goals in Nigeria. So I thought maybe you could reflect also on your local context and what you see as the critical opportunities for aligning and leveraging digital technologies for advancing the SDGs.
All right. Thank you so much, Niels, and the EUI for inviting us for this forum. And once again, my name is Opeyemi Ogundeji, and I'm the programs manager of the Network of Youth for Sustainable Initiative. We're a youth organization in Nigeria, basically advocating for meaningful youth engagement in programs and policies that enable them to lead and thrive. And for the past 8 years, we've actually been working at the grassroots level, ensuring that young people are meaningfully engaged, and they are also contributing to advancing the SDGs. And in relating to the question Niels asked me, I would be speaking on 3 points actually as the opportunities we believe that can be leveraged on. And the first one I will speak about is decentralizing policy processes in using digital platforms. We've actually been able to identify these in one of our projects, which we actually worked on, named Empowering Civil Society to build stronger communities in Nigeria, especially in advancing the Nigeria's climate policies, which are the National Adaptation Plan and the Nationally Determined Contribution. What we noticed is that most time when policies are being made, the top-to-down approach are actually being made use of, and people who are at the local level who could actually take actions or actually advance these policies in order to ensure that we have more resilient communities are not really informed. And rather than making use of the top-to-down approach, why not make use of the bottom-to-top approach? And that was what we actually kind of like work with, where we decentralize this climate policies to enable people at the grassroots level who could actually take actions to get to know more about these policies, and also to have positive dialogues, consultations, and engagements using the digital tools and resources in order to gather what community-based needs for adaptation actually are for them, in order for them to basically develop their own local adaptation plan of action for each of the states. And also the next point I also want to make mention of is improving affordability and accessibility through needs-based digital services subsidization. Earlier this year in Nigeria, right, data tariffs were actually increased, and for a country where most of the people are actually, what they prioritize most is what to, how to live, basically meets their daily needs, which are basically food, getting shelter, and increasing that data tariff does not in any way as well help them to, have the access to digital services and digital tools that we're actually looking forward to expanding its reach in advancing the SDGs. And why young people or people at the local levels actually understand that accessing digital resources or being on digital, being accessible to digital technologies could help them gain more global opportunities and, access more better opportunities to improve their livelihoods, and or they would rather actually go for, meeting their basic needs rather than, subscribing to
data or looking for internet connectivity to access all of these opportunities or even get access to quality education. And in that sense, what it means is that why don't we make use of, digital needs-based subsidization model whereby, people who really need this, who really need have needs for this, should be given access and be enabled to afford these resources in order to advance the SDGs. And by doing so, what we're saying is that we are contributing to the SDGs that talks about reducing inequalities, quality education, and even innovation as well. And last but not the least, the last point I was going to talk about also is digital capacity building across sectors. Most times the private sectors work in such a way that even when you want to get hired or recruited, the first point is most time they ask you, do you know how to use MS tools? Can you use basic digital tools and services? But it is not really most times, seen in the public sector whereby the workforce at times when we want to engage as a youth organization now, I'm speaking from the point of view of a youth organization, when we reach out for partnerships, speaking on SDG 17, Partnership for Goals, we have to go through several bureaucratic steps and processes, which we could have basically limit all of the processes by engaging digitally. But the issue is the workforce, a little number of them actually have access or know how to make use of these digital resources. And in that sense, we are asked to submit physical letters, meet physically, and as opposed to their counterparts where you can just exchange emails, get quick responses, and move ahead when it comes to, partnering for goals and advancing the SDGs. So what this means is that while the private sector is advancing in improving the capacity of its workforce, having access to digital tools and services, we should also look at the public sector as well. The workforce, we're speaking of the school teachers, we're speaking of people working in the health sector. Let them have access, to quality capacity building session, which could actually improve their work and also advance the SDGs. Citing a personal experience now, using the health sector, as a young person in Nigeria, I would rather actually go to the private, to go for private healthcare because I know I'm not going to have a need to follow a long queue due to, which I will actually experience in the public sector where there are so many files having to be carried around. But in the private sector, they can easily take your data, enter it on the, on the digital tools or make use of laptop, and you have quick access to healthcare. And, it's not really that evident in most of the public hospitals and healthcare services. So this means what this is saying is that basically this is a core opportunity for us to ensure that while private sector is growing, we also need to look at the public sector as well so that there is this capacity building across the sectors, and every sector is actually receiving the quality attention it needs to get. So in summary, and I'll be concluding by saying that advancing the SDGs in Nigeria through digital technologies requires a deliberate focus on inclusive access, decentralized participation, and cross-sector capacity building. If we are truly committed to leaving no one behind, then digital inclusion must be treated not as a luxury, but as a foundational enabler for achieving the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Opeyemi, for this a very concrete and also local example. I'm going to open the floor now, so if anyone is interested in making a question or a comment, you can line up here on the side. You can also flag or indicate your willingness to speak online, where we have an online moderator that will communicate that to me. But in the meantime, maybe, Opeyemi, I'll start by asking you a follow-up question, just briefly. Your organization works with, I think it's over 1,000 volunteers, you told me yesterday. What do you see the role of youth in strengthening the development outcomes of digital technologies?
All right, thank you so much. So we work with young people, and we actually have a large community. You can check us out online, NG Youth SDGs. And while working with youth, we know that young people, particularly young Nigerians, are actually very enthusiastic about the SDGs. And from time to time, you're always seeing a young change maker standing up to say, oh, I advocate for SDG 4, I advocate for SDG 6, because they are really enthusiastic about just making things work and building the community they really desire to see and actually even have their children to take over from. So for young people in Nigeria, I'm speaking for young people in Nigeria now, what we are looking forward to is that our voices are actually really heard and listened to, and we're actually giving the accurate support, in terms of technical assistance. We make use of a model in our work, right, where, we work with young people who are very enthusiastic about the work in the local community using the trainer model, where we actually empower them, and then they go into their local communities to empower so many other persons, and that's more like a multiplier effect. So young people are so interested in this, but then we need to actually create that room for them to be able to sit in when it comes to decision-making processes, when it comes to conversations that actually meant for them, so that they also can actually make their voices count. And also, when they do it, when they are raising their voices, and that's why the issue of rights comes in, because most time when young people say, this is not working, this is not being done, before you know it, the voices of that young person is being silent, that, oh no, you don't know what you're saying, and all. So we need to give them that room. And when they do that, we also need to spotlight them, because these people are actually very enthusiastic and eager to make something work.
All right, thank you so much. We have our first question. Please go ahead. Introduce yourself, your name and your organization also, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, my name is Abdul Karim. I'm a professor of wireless telecommunications from the University of Ilorin in Nigeria. I have two questions, and the first one is to His Excellency from Kenya. And my question is, today is an important day in Kenya. So my question is around WSIS, SDG, and how important today is in Kenya, because the government of Kenya, how do you reconcile its international commitment to digital rights and inclusion, especially inclusive governance, with the recent domestic response to youth-led civic movement, especially in the light of today being an important day in Kenya, that especially around concerns on digital access and police accountability. Then the other one is to the CEO of ICANN. I know ICANN has positioned itself as a cornerstone of global multi-stakeholder model, accountable not only to single government, but to the broader internet community. Yet recent edits to remove reference to inclusivity from ICANN's public communication appears to reflect ideological stance on a single national administration rather than the global agreed principle. At this time when WSIS 20 plus calls for reaffirming inclusive digital development and SDG emphasizing leaving no one behind, how does ICANN justify these changes, and what safeguard exists to prevent political interference from undermining the global and inclusive character on internet governance? Thank you.
All right, let's take the second question, and then we'll move back to the panel.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Jimson Olufuye, a principal consultant, contemporary consulting, and the chair of the Advisory Council of Africa ICT Alliance, based in Abuja, Nigeria. I have a comment and two questions. But let me really commend my darling sister Deokpemi for the great job you're doing. Well done. We appreciate what you're doing. And to comment that perhaps we're looking at WSIS plus 20 and SDG, we may need to dig deeper at the grassroots. Okay, out of WSIS we have IGF and other action lines. Maybe we can deepen the discussion at the sub-national level, at the local level. Okay, maybe state level, local government level, to really bring in more people into the discussion. And then the question: do we have anybody from SDG on the table? SDG office specifically? I know in some countries we have SDG offices, but we don't usually, mobilize them to be part of the discussion. So is it a good thing to mobilize the SDG offices to be part of the discussion? And the question again, the last one, yes, to ICANN president. Yes, we've been talking about sustainable funding for IGF, which is part of WSIS really. What is ICANN doing? We have this auction proceed, fund, and there's interest coming out of it every year. Okay, that interest, well, is it not possible to have a small percentage of it dedicated to IGF funding? Thank you.
All right, so a handful of questions there. Maybe we'll take them in order. So we'll start with you, Ambassador.
if I understood the question on Kenya correctly, the question is about the youth and access to internet, or youth and...
I think also what Kenya is doing more generally on digitalization and SDGs.
Oh, wonderful. Yes. Internet penetration in Kenya is very high. I think it's about 80%. Because of it, a lot of young people are doing a lot of online jobs and other things. Kenya is perhaps one of the countries in Africa that, in spite of the unrest by the youth, internet remains open. Because of high unemployment, we have had a bit of challenges with the youth, but internet in Kenya has never gone down because of the unrest. And the number of jobs in this space, I said earlier that Kenya has witnessed huge productivity improvement just due to use of ICT. A lot of resources are coming into Kenya because resources towards supporting startups. Actually, Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria are the leading. So I have no doubt that we would eventually find ways of settling the youth who are the majority now. Almost 70% is below 35. It's a huge challenge. And that's why we brought subsidies, especially university kids to use. We provided free internet to the Kenya National Research Network. We subsidized laptops and other tools that they needed, and we are continuing to do that to see that we create enough employment for the young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Sure, please go ahead, Mr. Lindqvist.
Thank you. So I think I had, there was two questions. The first one was about, there are some reports about a change in policy on ICANN. Unfortunately, a lot of this reporting isn't really quite correct. So let me frame what happened is that we have 2 pages on our website. One relates to employment at ICANN. That is a consolidation of representation of our employment practices across all the jurisdictions where we have employees. And as for any multinational corporation with multiple employees, we update these policies to reflect changes in employment law and employment structures. We have always had a commitment to equal employment opportunities, and we are deeply committed to having a continue this. That hasn't changed. Nothing has changed. There were some updated what's called recommendations, employment legislation in the US. We reflected that in the page. That hasn't changed the policy. It has to do with the wording that you use around this, and we reflected that change. That was all that website was. All community policies and the commitments we have made are the same. They have not changed. We haven't changed anything regarding to this. They are developed by the community, for and by the community. We remain committed to those. So I think that's unfortunately a little bit of a representation by a blogger that was slightly taken out of context. But that's the answer to the first question. The second question on what we do, ICANN is one of the largest donors to the IGF. So we do already contribute significantly to the IGF as to the donations to this. The auction proceeds are guided by a community-developed policy of how we use these community proceeds, and there are discussions in the community on how this proceeds, if this current policy as set by the community is the right or should be different. I know that it's been raised with the IGF a few times. That's a policy process inside ICANN to decide what we do with this, and that might well be that the community have different opinions on how or when we could use this, but at the time being, that is the policy we have for how that's being used. So, again, we are very committed to ICANN, and we are committed to ICANN to IGF, and we will continue to be the donations we do as to see IGF be a sustainable venue for further dialogue.
Thank you so much. We have one question from online, from the floor, from Emmy from the Ugandan IGF. She asks, how can WSIS Plus 20 process better support Global South in developing digital strategies aligned with the SDGs, given the disparities in digital infrastructure and governance capacity? And we have only 5 minutes left, and I want to give you all the chance for kind of a closing word. So maybe let me also put my own spin on this question and add to it and ask you all to maybe highlight one priority action or recommendation that we take looking forward to WSIS Plus 20. Maybe I'll start in the order. So I'll give you 1 minute if you can keep it at that, Ambassador, and then pass you to Director Kleiner.
Thank you. I think what we should do in the Global South is for governments to avoid taxation, which actually makes the cost of accessing internet too high. That we should begin to do that first before we look elsewhere. Second, we have to subsidize university and other tools that we require. This is the most consequential period ever with the emerging tech that we can completely bring a lot of productivity improvement in Africa, especially what I said earlier with respect to AI. We must take risks. It is risks that pay more. I know most people say, no, we need to be careful on this, but we have to take risk, especially in AI, and move with it, develop local LLMs, and that's how we can begin to move forward. Thank you.
I think as the discussion highlighted today, I mean, the SDGs are covering a lot of ground. So I think that if we want to be impactful, we need also to have priorities. But we also need to make sure that it's not just about investment, it's also about the conditions for delivering. So to me, I mean, the first thing we need to do is really to complete the connectivity, and we need to map where things are missing. This is what the EU is doing currently, and we want to execute these projects of investment in telecommunication networks, submarine cables, and combine this precisely with the legal framework that will give access to everyone.
I think looking ahead, the task ahead of us is quite clear, right? The internet's future, stability, accessibility, and potential depends very much on the technical coordination being stable, that it works across borders, across sectors, and across languages. And I think someone in the beginning said is that, you know, the current value of the internet is that it's non-fragmented, it's a unique, global, reachable, accessible, ubiquitous network. And this is really a foundational principle to enable everything else we talked about here today. And unless we safeguard that and protect that in the context of the WSIS and any other future discussions going forward, that's at risk, right? And I think the internet's future and the cooperation, everything we talked about here is actually to understand these foundational principles. And that is what's going to deliver very much what we talked about here today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to build on Ambassador's demo contribution. I do agree we should take risks, but my one message would be for those risks to be calculated. So I'm going to argue for informed policy making, research-based decision making. Just because the new technology is there, it doesn't mean it should be instantly allowed and used by the people, and that's what the SDGs are there for, to keep us safe from those who might wish to benefit from our unawareness. I'm going to conclude it here. Thank you again.
Yes, +1 to that last point, and very much in support of evidence-based for decision made. But at the same time, highly relevant is participation, and for that, aside from meaningful connectivity being supported, and not just think of things as services to be provided, but also networks to be built, we also do need improved local participation. I will always emphasize that, but for this process, it's important to maintain and to uphold sustainable commitments for participation, especially from global majority countries, both for resources for in-person attendance as well as for meaningful remote participation for those who decide not to make the travel. But that's a highly important point, of course, to take notes.
To drive SDG impact, digital strategies and roadmaps must be embedded in local realities, shaped through inclusive partnerships and backed by long-term ecosystem thinking, globally and locally. That's why the IGF at global, regional and local level matters more than ever. And this is what I have to say, of course, as MAC member.
All right, so what I'm going to say is that as we look ahead, one core thing we should look at is ensuring that there is capacity building across sector. As private is growing, the public should be growing. Like every sector should actually be growing alongside. And also the second part also is that we need to recognize that youth voices are actually very, very key and very important, and their voices should be amplified when it comes to decision-making processes, because they are basically the future. And also, lastly, what I would say is that people at the local level also need to be considered, and whatever intervention we are giving, we should actually put them in mind and target them as well, just so that they receive the adequate support that they need.
Thank you so much. So I will close by just sharing that on Friday, the 20th of June, the co-facilitators of WSIS have shared an elements paper, which also calls for feedback on a range of areas, including ICT for development. And you're able to submit those contributions until the 15th of July. So if anyone is interested in contributing, I encourage you to do that. Now, help me give them all a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody, here at the Open Forum, where we will speak about the AI regulations and get some insight from parliaments. You're not hearing me? Closer. Of course, you have to put your headsets on. This is what the workshop's about, yeah. I'll give you some seconds to do so. And it's non-translation, so it's all English, channel 1. Okay, thank you so much. I'm very happy to say that we have a beautiful panel today. Mr. Axel Voss, who is a member of the European Parliament, Ms. Amira Saber, who is a member of the House of Representatives of Egypt, and Mr. Rodrigo Gogni from Uruguay. Before we start, I would like to point out to some of the Interparliamentarian Union activities that have already been done on AI, but also will be happening in future. First of all, in October 2024, the IPU adopted a resolution on the impact of AI on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. So any parliamentarians in here or people who are working for any parliament, it's a very interesting document to look at the resolution that has been adopted in October 2024 on the impact of AI on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. And since 2025, the beginning of 2025, February, IPU began to publish a monthly tracker that monitors which parliaments are taking action on AI policy. So that's legislation, committee inquiries, all that tracking is done by the IPU, and it currently already covers 37 parliaments. So we want to know if any parliaments here are missing from that list. If you have activities on AI, you want to be on that tracking list, you can reach out to Mr. Andy Richardson, who is sitting here at the corner in front of me, and he will add you to that list. And in this year, in November 28th to the 30th of November, there will be a core-organized event with the Parliament of Malaysia, UNDP, and the Commonwealth Parliamentarian Association. And that event is the role of Parliament in shaping the future of responsible AI. Soon this will be published, so you can see more about this activity. And of course, we hope that many parliamentarians will attend. And today from the UNDP is also here Ms. Sarah Lister. She is a co-director of Governance, Peace Building and Rule of Law Hub, UNDP, and she will make the closing remarks for today. So she won't be speaking until the end. It's not because I don't want her to speak. It's just because she's going to listen and then conclude at the end. Okay, that's for the normal remarks in the beginning. I would like to ask Mr. Axel Voss, who is a German lawyer, and he's also a politician from the CDU, the Christian Democratic Union of Germany. He's actually been serving as a member of the European Parliament since 2009, and you have been a coordinator of the People's Party's group in the Committee of Legal Affairs in 2017. And you have been focusing your work on digital and legal topics, one of them being the shadow rapporteur on the AI Act. What is the current state of play with regard to AI regulation in the European Union?
So thanks a lot, and also thanks for the invitation and having me here. The situation is as follows. We finished the whole AI Act, let's say at the end of last Monday, so in 2024. And now the transition time will pass, so we have an additional part in force at the beginning of August. There is a kind of a discussion going on that this should be postponed and so on. There's a request also from the American or US side. And so this is one thing, but the other thing is also that our companies need probably more time in adapting these. And so there's a discussion going on
or focusing on the high-risk AI systems. So that might be postponed, is not decided yet, but the discussion is there. And the situation is, of course, we are concentrating in the AI Act, especially on the high-risk systems. This is not forbidden. This is allowed, but we are asking for more requirements for the deployer and also for the system itself. And of course, then it's quite interesting to see or to notice what is an AI high-risk system. And here we have different options in place. So at first, biometrical identification, we consider this as a kind of an AI high-risk system, critical infrastructure, also education and vocational training. So also the question of employment of workers, management, and also self-employment, the access and enjoyment of essential private services and benefits. Law enforcement also is some of these elements. Migration, asylum, and border control management is considered in a majority in our house for an AI high-risk system, and also administration of justice and democratic processes. Also this one is considered as an AI high-risk system. And this is also something the whole AI Act is delivering some general additional remarks on AI, but focusing more than less on AI high-risk systems. And therefore, then we are trying also to install or to simplify the lives of our businesses in installing so-called sandboxes. I have still the feeling, if I may add this, what we shouldn't do, and this is not to 100% to my satisfaction, that we should have only one interpretation of these provisions of the AI Act. We haven't done this in the data protection regulation, but here in the AI Act, it's extremely important that we have in the European single market only one interpretation of everything, and otherwise we will be confused and the companies will be confused, and this is quite important.
Well, I could agree with you more. And also handling the GDPR, sometimes it's you need to interpret it, so it's very, very important that we have clear definitions. Looking forward on your work on that. Ms. Amira Saber, you are an Egyptian member of the parliament, and you are serving as the Secretary General of the Foreign Relations Committee. Right. Quite impressive. And you are also a national winner of the 2025 Study UK Alumni Awards, the Social Action category alumni of the University of Sussex. So it's quite impressive, right? You are a policy leader, you advocate for climate action, also a very important topic, AI governance and youth empowerment, while you're leading on foreign relations and social development. We've just heard from Mr. Axel Voss what's happening in the European Union, but Europe ends somewhere, and maybe you can elaborate a little bit more at what's happening in your country on AI and regulation.
Yeah, thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be talking on this panel amid esteemed colleagues. Actually, in Egypt, we already have a strategy for AI, which we have relaunched this year. So there is the boundaries of the national strategy, and I introduced to the parliament the first draft bill on AI governance, which was very luckily endorsed by 60 other Egyptian MPs. The question of to regulate or not to regulate is a very big debate all across the world. And coming to my background on social democracy, I wanted to tackle the ethical part of which, how we can guarantee that the data is well classified. Accordingly, how to hold the provider, the entity, the government, everyone accountable according to the sensitivity of the data. Because if it comes to AI, which is basically functioning on the data and the data providers, the national data becomes a huge asset by itself. So if, for example, the data of a hospital in a far place in Egypt is leaked, who should I held accountable based on this? So what I tried to do based on the EU Act, by the way, because I introduced this bill now a year and a quarter ago, it was March 2024, and what was there in the space back then was the EU Act as the main regulatory bill which is in the space, and we can frame on and discuss, especially that there was a huge debate between the two big schools of the US and the EU on the regulation, because when you regulate, there is a constraint somehow on technology's advancement, on investing in crazy innovative ideas, because this might hold you accountable and accordingly you may pay fines. This will be a financial burden. So how to balance the innovation and incentivize the private sector to invest, because we need the AI investments in healthcare in my country, a big deal. We need it in education, we need it in agriculture. And since our esteemed attendees today, many of which are parliamentarians, I'm not just talking about the legislative part of which, I'm talking about the scrutiny part as well. Because here comes the importance of capacitating parliamentarians. If you capacitate and educate parliamentarians on how they can use their tools to ask the different ministries how they use the AI technologies in the different sectors to advance their work, to benefit as much as we can the people in their country, this matters a lot. So the basic thing which I am concerned with also is raising the awareness of the parliamentarians in my country and across the region. Actually, I'm also part of ABNIG. It's the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance, and an excellent African network which tries to raise all the time the knowledge and the exchange of experiences when it comes to data governance. So again, educate and capacitate, this is crucial. And then we discuss how it worked, because what works for Egypt definitely couldn't work for other countries and vice versa, but there are experiences which we could always learn from and develop. So actually right away as well, there is another bill which is under progress. It could be governmental, because in Egypt we have the bills either introduced from the parliamentarians or from the government. So actually, to my knowledge, there is a very big coordination, a very fruitful one between the Ministry of ICT and the Ministry of Judiciary, the ministry which is actually concerned with judiciary, to coordinate between each other. How can they release a draft bill, or how can they introduce a bill on AI governance? So the question of regulation for me, my priorities of which is how we can make it ethical, how we can focus on the sectors that matters most and top, and how can we also incentivize the private sector, because my bill has certain incentives to get the private sector interest to invest in certain sectors, actually, on top of which are the ones which I prioritized during my talk now. So it's a continuous learning process, but very honestly, after we have seen in the Middle East recently and the political consequences of the usage of AI when it is weaponized, because it has been weaponized recently in the war on Gaza, it has weaponized recently in the different wars in the region. This brings attention much more to how important the regulators, the policymakers, everyone who is a decision maker should be very much aware and capacitated on how this develops, touching the lives of thousands of people. There have been lots of reports circulating that when the IGF uses AI on the war in Gaza, this actually has raised the casualties of civilians being dead. So again, the question is political, the question is social, the question is on every aspect of how AI governance today is one of the most things which affects every aspect of our lives, no matter where we are.
Yeah. Well, this is a very warm way of saying that, the effect that AI has on our lives, and especially in your region. And it's very good to hear that you're also there giving advice to other countries in your region and regions. So maybe if there's any parliamentarian here who would like to speak to Amira afterwards and get some advice, please make use of her. And in the meanwhile, I would like to, I hope you can hear me well because it's my headphones that not working well. Mr. Rodrigo Coño Romero, you are a politician from Uruguay.
From Uruguay.
And you belong to the Partido Nacional, and you represent the department of Salto, right?
Yes.
Yes. And you have been engaged with AI and democracy, and also you have highlighted the importance of getting the parliaments in the debate on AI. You think that's very important. Can you tell me what's happening with the regulation on AI in your country?
Yes. As Uruguay is a very small country in South America, between big country, Argentina and Brazil, we are prioritized to be open to investment and focus in promoting investing in AI. So in Uruguay and in neither country in Latin America have approved a law, an AI law as European Act, but in many countries there are many hundreds of drafts. In Uruguay, no. In Uruguay, we prefer have passed a legal framework approved by all parties, which self-mandate us to develop regulation with the participation of all sectors and basis of consensus. Like, I try to avoid to do a bad signal for the investment. So just approve a very, very general legal framework that, well, we started running to all stakeholders, academia, companies, technological companies, and OGNO to develop the process. Very slow. I prefer go slowly. I prefer observe that they happen in Europe and US and maybe a bigger country like Brazil, for example.
Yes, thank you very much. It's interesting to hear that both of you also highlight the importance of having investment on AI and the dangers that you have on infringing on that investment when you have regulation. Maybe, Axel, you can tell a little bit about what progress has been achieved, and do you see, apart from this, challenges and risks with the AI regulation?
So we have to be aware that the digital future means that everything is more transparent, is circular, and also digital. And this brings us all as a legislator under extreme pressure, because it's a challenge now to adapt the online world to the offline world somehow, or vice versa. And this, of course, what we are connecting with AI, this is the fundament probably of everything else what is coming next. So that's why it is important to have kind of a frame, how far you can go and what might not be part of AI systems. So what is forbidden, what is high risk, and what is low risk, and so on. And so also there is a kind of a fear for shifting power from humans to machines. So that's why also we need to face these. And there's a thin line only between good purposes and bad purposes. So that's why we have the abilities with AI in widening our human abilities on the one hand side and organizational or societal possibilities. The meaning of AI for health and climate change, energy, traffic, administration, security, education, future-oriented research. This is all what we have in mind and what we should go for. And that's why I would say there are a lot of challenges or having advantages also in using AI. On the other hand, of course, we are facing also a lot of risks. Because of this thin line, there is a risk for democracies. Once again, this fear of loss of control. Then we are facing these arguments of surveillance machines, conspiracies, theories. There might be not an exchange of views and arguments any longer, what is then anti-democratic. The manipulation of the public opinions. This is also something fake news, disinformation for destabilizing countries. So hurdles of attacking free and democracies and freedom is lower. And so even especially for the young people or youth generation, I would say it's hard to differentiate what is real and what is not real. So they can't trust any longer what they are reading, seeing or hearing. So that's why this is a kind of a risk situation. So in this, you need to bring this somehow in a balancing situation that you are focusing on these advantages, what you can gain out of it, and trying to reduce risks also. And this is what we are trying to do.
Yes, well, thank you, Axel. You just mentioned that for youth, it's hard to know what's real, but maybe I'm not youth anymore. Sometimes also feel it's hard to know what's real and what's not. Mira, can you tell, do you also recognize that? What risks and challenges do you see?
Absolutely. Actually, one of the biggest challenges is deepfake. Because deepfake is not just about how it affects the political space when it comes to elections and electoral campaigns and the manipulation of some political systems. It comes to everyone's life, especially in some closed communities or communities which are still having their own strict cultural frameworks. Imagine a girl who's living in a village with certain cultural norms and she has leaked photographs of her on pornography. This might threaten her life directly. She could be killed. And actually, there are incidents in many countries of girls and women who have suffered or actually have risked their lives to deepfake. So this is affecting everyone's life. You can ruin someone. You can ruin his life, his career, her life, her career, based on deepfake images, deepfake videos. And now, even during the war in Iran, which is just a few days ago, we were doomed. Everyone was doomed with massive amount of media, videos, photos, news, with a very, fine line on how to verify this is true or not. So in today's world, what we thought that it would more of empower us towards knowledge and towards edging this knowledge is actually questioning the amount of feeds which we have. Is it true or not? And this again brings a big important question of how do we verify, and this also applies to education. How do a professor verifies that a certain research is AI generated? or it's done by the personal work of the student. So what is happening now is that I see also developments on many levels when it comes to the models verification and when it comes to the content verification, is it AI generated or not? And this is why I say all the time, educate, 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 capacitate, capacitate, capacitate. For politicians, for policymakers, and for the people, for everyone, because it's a multi-stakeholder thing. Because it's a multi-stakeholder thing with all the parties involved in the development on this process. Everyone's life is touched and is altered, and you can't keep just away from it. However, whatever trials you are exerting in that track, you can't. It's embedded in your life. And the good thing now is that the ethical questions are being raised on every international table. I usually hear about different strategies that are now trying to like regulate and to have a bold framing, which consequently have some legal responsibilities. If you are dealing with a classified data or you are dealing with data that is of high risk, this should have immediately a kind of legal liability. Otherwise, it's a case, because it's already a case which we really need to, it's a case which is touching everyone's life, which we really need to regulate. In my country and in my region, the beautiful thing is that there are thousands, I can say millions of young people who are very enthusiastic to get to learn all about AI. I myself, before developing the Draftable, I went through different courses, crash ones, I had interviews, definitely, because you can't regulate something which you don't know.
Really good.
At least
take an example of what she did. Very good.
You should have a deep dive. Actually, now I can't pass a day without using at least 3 apps of AI, at least in my daily work. And it helps a lot. This is the beautiful face of it. But every coin has another side. And this other side, which we as regulators and decision makers should look at thoroughly. We should maximize the benefits of this technology, and we should also look at the risks. And in countries like mine and other countries, in even a position which is having stressful economic situations, the question of AI is the question of electricity, is the question of infrastructure, is the question of capacity building. So the divide is there. I don't usually like to speak this language, but there is a divide which we all should cross, because this motto, if anyone remember which of the SDGs, leaving no one behind, we just didn't remember well as humans the lesson of COVID, when we stated that there is no one safe until everyone is safe. We just forgot about that. This applies to everything else. It applies to AI. There is no one safe until everyone is safe, and we have a responsibility to make it a safe space as possible, because definitely it's going to be manipulated all the time for different purposes, for different reasons, politically and otherwise. But the real responsibility here is how to make it safe as much as possible. And the good news also is that countries in my region, like Saudi Arabia or UAE or Qatar, they are having a huge potential, like in my country, of young people who are eager to learn, who are eager to get even ahead of the curve of too many competitive setups and environments, which is really appreciated. And I always say that the private sector and the UN agencies have a huge duty to capacitate as much as possible and to get investors to highlight this important tracks which touches everyone's life.
Well, thank you very much. I see there's a question. If you hold on 1 second, sir, because I would like to pose a question to Mr. Rodrigo, and then afterwards I will give the floor to you. So please go ahead. No. I was talking about the progress and the challenges and the risks. Maybe.
Yes, we are focusing the develop a national strategy of AI to try to involve all the society in the risk, in the challenge, and very focused in capacity. I the president of the Committee of the Future and of the Parliament, and I try to awareness to the people the risk of the future of the job. So we put focus in prepare, capacity. I have to recognize in many perspective that artificial intelligence have many risks to the job, many changes. So we have to prepare. This is there are no a magic way to face this risk, just capacity. But many people don't know about the risk. So I think it's our duty of the Parliament to awareness, to us to prepare and to facilitate the program, not just to the children, not just to the school, also to the worker. So we are focusing this.
Very good. Thank you very much. The floor, please. Could you state your name and then your question?
My name is Hussam El Gamal. I'm private sector from Africa, and I'm a MAG member. I have been MAG member for 4 years. Well, coming back, AI has been swiftly coming, and in fact, it increased a lot the digital gap. We are facing power gap. We are facing computational power gap and ability to buy the processors to do AI. We are facing data access gap. And finally, we are facing scientist capability within the AI that would then build capacity for others as well. Many countries are working on building capacity, which is good. Putting some strategy is good. But let me just answer ask few questions for you to think about and answer. One thing is, what is the regulatory body that will implement? We don't, in all countries till now, all what we have is telecommunication regulatory body, which is no longer capable of handling digital society regulation. And going to AI and putting regulation for AI, who is going to implement the regulation? So we need, along with building AI regulation, to start thinking about the regulator and how we are going to do it, so to incentivize people to work in AI, but at the same time to put limitation to misuse of AI. Now, second thing is, AI is global, is not local. And same as cybersecurity. Until now, we are facing huge challenge in having international law of cybersecurity. And will be the same for AI. Each country will try to start having its own regulation. But how we are going to implement it globally? Because generally data that will be used, whether fake or right, will be a global one. Yeah. So again, international regulation, how is going to handle this? Yeah. And finally, a lot of countries in the South especially, in addition of lacking the power, they did not implement yet data exchange policy. So we need first to pass this point in order to be able to go to the next one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to take one more question, please. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Ali from Bahrain Shura Council. And I believe that Bahrain have drafted the first and got approved the first AI regulator, law for regulating the use of AI. We managed to do a framework that it combined a balance, that was the challenge between investors, getting investors, and pushing the innovation, and how to regulate the bad side of the use of the AI. So, but my question, I see in the neighbors country like Dubai and the Saudi Arabia, like Dubai, maybe they have a ministry of AI there currently. Currently, I think they are implementing also putting an AI member in the parliament. Yeah. But I don't see them that they are regulating the AI. Are we doing a step forward? Are we doing it ahead, or is it we have to slow down in regulating the thing? That's the question. Thank you.
Yeah. And the last question, and then we'll answer them all together, because they are very much alike.
I'll keep it short. Good afternoon. My name is Yasmin Aldouri. I'm a co-founder and consultant at the Responsible Technology Hub. We're actually the first European-led youth-led nonprofit that focuses on bringing the youth voice to responsible technology in the area of policy as well. And my question is focused actually on Mr. Axel Voss. So your municipality is actually my hometown. So I'm really happy to see you. But I had to think a little bit when you said that young people do not really understand or cannot really distinguish between news that might be disinformation or misinformation, or can't distinguish between deep fakes. And I would definitely disagree, specifically on my work with young people. I would even state that young people are way better at actually seeing what is deep fake and what is not. And this shows a little bit the issue that we're generally facing as a young generation. We are always deemed as not knowing specific things when we're actually really good at specific things. So my question to you, specifically for Europe, is how can we bring the reality of youth to parliamentarians, and how can we make sure that the regulation we're actually doing today is future-proof for generations that are coming? Thank you.
Well, very good questions, all of them. I actually would like to give Amira first the floor on the question of what regulatory body who is capable enough of implementing this, and also because you're from the region, for some very good points made by Bahrain. I mean, and also it's a global problem, right? So how do we make sure that legislation in one country has the same effect in the other, and maybe we don't want to have the same effect? Or how do you go about with this as a parliamentarian?
First, when it comes to the very important question from Mr. Hossein, that was a challenge for me. But in Egypt, actually, we have recently a body which is the Supreme Council on Artificial Intelligence. By law, they didn't have the authority to actually, may I say, hold the governmental entities accountable. This is what I tried to do in my draft bill, to give them the authority to hold every ministry accountable. And in Egypt, it's very much intermingled, because now, as I said, the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of ICT, they are collaborating together towards another draft bill. And actually, when it comes to every other ministry, was it education, health, whatever, they have also a mandate on advancing their services with AI technologies. So who could be the body? It should be a body which is actually just having the framework, the strategy, and it should be regulating it amongst all the other players, which in my case, I see in Egypt, the Supreme Council on Artificial Intelligence is a good entity to do that. So it depends a lot on the context, it depends a lot on the institutions and on the stage and the development of these institutions according to each and every country. But in that case, that's how I see it in Egypt. For the comment and the question of Honorable Ali, first, congratulations. It's so good music to my ear to hear that another Arab country has walked miles in that way and road, because it's I see a matter of sovereignty. I see a matter which is touching everyone's life. So any parliamentarian trial in that track is something which I very much appreciate. And for this, allow me, Arda, to just intensify a recommendation which I said yesterday at one of the panels, that we need to have in the space a kind of a policy radar for AI. That would be extremely knowledgeable for anyone who is accessing that on the level of policymaking, to know what is happening in every region, what is happening in every country, and what do they have in place and what do they have in progress. So if we have such kind of radar, there is a climate policy radar. I wish there would be an AI policy radar. Any of the entities could sponsor that, and it would be of great benefit for parliamentarians and decision makers, so that I know and everyone knows what is happening in other countries. So should we slow down? This is the question, to regulate or not. But let's at least classify the data. This is what I am very much concerned with, because what is not classified couldn't be easily regulated. So we have like broader things to think about when it comes to classification, and to have a legal liability based on which. And the other thing is not to slow down at all when it comes to incentivizing the ministries and asking them and doing this chronizing job of making every ministry up to using AI for the good of the people in their mandate. So it's like depending on the context, but again, at least the data classification is one crucial thing.
Yeah. You make a very good point on the data classification, and I think that also answers the question. I think it is indeed worrying that there's a lot of legislation still needed on this data exchange, and that's something that needs to be worked upon simultaneously. I would like to ask Mr. Axel Vogt the question, the excellent question: how do we make the reality of youth in the legislation? So how do we connect that? And maybe you can take another question as well, because there's been some online questions, remote questions asked. Can AI help in mitigating the social impact of child abuse and gender-related inequalities? It's kind of a heavy question, but I thought, as you are very much into the AI Act, maybe you can stipulate something on it.
So, thank you. If I may start with my friend from the Rhineland, I do not say, over there. So what I mentioned shouldn't be a kind of an insult. It was more, I feel sorrow that you are growing up in a world where you are not can't rely on something what is saying or what you're hearing or what you're reading. So this is, so I grew up in a different century, so that's why I would say it was more easy for me to find trust in some of these elements. But the question, of course, is the now active regulators probably do not have the knowledge in a way in really understanding what's going on. And probably sometimes I have the feeling the politicians might be a bigger problem than the technology, because we are hindering sometimes some elements, and especially if you're dealing with digital laws, then all of a sudden you have a totally different context instead of online laws. So that's why it's difficult. I hope that every parliament has someone dealing with these who is understanding a bit more than the average politician. Also, if we are coming to this point and saying, oh yes, digital is very important and we need to develop something, then probably nobody knows what to do. So that's why, we need to come forward with it. And also to the others, the problem is, so I speak for the European Union, the democratic legislator is too slow for the technology developments. And so we are always behind. That's why we can face this problem a bit more if we are saying we need to reduce the normal behavior of a democratic legislator. So meaning there should be a kind of a solution in place after 3 months, just so. And otherwise we are losing track of this problem, and if we are once ready with a law, then it might be a kind of a different problem already occurring. So we need to be faster, and we need probably not to be detailed all the time. It's more a kind of a frame what we should have with ethical aspects or a kind of value-orientated frame. And then you might have the time, if everyone knows, if I'm in the frame, everything is okay. If I'm outside the frame, you will face trouble. So, and this might be a kind of a better way forward. Also, I'm asking sometimes myself, shouldn't we, instead of focusing on all these risks and avoiding these, shouldn't we just ask ourselves what we are expecting from AI? This is a more positive approach, probably, in saying what we are expecting, and we do not want to see other things. So that's why it might help in a kind of a better way. So data exchange policy, what was mentioned, or the second question?
Can it help in mitigating the social impact of child abuse and gender-related inequalities?
Yes, so I would say it can.
Yeah.
But of course, need to have a kind of a plan in mind how to do this. I would say it's not coming as a kind of stereotype behavior. So no, you have to concentrate on it, and also it can help everyone who in mitigating these problems, I would say. But of course, you need to be very careful in what are the conditions at the end and formulating these.
So yeah, basically is what I hear you say, that as a parliament you should avoid being too detailed.
Yes.
But make sure that you have a framework here.
Yeah.
Also, a philosopher comes to mind, Mr. Wittgenstein, who once said, "If you don't know what you're talking about, you shouldn't speak on it." So I hear both of you say, maybe as a parliamentarian, this time you should put a little extra effort in understanding AI, because it's so important. Do you think that the parliaments now, it's a question also from remote, that they are kind of shaping their own AI policies, or are they just looking at what somebody else is proposing? You already said that you took the AI Act as an example.
I depended on too many sources, of which, because it was in the space then as a legislation, I definitely had a deep dive on what the EU Act had.
Yeah. And how about you, Axel? The European Union, they started fresh, or did they look at other examples? There are not many examples in there. You were the first.
Yeah.
They're the first, yeah, but you're the first. You followed them. Okay, so...
I hope not in every detail, because we are sometimes too complicated and too bureaucratic orientated. But in general, yes, it's...
yeah. So yeah, for the people who are not hearing this, Bahrain just stated that they have used, they benchmarked their law against the one of the European Commission. And they made it much more simpler, I think. That's what they tried to, as a framework. Yeah. Right, okay.
The problem for a kind of a rule of law system is at the end, and this was also mentioned with the first question, how to implement and how to enforce all these. Also, yes, the capacity might not be there. So what we are trying now to do is to build up a so-called AI office, and also give guidelines and what the provisions should mean and how we might come forward. But at the end, also, you need someone in controlling and or enforcing all these. And here we are coming to a problem. You need to have something what is also valid in front of a court. So if this is not possible, then it might be very tricky.
You wanted to add something, Ms. Haber?
Yes, one of the main tools which parliamentarians use is actually the assessment of the legislative impact. It's still missing to a great extent to assess the legislative impact of the AI bills which are already released. So we are also challenged by the impact of these legislations. So, for example, in the EU Act, can I say full mouth 100% that this didn't affect the amount of private sector investments in the fields of high-tech and AI development, and that these companies went to the US, for example? It's not accessible yet. These kind of big questions, it takes time to assess. That's why the question of regulation when it comes to AI is very challenging. You need to put the regulation now, and you need also to assess the impact, and you need to all the time amend and edit and amend and edit according to the advancement of the technologies and according to what is in place. That's why I all the time pro the framework and the legal interventions which are regulating the basic thing, which are more towards the data classification, the rights, the ethics, the broader ones, because when you dive deeply in the details, you get completely doomed, and this is not what the regulator should do.
Right. I see a lot of people nodding in what you're saying about adding the legislation all the time. So there's a question from the floor, and if there's another question, you have to be at the microphone. But first from the lady. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. My name is Meredith. I'm a tech and human rights researcher with the Business and Human Rights Resource Center. And it's really great that we're having this panel now about AI regulation and the importance of it, and better understanding what are the impacts, because there are governments, even here, who are touting some very problematic narratives about the dangers of clipping the wings of the potential and everything that AI can do for the benefits of society, while ignoring the mountains of evidence that we have about the actual harms that are taking place now, that need to be mitigated and dealt with now, and justice that needs to happen now. So my question from your seats and your positionality is, what is needed and what hope do you have in terms of pushing back against this wave and these very problematic narratives, as I mentioned, in order to hold the line and keep pushing forward on all of the momentum that had been building about AI regulation for quite some time, and even keeping the EU AI Act strong and making sure that the AI office is strong in its enforcement and having a really well-tuned regulatory approach that can help continue to set more standards moving forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And another question from behind. Your Honourable.
Yeah, hi. Actually, it's not a question, just a comment on amending the law. I believe the more that what we can do is to simplify the law and just to keep it to another body that they are more flexible, because changing anything in the law is going to take a long time, which we cannot cope as with the fast developing of the AI.
Yeah.
So this is the only thing comment.
That was a very good advice. Just keep the framework in the law and make sure that you have lower regulation to be able to be flexible. I'm going to take the last question here. Yes, please.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I'm very happy that I could have catched you, especially on this topic, exploitation of children through the internet and through artificial intelligence. I have just published a new article on Ahram Center for Political and Strategic Studies about this issue, how young people and children are recruited in extremism and radicalization and terrorism through artificial intelligence. And it was surprising, because I started to study and research about this topic, that they are recruiting children through the games, through the gamings. They recruit children through electronic games on the internet. It is available. So I concluded this study with some recommendation. One of the recommendation: look after your children. Don't leave them alone with the screens. Don't do it. This is they isolate them firstly, then they started to promote their own ideas and radicalization approaches. Then we find some young people doing horrible things. So one of the recommendation is awareness is very important. And the legislation, of course. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. And this is really the last question I'm going to take. And I'm going to ask you very brief answers, because Sarah will then wrap up.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm Munir Surur from Bahrain Parliament. Actually, I would like to thank you and thank all of you. Making regulation is very easy, but in the same time difficult, especially in AI, because AI, we are working on open space. And every time we do something, I mean, because we are moving and we're expanding. As Ms. Iman said, we are every time just asking, doing, adapt ourselves. Can we just suggest something to be like a main framework? And we are looking for balancing. We don't look now to make a regulation. We can't fix a regulation, especially with AI. Can we, I mean, according to the experience of Egyptian, can we just mention what the main framework, at least to minimize the risk of the AI? And thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
A very short answer from you, Amida. First, you're good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Axel, maybe you want to comment?
Yes. So thanks for the recommendations. It's good to hear. To Meredith, yes. So keeping the AI Act strong. This is what we are trying to do, but we are in a kind of a trap. We are seeing AI and AI systems and generative AI is creating a lot of wealth, and so we are lagging behind everywhere except 2 big regions, and this is why we need to support these, but on the other hand also trying to keep very strong limits and framework.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. I would like to give the floor to Ms. Sarah Lister, who will give us her closing remarks.
Thank you very much. And as we conclude this open forum on AI regulation, I'd like to start by thanking, first of all the panelists, the participants, the moderator in person and online for all your insights and the questions and the commitment to inclusive rights-based governance of artificial intelligence. As a personal reflection, I am delighted that there is such a well-attended session focusing on the role of parliaments. In my experience, too often in digitalization discussions, national governance authorities and processes have been forgotten and have been brought too late to the processes. So today's discussion has highlighted the practical role of parliaments in ensuring that AI systems are aligned with human rights and normative principles, and to ensure that no one is left behind, as the colleague from Egypt said. We have heard that parliaments are on the front lines of some of the most pressing policy issues of our time. How to protect citizens and all people while enabling innovation. And that has been a core theme that has run through our discussion this afternoon. It was raised by the colleague from Egypt and from Uruguay and from the floor. And then how do we ensure oversight in a rapidly evolving technological landscape? What type of regulatory entities do you need? How do you create governance frameworks that are grounded in human rights? And we have heard that to ensure the benefits of AI reach everyone, we must invest in the development, governance, and support of responsible and ethical AI, as well as in countries' capacities to build safe, secure, and trustworthy AI systems. Parliaments are key in governing the use of global technologies and ensuring that these truly serve their public's interests and support the achievements of the SDGs. We have heard that no single actor can shape the governance of AI alone. Effective regulation demands a multi-stakeholder approach, bringing together parliaments, executive branches, civil society, private sector, and technical communities. And Uruguay talked about the consensus-based approach that takes place there. And we heard from the floor and then in response about the importance of bringing youth voices to the discussions, and have asked the question, how can we effectively ensure that multi-stakeholder, including young people's approach to this issue? The report of the Secretary General's high-level advisory body on AI and the Global Digital Compact that was signed on the margins of the General Assembly last year notes that AI governance requires addressing existing gaps in representation, coordination, and implementation. Parliaments are key actors in ensuring that. At UNDP, we see AI not only as a technological issue, but as a governance one. We support countries with our partners in navigating both the governance of digitalization and digitalization for governance. And we support countries to develop their potential to transform their public services, build a more open and inclusive public sphere, and enhance democratic processes and institutions. We co-host with IPU an expert group on parliaments and digital policy to try to bring together some of these elements that people have asked for in terms of sharing experiences. And other international organizations join that expert group to help ensure that we pull together. I see that my time has passed, so I would just say once again, thank you very much for being a part of this timely and important conversation. A special thanks to the Interparliamentary Union for their partnership in making this event possible, and to the IGF for hosting us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
everyone. Welcome to the session. I hope you can hear me and you're all tuned in on channel 1 for this workshop. And I realized that we're going to be talking about the implementation of the Global Digital Compact. Thank you all for not being in the room next door. There is a way cooler title because they're talking about closing the computing gap on AI. This sounds crucial, but I hope that my fellow panelists will explain how what we're talking about here about the implementing the Global Digital Compact is relevant as well. And the focus of this chat this afternoon will be on how the Global Digital Compact can deliver for inclusiveness and can deliver for our constituency, for the people on the ground, and especially for vulnerable people. I'm delighted to be joined, and I will make a round of introduction, and I will leave them the floor. From your right to the left, we have Guilherme with UNESCO. Is a director wearing his new hat of director for digital inclusion. Some of you might know him for his previous work still at UNESCO on information integrity. Tobekile, she's senior manager, I think, for correct me if I'm getting the title wrong. Tobekile from Paradigm Initiative, a civil society organization. She's a senior manager for partnerships and engagement. To my right, Leanda, she's the executive director of 5 Rights, a foundation active in protecting child rights in the digital domain and beyond the digital domain. Eugenio from Itamaraty, from the government of Brazil, is a director for science, technology, innovation, and intellectual property. Definitely a person that you might want to follow on LinkedIn, formerly Deputy Consul General in San Francisco and a thought leader in this area. Last but not least, we have Katie from UNHCR. She worked in a number of countries around the globe, working on refugees and vulnerable population. Now she's a senior manager for covering information integrity, and in a second we'll hear more from them. Maybe to set the stage of where we are, what is this Global Digital Compact thing, what they've been doing within the United Nations system so far. You probably all know, if you're here, that the Global Digital Compact was adopted in September 2024 by consensus by the world leaders, and what we've been thinking over the last few months is how we can best support member states to deliver on their ambition, how we can start implementing the Global Digital Compact in the areas where member states decided that action has to be taken by the UN. There are several initiatives that have already started in different areas. You can think of the working group on data governance established within the CSTD in Geneva. You can think of the ongoing negotiations in New York to establish a scientific panel on artificial intelligence and a global dialogue on AI governance. And way more than that, there is an upcoming report of the Secretary General on innovative financing option for capacity building, and there are plenty more activities that are being started, implemented by different part of the system. And of course, there is all of you, there is civil society, there is the technical community, there is the private sector that are already taking actions that rhyme very well with the Global Digital Compact. Inside the UN, we have a very good cooperation mechanism, labeled Working Group on Digital Technology, that is led by the Office for Digital and Emerging Technology and by ITU, and with several co-chairs from all the relevant agencies, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, UNESCO, UNDP, UNU, UNIDO, UNCTAD, and plenty more. And we are using that to coordinate. There are plenty of opportunities for all of you to hear about updates of what we have been doing. We are hosting some of the town halls. And of course, I highly encourage you to engage with the different entities and agencies of the UN that are leading the substantive work. After this chapeau, this conversation is not about bureaucratic structure, or is not about explaining what has been done, how we got to the Global Digital Compact, but it's about what's coming next and how different activities are contributing to this goal. Guilherme, maybe the question for all of you is how this digital inclusion dimension that is in the Global Digital Compact, how the activities that you're working on are contributing to that. And I know that UNESCO hosted recently an event for public sector and artificial intelligence, but also I would be very curious if you could touch upon the information integrity space. So Katie might close the circle after that.
Thank you very much, Filippo, for the kind invitation, for being here. Thank you all for being resistant and resilient until this late time in the day. Let me start. Many years ago, I interviewed the former president of a Latin American country, and I asked him, what do you think was the most interesting thing you learned for being a president? And then he told me, I learned that we all politicians, at least according to him in Latin America, we have the same syndrome. That is the syndrome of Adam. We think the world started with ourselves. And I'm saying this because the Global Digital Compact beauty is not about exactly proposing something entirely new, although there is one or two things very interesting that are new. Is the huge and interesting exercise of looking across the border in the UN system, but also in the concrete policies in our 190 plus member states, in trying to come with a comprehensive framework saying, look, those are the key areas that we agree that are urgent for the immediate future. And with this, if what I said is true, that this facilitates a lot the logic of implementation. Because we can take this commitment and say, look, what we are doing here is trying to help you to be more coherent in what you are already doing and in what you committed, in this case in New York, etc., in terms of implementation. The other big problem that this same politician told me that he faced when he was president is that they have a tendency to approve a law and so on, and the policy, and then the next step is to create a committee for deciding how to implement the law, right? So it's another layer. So we don't need to wait anything. If you want to take just one takeaway of what I'm going to say to here during this session, we need to start implementing now. And it's ready, and the urgencies are there, and the concrete elements are there. The commitments were made last year in New York. Of course, we can always go deeper in the details of this and that, but it's ready to be implemented, and it's urgent to be implemented. In that sense, two quick examples. The Global Digital Compact touches several areas of the agenda of UNESCO. Filippo mentioned information integrity. There are important issues related, for example, to independent media and so on. So we have several structures in UNESCO. For example, there is an intergovernmental body called IPDC that deals particularly with this part. There is another one called the IFAP that deals more with the digital transformation part. So what we are doing in UNESCO is, from the moment it was approved, to convey to our constituencies, also using the WSIS framework, etc., our constituencies of journalists, of judges, of regulators, of electoral authorities, saying, here it is, here are the key elements of the Global Digital Compact that you can start implementing now, and here are the tools from UNESCO that you can use to be implemented. For example, we are Secretariat of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, and you see how the Global Digital Compact and the Pact of the Future connected a lot the agenda of multilingualism with the overall idea of meaningful connectivity and so on. Again, we don't need to create another story. We need to say to these structures of multilingualism, let's start implementing these immediately. And then to conclude, two things. Capacity building, of course, is a major story there. Several of the member states were very adamant on that. So this conference that Filippo mentioned, we did a few weeks ago, a conference in Paris, concentrate on this aspect, capacity building of public servants, on the aspects of digital transformation, artificial intelligence, and we create an alliance of national schools of public administration, so those that are in charge of training public servants, and we are discussing with them precisely how they can incorporate the Global Digital Compact and start implementing this in the in-service and pre-service training of public servants. And then final aspect, and this is one of the very important innovations of the Global Digital Compact, is to bring the discussion of information integrity to the heart of the overall discussion of digital policies. And in that case, many of you followed, UNESCO launched prior to the compact global guidelines for the governance of digital platforms with a strong set of recommendations on how to do information integrity policies while protecting freedom of expression and access to information. As you can imagine, easy to say, not as that easy to do, but several of these networks of regulators are using these guidelines and now connecting with the Global Digital Compact to move forward. So I'll stop here, but glad to take questions later on.
Thank you, Guillermo, and absolutely on your first point that we need to start implementing now. Tobekile, thinking the question is the same, how we can encourage this inclusion dimension. And I'm thinking that some of your digital inclusion programs that you run, I know the down digital readiness program, you have software engineering school, projects that make a concrete impact on the ground. What's the relationship with these high-level commitments of a global framework, and how do you mainstream it in the activities that you do? How do these things go together?
Thank you so much for that. And thanks for mentioning that this is high level. I think the Global Digital Compact is one of those very lovely, good documents that, meets the checklist. It talks about all the things that you want to hear. It talks about connectivity. It talks about human rights even. It talks about expanding inclusion. But it remains a consensus document that it can be really very high level unless it cascades down to communities. It remains a global digital compact for global optics. But I want to refer to something that is really concerning for us as Paradigm Initiative, having done work on the African continent, is that on the ground there's no real implementation of the GDC. Or even acknowledgement that it's such an important, document with key commitments that have been made towards things that are critical to the African continent, and specifically connectivity, and not just connectivity, but meaningful, access to the internet, meaningful connectivity. So from our perspective, I think through the work that we are doing, we've seen that definitely there's, a huge digital divide. And ITU has mentioned that I think from Africa's population, 38% are online, which means that there's still a very huge, group of, of people that are excluded from, being on the internet, and digital access basically is a problem. And that needs to be addressed. And the GDC has articulated what needs to happen. It's also highlighted some of those gaps, gaps in availability, accessibility, as well as affordability, and also, the importance of ensuring that at least, there's a digital skills strategy. And what we're seeing on the ground is that has not started being implemented. And last year at the 81st ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights as Paradigm Initiative, we were able to convene an engagement with representatives from national human rights institutions on the African continent, as well as civil society organizations. And this was something new, basically, about the GDC, and that was, I think, a few months after its adoption, and there was a lack of knowledge. So capacity building, raising awareness are some of the critical things that need to happen, like as soon as yesterday, for relevant entities like your national human rights institutions, your civil society actors, to be able to even also engage and hold governments accountable for what they committed to in the process of adopting the GDC itself. And I think one thing that I would also highlight is that through our work, we are able to bring digital literacy skills to communities, and that's how we are plugging in with realizing what the GDC also speaks about. The good thing is that the GDC highlights the important role of different stakeholders, which is a very good thing in the context of multi-stakeholderism and how different stakeholders can plug in. And we've got digital literacy programs that we run. We've got our life legacy program that we run in different countries, where we go into communities and build their capacity on how they can use digital tools and digital technologies. We also engage with policymakers as well around policy issues and how they can also be implementing what the GDC has said and what they've committed to as well at a global level. Last month, we also had an engagement. I'll specifically speak about some of our work. I think Zambia was very pivotal in facilitating the GDC process, and we were able to engage with the Zambian government, but at country level, engaging with civil society. They were still looking out to know more about how they can also get involved and how civil society can get involved. But the major thing that was coming out of that engagement is that there was a disconnect between what happens at global level when governments adopt these processes and what actually happens on the ground. There was an urgent need for that interface between governments and civil society on the ground to be able to engage on what governments agreed to at global level, and also just getting that awareness on the ground to the actors on the ground. So I think that's something that we are also doing as Paradigm Initiative. We host the Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum, and we've been also able to convene conversations around the Global Digital Compact as well to raise awareness. So I think for me, it's awareness raising as well as building capacity of local actors to be able to engage and also ensure that there's implementation of the GDC.
Thank you so much, and absolutely on the need to cascade down to communities. And again, their civil society plays and must play a very important role also in their outreach to national authorities, to the local government, to mobilize and to make sure that is not only in some documents, but is reflected on the ground. And something that I find it's interesting that in all these frameworks that we have, I think we must move from correlation to causation. It's not enough to say, hey, we adopted this framework and this thing happened because the market forces or because of other external dynamics. We need to make sure that these frameworks that we agreed upon, they are able to move the needle. They're only as good as they're able to move the needle. Talking about moving the needle, a needle that was moved during the negotiation of the Global Digital Compact was children protection, the child dimension of the compact. That was very weak, if I may, at the very beginning, but thanks to the advocacy of organizations like Five Rights, was strengthened and is a key core part of the Global Digital Compact. And again, with this idea that is only as good as is able to cascade down to community. Maybe, Leanda, you can elaborate on some of your activities and how they relate to the compact.
Thank you so much, Filippo, and hello everyone. Very happy to be here today. Indeed, we were delighted by the results of the Global Digital Compact, and it wasn't to be taken for granted, because as you say at the beginning, there was not much. As usual, children generally are forgotten. Especially when it comes to the digital space, children have been forgotten really from the start. The digital space, the internet, was not designed for children, and they continue to be largely ignored. Their voices, although they have a right to participation and to be heard in issues that affect them, and the digital environment certainly affects them, are very, very largely absent. But there was a huge mobilization of civil society to ensure that children's rights were central to the Global Digital Compact. And I would say that this is one area where, unfortunately, market forces do not make any difference. And on the contrary, there is a very strong commercial incentive to ignore children's rights and to very, very heavily exploit children on the services that they use online. So mobilizing and ensuring that we do have commitment from governments, national authorities, civil society, basically accountability of the tech sector is absolutely critical. It is also really, really critical to have global standards in this area. The services that children use, and it's a relatively narrow range of services. We're not talking about the entire digital environment, but most children are using the same services around the world. It's mostly social media, gaming, search, and education technology in particular, although of course there are others. But these are the services that children around the world are using and spending huge amounts of time on. So having a global approach to basically regulate global companies and ensure that they go against their commercial incentives to very heavily exploit children and instead deliver something that is at a minimum rights respecting is really, really critical. And so the Global Digital Compact is a very important step in this direction. I would just say that when it comes to kids, inclusion, yes, they do have a right indeed to participate and to be included, and digital inclusion is very, very important for them. But it really is a question of included in what. They must be included in a rights respecting digital environment, and as I say, an environment that has been designed with them in mind. The digital world will not be safe, and children will not thrive in the digital environment unless they are taken into account when the systems that they use are designed and rolled out from the start. At the moment, as I said, it's heavily commercial, and effectively children are systematically exposed to risks and harms. And this is indeed because all of those services that they are using basically are designed with three main aims, which is, so the brief that designers are given are increase time spent on the service, increase reach, and increase engagement. And this results in very heavy, persuasive, behavioral, manipulative design of these services, which is leading to problems such as anxiety, depression, ADHD, body dysmorphia, self-harm, suicide, harassment, and child sexual abuse, just to name but a few, and this has been going absolutely through the roof. Children, if you ask them, will tell you they expect to see something different. So we know the impact, and the Global Digital Compact, is a way of saying again that children's rights need to be respected. And I would say that the children's piece actually had a little bit of a head start, because there is already under the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, the General Comment number 25, which sets out exactly how this higher bar of rights for children applies in the digital environment. So that was already there a few years back. There was also the year before the Global Digital Compact, there was an UNGA, a General Assembly resolution, so member states again committing to taking this piece forward. But in the end, it doesn't make any difference, as you said, unless it cascades down into real practical changes in the lived experience of children. And that requires governments to go beyond nice policy statements and general commitments into policy, legislation, and most difficultly, having the political will to actually enforce against a sector which is very, very powerful and invests an awful lot in lawyers and making enforcement incredibly difficult. So as I say, this requires political will, but we are getting there. I would just mention, before my time runs out, a few of the areas where advances have been made. So the African Union now has a child online safety and empowerment policy. It's going up on the agenda in ASEAN as well. At the regional level, also, the Council of Europe adopted its treaty on AI, framework treaty on AI, which includes special provisions for children. At the European level, the Digital Services Act the European Commission is finalising guidelines specifically on children's safety, security and privacy in the digital environment. The AI Act also includes specific provisions for children. There are online safety legislation in the UK, now being debated in Canada, Malaysia. There's a lot of stuff in Australia, and in particular there are age-appropriate design codes and technical standards that go with it in places like the UK, but also on the table passed already in Indonesia, on the table in Argentina, and elsewhere. And there's really good stuff in Brazil. So with that, I think I can stop.
Yeah, that's a perfect transition. I was about to say that one of the governments that has been the most active in several areas of the Global Digital Compact is the Brazilian government, I'm thinking of President Lula's commitment to AI governance. This is actually predate, of course, the Global Digital Compact. And some of the priorities of the G20 presidency mirror very closely what is in the GDC. I'm thinking of information integrity. I'm thinking of the environmental dimension. I'm thinking, again, the AI governance dimension. So, Eugenio, maybe you can elaborate on how the G20 presidency relate to the Global Digital Compact, and I know that Brazil is chairing the BRICS Summit, so maybe on this alignment between your international priorities and what's the Global Digital Compact, and what do you see, where are we going from here?
Thank you. Glad to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I hope we can close all digital divides, not only the computer divide for the panel next door, but this is, when you talk about inclusivity, we should remember that 1/3 of the world's population is still offline. And by the way, protection of children and the youth is also a top priority for us in the digital domain. But I think you are familiar with the Brazil's Internet Steering Committee, also known as CGI. We are celebrating 30 years. And some of you may also be familiar with the São Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines adopted last year during the Net Mundial Plus 10, because we believe that a multi-stakeholder approach is the best way to ensure inclusion and diversity. But as a background to our discussion, I want to talk about the G20, BRICS, and other initiatives. Because when we talk about the implementation of the GDC, what we need to face is a very challenging political situation, especially this year, with growing polarization, geopolitical tensions, ideological divide. Some people talk about a new tech Cold War. And maybe we should ask developing countries what their priorities are, if this is what they need or what they want. Because our approach, so now talking about the G20, because we have the presidency of India, then Brazil last year, the next now, this year is South Africa. So I think we are much on the same page, bringing this Global South perspective to the G20. When they have the Digital Economy Working Group, when we suggest 4 priorities. One is a universal and meaningful connectivity, which is basic. Since we still have a lot to do to achieve digital citizenship for all. And another priority was DPI, the digital public infrastructure, including digital public services and allowing people to have access to digital tools and being able to participate in this digital environment. The third priority was information integrity, as Guilherme also mentioned. Was the first time information integrity was addressed within the G20. And the fourth priority was AI. In this case, we were highlighting the need for AI governance that is development-oriented to reduce inequalities. So that's a way that we address the problems of inclusion. And I think we were successful bringing these issues to the table. And we adopt a declaration in the city of Maceió. Maybe you can download this and have a look. The Maceió Declaration on the Digital Economy by the G20 last September. Now, talking about the BRICS, now have the presidency of BRICS with the summit of leaders next month in Rio de Janeiro. And we negotiated the first ever statement by the leaders of the BRICS on AI governance. And again, the same approach that we had within the G20, we also brought this to the BRICS. Just an example, the idea of that access to AI technologies should be fair, equitable, enabling, and inclusive. So all countries, regardless of the stage of economic development, they have the right to benefit from and develop and use AI tools. We stress the need for international cooperation to facilitate access to AI technologies and critical components, and to remove barriers to financial resources required for AI research and innovation. So this is, of course, it's G20 is different from the BRICS, but our approach is much the same, bringing these issues to the table. And then we have now COP30 coming on climate change. Is of course a huge challenge, and we will host in Belém next November, COP30, the first ever COP in the Amazon rainforest. And we like to say that when we seek inclusivity for the most vulnerable groups, including indigenous peoples, because we are inviting people to come and see by themselves how life is in the Amazon. So please come, but also we know that it's nearly impossible to have everyone physically there. So we are trying to see how we can have like a metaverse or something that would, we will take this digital technology to help us make sure that stakeholders globally have the opportunity to engage. And of course, you know the principle of nothing about us without us. So I think this is important to highlight. And everything is integrated in terms of the challenge that we face, including connectivity in the Amazon region, because the most underserved region in Brazil is precisely the north, in the Amazon, in remote areas. So I think it's still a challenge, but that's what we are trying to do. And I think I will stop here. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. You mentioned the challenging political situation. You mentioned, of course, connectivity. Without connectivity, we are not going anywhere. And there is a 2.6 billion that are still offline. And this is as much an issue of supply, but it's more of an issue of demand. I think the data from ITU, and I don't want to quote the wrong figure, but I think only 400 or 500 million people live in an area where there is no access to connectivity, but there is a demand issue. You mentioned information integrity being for the first time on the G20 agenda. In the political situation that we're all living in, content moderation that picked up speed a few years ago, we are seeing this trend being rolled back. And we know that when content moderation is not there, where policies are not there, the first to be damaged are vulnerable people, and refugees is one of the first categories that come to mind. So maybe coming back to information integrity, Katie, you might want to zoom in on your project and talk about that.
Sure, thank you. Thanks everyone as well for the opportunity to be here. And I just wanted to sort of say at the maybe what seems to be the small detail level, but incredibly important level, was that at the Digital Global Compact level, refugees are included as an identified group. And this is vitally important for us because just like children, for a long time, they've been almost like a silent group when we've been talking about digital. And very often this is because, you know, the digital divide that we all talk about is really pronounced for people experiencing forced displacement. And so if you think about maybe where are the largest refugee hosting settlements on the African continent, for a long time, they were in places where connectivity wasn't, or we saw sort of patchy internet that really didn't necessarily enable them to sort of access meaningfully connectivity services. So that's great. We're really pleased to have seen sort of the focus or, you know, the inclusion of refugees. And that's a really important part of sort of how we as UNHCR, you know, are sort of leveraging this as an opportunity to really try and, you know, get the importance of refugee inclusion in these conversations on the agenda. And, you know, thanks again to sort of Paradigm, we were able to talk about refugee inclusion and information integrity at the Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum. Just recently, we had the Protection of Civilians Week in New York, sponsored by Brazil, allowing us to bring the issues to the table. I think concretely it's really worth mentioning, as you say, where we see sort of the polarization of conversations. You know, there is a sense of sort of othering that is definitely being exacerbated. We see scapegoating of, you know, non-foreign nationals in many, many contexts across the globe. And on the receiving end of this are very often refugees and forcibly displaced people. And the level of toxicity and hate and, we see that online in some contexts, and those who were in a previous panel, the panel members that we had were able to talk directly about how in South Africa, online hate towards foreigners, including refugees, resulted in real life harm. And this caused, destruction to property, but also resulted in death ultimately. And so that's something that definitely needs to be addressed. But it's not an easy solution to fix. And I think that as we're able to sort of much more sort of focus on some of the I guess conditions or enabling factors that are sort of part of the compact, is really looking at how the importance of this multi-stakeholder approach has been absolutely critical to us as well. So at a concrete level within UNHCR, we've really tried to make an effort to deliver on sort of the commitments that we see within the compact, but really want to sort of think about how we can leverage maybe unique to us partners. Paradigm, for example, we've only started just to sort of really think about how we can work with people who are in sort of working on digital rights, for example. And that's something that has been a new partnership for us. And I think that's really important that we start to try and explore those digital rights actors. We're really also taking that nothing about us without us approach and looking at how we can work with communities to try and sort of create content that will counter these toxic narratives, that will really work to try and sort of promote, refugee voices and stories that are hopefully looking to sort of counter, toxicity and think about inclusion, that are really, really important as well. And so we've actually had the opportunity to be able to implement a number of pilot projects across diverse contexts and with multiple partners, including the private sector, government, digital rights, civil society and refugee-led organizations as well. And through this process, and hopefully to, start to address the how do you take it into practice, we've developed an information integrity toolkit that pulls together a number of sort of practical steps that people can, take, tools that people can use to try and address information risks in forced displacement contexts. This is a constantly evolving, situation, and we know that we don't actually have, the one-size-fits-all silver bullet solution to this. But I would really urge sort of partners to sort of think about how they can collaborate with us, how they can use these tools, because this is a challenge that is a sort of whole of society issue, and it's going to take multiple partners to address. So I'm very happy to share the link to the toolkit afterwards. If you have tools that you also want to share with us, please do. And the beauty of this toolkit, just to sort of say one final point of it, is I think it really speaks to the spirit of the compact as well. It draws on tools that civil society have developed. It draws on tools that our sister agencies have developed as well. It has strong links to, tools that media development agencies have also created. And I think that it's really important that we realize we're not in this alone. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Katie. And using IGF, that is the best platform we have for multi-stakeholder conversation. I know I have a second round of questions for my panelists, but I would invite right now, if you have any observation or question, you can see some mic over there. We'll be able to take 2 or 3 observations or question, and then we'll go back to our panelists. I would kindly invite you to introduce yourself and to be brief if possible.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. This is Mohammad Abdullah Konu from Bangladesh. I'm looking for Bangladesh Internet Governance Forum. I'm a Secretary General. I have 3 observations. As the Global Digital Compact moves from agreement to implementation, how can we ensure that the voice of grassroots and national level multi-stakeholder initiative, especially from the global south, are meaningfully included in shaping the governance mechanism and accountability frameworks? Another observation, what role do national IGF and local actors play in global commitment with local initiative? And third observation, big Rohingya refugee live in Bangladesh territory. They are not allowed to have mobile connection. Thank you.
Thank you. If we might go to my left, that is to the right, please.
Thank you. My name is Wolfgang Kleinwächter. I'm a retired professor from the University of Aarhus. We speak about the implementation of the Global Digital Compact. And I think the representative from UNESCO was very wise to say that the GDC itself is an element in a process which started already years ago and has seen a lot of iterations, you know, the WSIS documents, and we had a number of commissions, we had the roadmap of the digital, of the Secretary General, and now we have the Global Compact. And it was a permanent improvement. And so the Global Digital Compact is the next step in the right direction, which is it goes to the 2030s. So my point is, you should be very careful not to isolate the implementation of the Global Digital Compact from the other processes, but to include them. And with WSIS Plus 20, we have a great opportunity, and it would be good if ODAT would, you know, strengthen this close cooperation or integration between WSIS Plus 20 and the GDC. You mentioned also the working group on technology, emerging technologies, and you mentioned a number of organizations. We have UNGIS. UNGIS is a good instrument already, so there is no need to add something more, but what is needed is to strengthen the multi-stakeholder engagement. And the proposal made by the Swiss government to add a multi-stakeholder advisory group to UNGIS would be a good idea, and if this would get the support from ODAT, this would be a good step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Wolfgang.
Thanks, Filippo. My name is Jacqueline Pigato. I'm with Data Privacy Brazil, civil society. I was going to say the same point that Professor Kleinwachter about the WSIS Plus 20. I would like to hear thoughts of the panel on the integration of the GDC with the WSIS action lines, and also if there are conversations or if you envision the establishment of some targets and metrics for the implementation so we can follow and also as an accountability mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last
Thank
intervention,
you.
please.
My name is Adel Magid. I am a judge at the Egyptian Court of Cassation in Egypt, and I am honorary professor of law at Durham University. I am going to complete on the same person who is sitting here on the modalities to implement. This is what I can see. This is one problem, or this is the main focus of this workshop. And I heard some voices that were saying that it is a non-binding instrument. So when you say it is a non-binding instrument, it is, yeah, of course it is non-binding instrument, but you're underestimating of its value, its power. We have the same problem with the global compact on safe and orderly and regular migration. It is the same issue. Compact, soft law, but when you aim to implement the provision of this compact or even enforce it, just refer to existing international binding instruments. For example, for these hate speech issues, the Security Council has issued many resolutions on hate speech. So you can enforce the articles in this compact of reservation through the security. When it comes about cyber crimes against children, for example, you refer to the new instrument that has been issued last December by the UN Convention Against Cyber Crimes. It covered many issues concerning human rights, children rights, cyber crimes. So this is a modality that you can use to implement and enforce the provision of this compact. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will turn to the speaker and maybe to connect what we heard last from the professor with the first intervention from Mohammed. That was about how we can ensure the voices of multi-stakeholders are meaningfully included into this. And in my understanding, this goes beyond law and legislation. There is something that law and legislation can deliver. There are some of the objectives of different compacts or different non-binding instruments and General Assembly resolution that cannot be achieved with legislation alone. But I don't know who want to take on this multi-stakeholder dimension and how we can better implement, maybe relying on some other initiative of legislation that is out there. Who volunteers? Guilherme?
I can comment very briefly on different things that were mentioned on the grassroots. I didn't mention in my initial remarks because I didn't want to steal the thunder from Eugenio, but since he didn't, I will say it. One of the things we also did together with Brazil under the G20 is this global initiative on information integrity and climate change. And why I'm mentioning this, one essential component of this initiative is actually to support grassroots initiatives to understand the problem of information integrity and climate change, and for those grassroots initiatives to produce knowledge on that. And this example is very interesting because it's the very concrete idea of implementing, for example, the information integrity components of the Global Digital Compact, connecting with climate change, connecting with access to data in the digital platforms and so on. So if you are interested, actually we have an open call for proposals until 6th of July. Just Google it, Global Information Integrity, and you can apply for this. And then, of course, on the question of the justice, I mean, I think this is our permanent challenge. How we actually include the duty bearers in this conversation. This is particularly fundamental, the judges, the regulators, and so on. And we connect what is essentially multilateral policy document, that is the Global Digital Compact, with the wealth of international legislation and international jurisprudence of the human rights courts. Because it's not only about the ICCPR, or that are, of course, fundamental, but it's also how the international courts have interpreted the implementation of this. But again, this in the digital environment connects very well with one of the, as I mentioned in the beginning, one of the key provisions of the Global Digital Compact, that is capacity building. Because, I mean, as you know, you are a professor, many of your colleagues in different, and judges and prosecutors in different countries, they still have several lack of knowledge of how they can implement the agreements their own countries have already ratified in the international arena in the national context. And in this case of the digital environment, this is absolutely central for protecting children's issues, for protecting migrants issues, and so on and so forth. So I will stop here with these two comments, Filippo.
And since it's often governments and the UN that we opine about a lot of acronyms, I would like to hear from Tobekile and from Leanda on how do you think that this multi-stakeholder model can be strengthened? How can we help what you're doing on the ground?
Thank you so much. I'll start by maybe perhaps responding on how to include voices. Able to be aware of the processes that are happening on the ground, and there should be meaningful consultations, engagements with different stakeholders at country level to feed into global submissions by states that then feed into what is adopted as as accountability frameworks at global level. And that is something that is very important. And I think national IGFs as well, I think the conversation would largely look at strengthening as well their capacity to be able to be those relevant platforms where there's multi-stakeholder engagements around critical issues, especially around meaningful connectivity as we are speaking about inclusion in this context. I also highlight as well that it is important when we're looking at as well the handshake, I would like to call it, the synergy when we're looking at these processes, global processes, and looking at the Global Digital Compact, and what says that it is important to highlight the importance of sustaining the inclusive multi-stakeholder model so that it remains intact and is even more strengthened. Supporting as well the distinct function of the Internet Governance Forum and its role as a platform for assessing implementation of the GDC itself. And I think that's something that is important to echo as well, affirming as well the WSIS process and ensuring that there's promotion of its ability to actually give a voice to the affected communities is something that is very important. And I think maybe, just reflect on that at this point.
Thank you. And do you want to comment?
Yes, thank you so much. So multi-stakeholder approach, yes. Obviously, I said before, first of all, that children need to be at the table. They have a right, and they are generally not. But then, of course, in order to make things that work, you need, a variety of expertise and stakeholders at the table. So, since we started working on children's rights in the digital environment more than a decade ago at Five Rights, we have prided ourselves on developing practical tools in collaboration with a variety of stakeholders, notably engineers. So most recently, for example, this is the Children and AI Design Code, which was developed over more than a year with AI experts, engineers, and child rights experts, and of course children. So the tools are there, developed in a multi-stakeholder approach. But then I want to say specifically that in terms of implementation of the Global Digital Compact when it comes to children, meaningful implementation by the required stakeholders is highly problematic when there are not the resources. There is a massive, massive imbalance of power and resources between, in this case, the tech sector, where in the Global Digital Compact it says very clearly, as it does in the General Comment 25, as it does also in the UNGA resolution, that this is a sector that, in order to deliver to children, absolutely has to be regulated. Right? So the bit I'm talking about is the regulation. And this regulation, we have tried self-regulation, and it has not worked. The time has come for much more robust regulation. And for that, what we face is civil society and regulators who are way out of their depth. There is very little knowledge. There is very, very little capacity. And as I mentioned before, there is a huge amount of resources on the other side. So capacity building for regulators and civil society is urgently needed if this is to be a meaningful process where we end up with results that deliver for children and humanity.
Thank you. Wolfgang, the professor, asked a specific question on a UN mechanism, and who better than Eugenio, that is also an UN veteran, to answer the question if you have thoughts on how we can best reconcile GDC and WSIS.
First, I want to thank Guilherme for being so kind to bring this issue to our discussion. Indeed, during the G20 summits last November, we launched the Global Initiative on Information Integrity and Climate Change. And this is a partnership between the government of Brazil, UNESCO, and the UN Secretariat, specifically the Department of Global Communications. I'll be happy to give you, if you are interested in more details about this, when we finish this panel. But yes, I will try to address some of the questions, because the implementation of the GDC is already ongoing. Right now, this week, there are discussions in New York. Of course, they have the working group on data governance. They have already started their work. But for the AI track, which is very important for the GDC, they are at the UN discussing the third draft of the terms of reference and modalities for both the International Independent Scientific Panel on AI and the Global Dialogue on AI Governance. So these are same package, and of course negotiations, they are not easy, as we know, but right now there is a procedure, that is a science procedure, that will end tomorrow, and we'll see if some delegations will break the silence, or perhaps if they are not happy with the outcome as it is. But the panel, the scientific panel now, the proposal is to have 40 members. So our friend from Bangladesh mentioned about the Global South and how we can secure inclusion, because there is a limitation that for these experts to be chosen, have a limitation of maximum 2 per nationality. So we can't have the same country, like for example, with 5, 6 people, or in the same panel. So this, I think, would allow some sort of both gender balance and geographical balance, and some diversity. But of course, we need to make sure also that expertise is taken into account for this members to be appointed. But this is an ongoing. So, and the question about how we can incorporate the GDC and the WIS's plus 20 review process, and that's something that it's challenging, because what if we had a joint implementation roadmap? That would be perhaps ideal. But since the train has left the station already for the GDC, so some people are skeptical that we will be able to have an alignment of both processes. I believe, my personal view, that we still have time to do this, and of course we will continue. This is an ongoing conversation. Now have the WIS's Forum and the AI for Good Summit next month in Geneva, and we have the zero draft for the WIS's process. We had the elements paper, but it was very cautious in terms of proposals. So we see how it goes. But of course, it's something that we need to address and to have a successful outcome.
Thank you. I want to make sure also Katie has the last word. You can pick your question, or I think there was a very interesting point. But.
Thank you. So maybe I'll start with responding to the question that came from the representative from Bangladesh, and this builds out to sort of a bigger challenge that I think is an opportunity under the Global Digital Compact. So you're quite right that many refugee populations face sort of legal and regulatory barriers to being able to access the internet or mobile phone services, and it's not unique to one context. And so if we have the right level of evidence, we're able to then sort of use that to build advocacy. So for example, under the umbrella of the Connectivity for Refugees program that we have within UNHCR, we are able to look at it's under the title Displaced and Disconnected. We were able to identify where there are sort of legal barriers to refugees being able to sort of access mobile phones, and there has been sort of some cases where we've been able to use that to be able to sort of advocate for improved access, and maybe that's from sort of know your customer regulations, etc., and identification. Not in every context, but I think it's really important. Going back to the point of the how can we use the legal frameworks that are already in place and the mechanisms at the national and global or regional level, I think the challenge is that we actually, when it comes to particularly information integrity and the impact that it has on refugees, is it's not a very well resourced and researched area. And this is why I think collectively and working through this multi-stakeholder approach, academia are really critical, and the critical voice that we need to invite to the room to make sure that we're shining the light on some of these challenges. And so one of the things that we've really tried to do as well is identify where the legal frameworks actually do provide protection for forcibly displaced people. So one of the pieces of work that we've been working on with DLA Piper, who've been supporting us pro bono, is to identify exactly which articles in the Digital Services Act will help protect refugees. And looking, is there an extraterritorial application for the Digital Services Act? If we see incitement to violence by content created in an EU member state about refugees, for example, in extraterritorial, how does that sort of provide protection and support? Now, this is an entirely new area for UNHCR to be sort of exploring and investigating, and I think that's when it's important.
I'm mindful of the time.
I'll just wrap up. I think that's where it's really important that we actually do engage legal minds who work in the technology sector, who have been advancing maybe some of these sort of areas that aren't our normal sort of, I guess, partners that we would partnership with. Okay, over.
Thank you so much. Now, I wanted to have these last 40 seconds or so just to thank you all for being here. And I hope this was a useful conversation. If you have questions, you can find us around at IGF. We heard questions on what do we think about this. And as you heard from the Secretary General, I think panels like this are yet again another concrete demonstration of why IGF should be strengthened, why IGF has value and should continue. And to those who ask what's our position, you heard it from the Secretary General yesterday. Thank you so much for joining us today. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out, and have a good afternoon or good evening.